Hello. Hello. Hello.
That's the word we're looking for.
Yeah, that's the one. You guys, good morning, Comic-Con. This is Marvel Live from New York Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by
Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morris, and we are coming at you Saturday. Oh my goodness, we're already on day 3.
We are more than 50% done.
Yeah.
15%?
50. He enunciates.
But both would be true.
We are definitely, that's true, Lorraine. Good math there. We are more than 15% done.
Thanks.
Guys, we got a packed lineup today. We got a lot of stuff.
Oh my goodness.
900 interviews.
900.
Lorraine and I were just breaking down the hosting assignments, and it was like, it just kept coming. It just stopped. It wouldn't stop. You know what, Brian? Stop laughing at every little childish thing. Grow up. I'm sorry.
This is the horror we have to endure.
I apologize for junior executive producer Brian Stevie, who is just an immature. It's horrible.
But they'll never know because they don't have to see him.
When he's using these coloring books, they're child coloring books. And if I said they were adult coloring books, he'd probably giggle like a schoolgirl.
There's nothing wrong with giggling like a schoolgirl.
Lorraine, tell us what we have on tap today.
I'll tell you.
Before we go any further with this.
Well, of course, right now we're doing Good Morning Comic-Con, but then we're going to have some folks from Disney Infinity 3.0 talking about the next version of the game. We're going to have Dennis Hopeless here.
Abandon all hope for Dennis Hopeless. Yes, Dennis Hopeless is writing all new X-Men. He's writing Spider-Woman. He's going to have a lot of cool stuff to discuss.
We're going to have Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk.
Yep.
Just the way you said it without the awkward
that too
pause.
much and it gets to be a troubling thing.
From Con Men, great new series, also well known as Leaf from Firefly.
Yep.
Like from a tree?
No, from Firefly.
He was actually
No.
Wash from Firefly.
Was a wash?
Let's keep going. Let's keep moving along, guys.
Wash my clothes?
Let's keep moving along.
Coheed and Cambria will be here, friends of Ryan.
Yeah, that's the only reason they're on the
We
show
love
is because they're friends
Yeah,
of Ryan.
Yeah, they
Ryan's
don't
just
have
having his
an enormous musical career.
Well,
No, Ryan's just
I was
having his
setting you up
buddies
to
on.
preface them.
Oh yeah, Claudio's great. He's
Yeah.
cool. We love him.
Yeah.
And then we have the cast of the librarians coming by.
We have librarians?
Yeah.
The librarians.
Tons of librarians. They're going to be all over the
Conan
place.
the librarian.
Yeah.
Nope. That was a good sketch, though.
That was so good.
We're going to be playing at 11:30. We're going to be playing the Marvel Animation Presents panel.
Yep.
So you get to check that out. That was yesterday, but you can watch all the cool stuff that happened during that
Yeah.
panel. Then
We're actually also going to have, we didn't skip over, we have Marvel Contest of Champions coming on at 11.
Oh,
we're
that's
gonna have
true.
We're going to have the cast of Teen Wolf. Librarians is actually something that Blake filmed yesterday, so you guys are going to get to see interviews with the librarians, with Neon Joe, with Pretty Little Liars. Blake Garris was on location doing all those and asking the hard-hitting questions.
Like, do you like food?
Yeah, he asked
Oh my
all about
God.
what food they like, all
Yep.
sorts of stuff.
those are the hard questions.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have the Daredevil signing coming up today.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have Ash versus the Evil Dead cast coming
Yeah,
by.
excited for that.
Thrilling Adventure Hour, folks. Ben's favorite.
I'm so excited for Thrilling Adventure Hour.
I love them most.
I really do like everyone on the show. It's not like I have some sort of malice
think-
against them. It was a joke that got its own legs and ran.
We're what, 30% through with the Thrilling Adventure cast?
Something like
interviews?
that.
Yeah, like at least 10%.
Yeah,
I'm
at
not-
least 10% through.
I'm not making any more jokes about the fine people at Thrilling Adventure
Oh,
Hour.
I love them. I
I've
think
learned
they're the
my lesson.
best. Then we have folks from Venture Bros.
Venture Brothers.
I know, but that's written Venture Bros.
It doesn't mean you have to read exactly what's in front of you, Lorraine.
Yeah, that's the
what,
only way I know how to
That's
read.
what got Will Ferrell in trouble in Anchorman.
I've never heard of that film.
Okay.
Thankfully, we
You
don't
mean-
have a teleprompter here.
Yeah, thank goodness.
No, Venture Bros, awesome series. Margaret Stoll is going to be coming over talking about Black Widow Forever Red.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have people from the Shannara Chronicles.
Yeah, I was mispronouncing this like crazy yesterday, and my friend got really mad at me, so I kept mispronouncing it, as I am wont to do.
How were you saying it?
I don't know, I was saying it every
Shania
way.
Twain Chronicles?
Shania Chronicles,
I would-
Shannara Chronicles.
Right? You'd watch that. You're like, huh. Right?
Sure, why not?
Done.
But apparently it looks awesome, Ryan. You saw the
It
trailer.
does. I
You said
really
it
like
looks
the trailer,
cool.
so I'm
Yeah.
excited.
So I'm going to learn to pronounce it.
Good. Thank goodness. We're going to have the cast from Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
We're going to have Patrick Fugit.
Yeah, Patrick Fugit, who may have been in other movies, but I only know him from Almost Famous. That's not true. I know him from Gone Girl and other stuff he's been in, but I'm so excited to talk to him about Almost Famous. You guys have hours to go out and watch that if you've never seen it.
Is he premiering? Is he here promoting Almost Famous?
He will be.
Okay,
Once
great.
Blake and I talk to him, he'll be promoting Almost Famous.
Terrific. Tens of DVD sales today.
Yeah. You can get it on, I have it on VHS and DVD.
Double up.
Yeah, I need to get it on Blu-ray.
We're gonna have folks from Shadowhunters. We're gonna have the cast of Marvel's Jessica Jones.
Oh, that's a
here.
big one.
That's a big one.
That feels big, right?
Yeah.
That's
that
exciting.
seems like a big deal.
Yeah,
They've
kind
never
of important.
They've
Okay,
never
cool.
been. They've never been out and around
They've never
with
been
us.
anywhere.
Yeah, we've not let them out
Yeah.
of the bunker.
They've
Yeah.
never conducted interviews before,
Nope.
so this is going to be really exciting for them.
Yeah.
We're making them conduct the interviews.
Yeah, with us.
With us, yeah. It's
They're going to
gonna
ask
be weird.
us the hard-hitting questions.
And then we're gonna have the all new, all different Marvel panel
Yeah,
recording.
which is happening today, and you guys will get to see it today. That's crazy. Brian Stevie, you're very impressed. Thank you. Brian's my Gelman. Blake used to be our Gelman. He doesn't want to be anymore.
That's upsetting for him.
No, he was on to quit.
And then we have the Shield signing from yesterday. We're going to show that. And we're going to have folks from Marvel's Daredevil.
An equally big deal.
An equally big deal also coming to Netflix, once again returning. And
Yeah.
then we have folks from The Magicians, new show. We have Al Ewing.
I believe those are actually just magicians that are coming.
Nope,
There's some
that's-
street magicians
nope,
coming up who
that's-
looked.
Illusionists.
Nope, none of that's true.
All I see here is it says magicians, so I'm assuming it's just
No.
we maybe have David Blaine,
No.
maybe have Chris Angel,
Stop
Mind Freak.
shaking your head and
No?
affirming
Okay,
what
we're
he's
not.
saying.
Druid.
It is the cast of the magicians. All right, fair enough.
Okay,
fair
thank
enough.
goodness. Then Al Ewing and then Goodnight Comic-Con.
Al Ewing's going to be on twice today. He's
Two
going for the
times.
record. Yeah, he's going to be on with Contest of Champions, and then he's going to be back for his own Al Ewing segment later.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Yes, Ask Al Ewing.
We should have like a better pun name.
Okay, you come up with one
I'll
and
work
we'll
on
use
it. Like, what are you Ewing?
Okay, keep working. Keep
come
keep
on.
workshopping
The
that.
schedule.
Yeah.
And then we have panels today that we're going to be having on live blog, which you can check out at 11:45, the all-new, all-different Marvel Universe panel. At 2:45, you can check out Cup of Joe with Joe Quesada. And at 5, you can check out the Netflix panel live blog.
Yeah, we'll be live blogging all of that over at marvel.com/NYCC 2015. Yes, Ryan.
What's
I'm
gonna-
hung up on the Ewing thing.
It's good,
What
right?
are you Ewing?
No, but the animal? That's a ewe?
Oh, yeah.
A sheep. A
Sheep,
female
right?
sheep.
What's you with Ewing? And then it's Al
with a
and
sheep?
and they're just like talking about their comics.
So, guys, we got about 6 minutes
Oh my
left
God,
here
I
on
wanna
this
do this.
here on this delightful segment. Please send us your questions using the hashtag MarvelNYCC, and also start sending in the questions for the folks from Disney Infinity 3.0, because we're going to have them on the other side of 5 minutes. Ryan, do we have any tweets?
We do.
Let's
Yay.
get to the tweets.
Many few. We actually have a photo that came in that we can't really share. Maybe you guys can see it. One of our viewers from Holland. And her horse. She says, hi from the cold land named Holland. P.S. Favorite horse also said hi. That's from Marvel Nerd. That's very cool.
Is the horse watching?
The horse is totally watching.
Horses can't watch because can't they only see to the side or
But
something?
they can live tweet.
Okay, fair enough.
Wade Pinder says, good morning, everyone.
Wade Pinder.
Gideon and I are looking forward to a comic action-packed day today.
Very nice.
Us too.
Hello to
Yeah.
you, Wade and Gideon.
Alrighty, Cassius335 says, happy Saturday, guys. Looking
Yes.
forward to the Disney Infinity stuff.
Coming right
Yeah,
up.
Yeah.
stick around. They'll be up here in about 5 minutes.
They're already here in the room.
Well, they're up here, but they'll be up here on the dais.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see.
No,
Alexander
no.
Whitcomb, sorry you didn't get to ask your question to Clark Gregg, but you guys were like getting through so much stuff with him.
Yeah.
Oh, worth noting from yesterday, the Marvel Champion of the Day, because neither of you guys were here. I let Comic Book Girl 19 pick it, and she picked Sophia again.
Wow.
Wow, Sophia
Sophia's
dominating.
a
Two
twofer.
for two.
So she's
Very
got 2 in a
good,
row
very
right
good.
Can we make? Oh, well, she's the Marvel Couture, right?
now. Who?
Or Live Couture, that's what it is.
Sure. Speaking of Sophia, she says,
there.
good morning, guys. What a
Hi,
great
Sophia.
day ahead. P.S. I love the sweater.
Thank
Thank
you. I'm
you.
wearing my
Oh.
Spider-Gwen sweater because
Wearing
I'm
a t-shirt.
cold.
I'm wearing 2 T-shirts.
Denton Taiwan Paris is rocking a killer Thor shirt. Thanks for watching.
Nice job, Denton.
A person says, hi, Lorraine, Ryan, and Ben. Now that Saturday school has finished, I can finally watch the live stream without interruption.
Saturday
Ooh,
school.
Saturday school sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Just watch this.
Yeah.
Mr. Furious X says that Alan Tudyk is a very funny guy, which
Yep.
this
He
is
is
true.
super funny.
Very true. Ginny Balfour says, hi guys, it's the weekend, so I have a chance to watch. I'm looking forward to lots of Daredevil information and more.
Yeah, us
As are
too.
we.
Yeah.
Season 2.
Season 2, it's coming.
Yabansnik comes in and says, to correct us, yes, he was washed, talking about Firefly.
Thank you.
Yes, he was like a leaf on the wind. That's what I was thinking about.
I knew what you were going for, but we didn't have time to explain.
Will we ever interview Nathan Fillion or Joss Whedon? I'm sure we've had Joss on before. Yeah, we've had Joss on
several
before.
times.
Lorraine's interviewed Joss. We've all interviewed
Nathan
Joss.
Fillion came on at San Diego a couple years ago.
When all the Avenger bunnies were on.
So you can find that on the internet. Let's see. Paige
Somewhere in the
Edwards
catacombs.
asks, what is our favorite cosplay we've seen today? But it's so early.
I haven't seen anything today.
I haven't on the
I
floor
just
yet,
got
but if
in.
you guys go anywhere on the internet that's covering this convention, everyone has pictures of that Hulkbuster that was here from the first day that I was so scared was going to fall and kill somebody.
Yeah,
They would
dangerous,
refresh them.
but beautiful.
Dangerous, but worth it.
Yes.
I did see actually a Hawkeye Gladiator. He had like a
I
Hawkeye
thought you said
shield.
hot guy gladiator. I'm
Well,
like, Lorraine,
that
don't bring
too.
it here.
No,
It's too early in the morning.
Hawkeye.
You're single.
Yeah.
You're on the prowl.
Oh boy.
Ugh.
Well, now that's on the internet. Thank God. Hi guys.
What else we got? We've got Yabansnik says, what was the most shocking thing we saw this year at Comic-Con? It's only halfway through.
Yeah.
I don't know
Most
what's
shocking?
shocking. Nothing.
I've seen some guys in belly shirts that were pretty shocking. A lot of super. Oh, that's pretty shocking.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I brought
That's
it
a
up
new.
there.
That's a new feature that
Yep.
we'll be playing around with.
Totes.
I'm so excited about it.
Sophie wants to see the cast of Jessica Jones.
Okay.
Tara Latour says, Baz and I are here all day. Beautiful dog. Michael W.S. says, good morning. Are we excited for Jessica Jones? We
Heck
sure
yeah.
are.
Super
Yeah.
excited.
Sorry, I was trying to read Blake's lips and they're not.
Yeah.
All they're saying is "I love you."
Yeah, everybody's excited. Huge day today.
Huge.
Huge.
Yeah. We got 1 minute left, then we're going to
Okay.
come back with Disney Infinity 3.0.
Yep.
Yep, so start tweeting us your questions, #MarvelNYCC. You can also go over to marvel.com/NYCC2015 to check out our live blogs and our photo galleries and to watch us there as well.
And if you guys are already watching there, also be sure to check out our YouTube channel where we've been posting clips from the last couple of days. So you have to visit both.
This is a two-tab situation.
Yeah, to get the full Marvel Live experience, you really need to be visiting both Marvel.com and YouTube.
Yeah.
Marvel YouTube.
Yeah.
And follow our Twitter @Marvel. Go to our Facebook page, also Marvel. And we'll be back in just a little bit with Infinity 3.0. You are watching Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015.
Won't you join us?
Hello.
You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Caban.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M, joined by...
Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morse, and we have the dream team of Johns, Vignocchi, and Blackburn from Disney Infinity
everybody?
3.0. Welcome, guys.
Thank you for having us, Ben.
Always
Ryan.
Yeah.
Always a
You
pleasure.
by the way, you look like $1 million.
Thanks.
It looks like you've been losing some weight, huh?
You know, I'm training
Yeah.
for a big race in
guy's in
November.
training.
so
Yeah,
let's
that's
check
great.
it out. Thank you.
I have been gaining weight.
I've gained like 5 pounds this week. It's been,
exactly.
Well, that's
been
what I
a
mean.
great show.
It's the universe balances everything out.
Yeah.
So that's
The
Ryan's.
reason it goes to you guys. I made a pact.
That's
the way it
Ryan's.
goes.
That's Ryan's fault.
Yes. You guys, it's celebratory week, right? I mean,
Yeah.
3.0 is out in the world.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Hooray! It's doing really, really well, and people are super excited and having a lot of fun playing it. But this week we announced Marvel Battlegrounds, which is a new play set
Please tell us all
for
about
Marvel
it.
fans. It's actually it's a 4-player brawler, as we're supposed to call it, but it's more like there's a classic game out there called Power Stone. Maybe some of you guys have that are watching have played before. It's an old Capcom game we use as a lot of inspiration for what we want this playset to feel like. All the Marvel characters from 2.0 plus new ones that we're adding for 3.0 can play inside of it. So we dropped a trailer on Thursday, and then today at 4 p.m. we've got a panel in room 1E.
1E.
I hope we can fill it. I just walked in there. I was like, oh my God, this might be too big.
I'm sure you're going to be fine.
I hope so, man.
I've never heard it described the way you described it in relation to Power Stone. And that makes me so happy. I friggin' loved Power Stone.
Yeah, right?
Like Dreamcast on. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Power Stone was a ton of fun, and the guys looked at that for reference. And it's actually cool because all the 2.0 characters plus the new 3.0 characters that we're adding actually behave a little bit differently than they did inside of Disney Infinity 2.0. So the team at United Front Games, which is working on this playset, went through and rewrote all the different animations so that it really felt well for like an up-close fighter. So we've got multiple levels, tons of destruction, environmental hazards, an original Marvel story written by Bill Roseman. I mean, it's really cool.
Been getting it.
Yeah, name drop Bill Roseman.
Yeah.
What?
Creative director Bill Rose. What can we talk about the story? Or are you going to talk about that today at the panel?
I know we're talking about it today at the panel.
Okay.
So I think we should build
That's the boss saying, shut your mouth, Vignocchi.
Well, like PR's over there thinking the same thing.
Okay, fine. All right, we won't talk about it now. But if you turn into the panel, which is being live streamed, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, plug.
Yep.
You guys can check it out then.
Yeah, very cool. Now we saw in the trailer, we saw not only Hulkbuster, not only Ultron, but also a new version of Captain America. Can you guys talk about that at all?
Yeah, you want to
Maybe that's out
do
there?
the honors
Sure.
here?
So yeah, when we started working on this a while ago, we knew that the new film was going to be coming out right around the same time as when we're shipping. So we were like, we got a sneak peek on some of that stuff, and the new costume looks so great, and we wanted to have this cap tie in more towards what was actually in the films, because so many people are used to seeing those. So anyway, the team went through, redesigned that, worked with the guys from Marvel, and so it's all new Captain America. It's not like just a repose or something. He's a completely separate character inside the game. All new moves, all new skill tree, new special powers.
New super move. Yeah. It was a lot of fun because working with you guys, working with Chris Fondacaro, Dan Buckley, Joe Q, and Peter Phillips, those guys really recommended to us. They're like, hey, the movie's coming out. It would be really cool if you guys did a new Cap. Actually, he wasn't planned at first.
Oh, really?
So they highly encouraged us, which we took that encouragement and added an extra slot to have this new Cap figure because so many great things are happening next year with Captain America. So it's been a lot of fun, and we really hope Marvel fans out there love playing with this new character.
Yeah, Sophia, who's one of our viewers in Spain, she says, "I'm sure you're going to fill the room. I'm here, and I want to so badly go see it. And what's new in the incredible game of Infinity 3.0?"
Yeah, it's going to be wild. And actually, we're doing a special giveaway. So if you happen to be watching right now, make sure you guys are lined up in case we've got enough for the room. But yeah, we're going to be doing a giveaway.
Can I put a request in to have whatever it is, even if I can't make it there?
Well, you happen to have it right here on your desk.
Oh,
Yeah, awesome.
It's not the coloring book.
Oh.
Right.
Just to tip you off.
Thank you.
I don't think.
So while we are Marvel, we also do all the Star Wars comics. We love Star Wars, and that is a big part of 3.0. Has been the reaction to all the amazing Star Wars content.
I think it's been pretty crazy.
It's been
What do you
incredible.
think?
The thing is we worked really hard on making sure that the force powers and all the lightsaber combat was just top notch this year. And I think that everybody's having a great time with it. I mean, all the reviews, everything else that we're hearing. I mean, John's hugely involved, with the community right now. It's feedback's been fantastic.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's happening that people probably don't understand is we're actually gearing up for the release of our Star Wars The Force Awakens playset, which will launch in conjunction with the film in December. And we're actually the only Star Wars The Force Awakens video game experience out there.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it's been like a huge honor, but also it's a huge responsibility because you're going to have so many Star Wars fans that are going to go check out the film and then want to continue that experience in interactive format. And where you have to do that is inside of Disney Infinity. And so we're gearing up for that. Hella nervous, but really hope everyone out there loves it.
But
So
you know,
you've seen the movie?
Well,
We've read the script.
we've read the script.
So tell me.
Ryan, calm down, calm down.
No, I can't begin to tell you how difficult it is to have read that script over a year ago and not be able to tell anyone about it. Like we are not even allowed to talk to each other about it.
Actually, most people don't even want to know. I mean,
Yeah,
everyone-
that's the other thing, right? Like
For sure. Yeah. When being at Marvel, everything is spoiled for us because we're in the same boat. We have to know things so
Yeah.
far in ahead of
Right.
time, and so like all the scripts for our movies and comics and everything. It's
Oh,
just,
yeah.
we know what's going on. So I am really hoping I don't get spoiled on Star Wars stuff.
And yet you keep asking people.
I know. I hate
can't help
myself.
yourself.
That's the problem.
So guys, you talked a little bit about the play sets, the new characters, but of course a big feature of Disney Infinity is the toy box. And
Yeah.
what kind of refinements have been made for that for 3.0? What kind of cool stuff can you do?
a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things that I'm most impressed with inside of the toy box mode is a new virtual toy we added. I think it's a spline editor, which is a complicated
Path
term.
Creator.
It's the Path Creator. I think that's the proper name. So that
I like
actually allows
spline.
people to basically draw a line inside of the toy box and then attach anything that they want to it. So you can attach like a camera to actually begin creating your own cutscenes now. You can attach different AI like vehicles. You can have like an X-wing flyby and a TIE fighter flyby and actually simulate them kind of chasing each other. So what this is allowed to do is allow the people that are toy box artists that are really into building and creating create content that has a more polished, more cinematic feel than ever before. And so we actually were seeing some of this stuff at our Toy Box Summit that we had not too long ago, and we're like, oh wow, it might be this year that we start seeing the community generating content that rivals what we make.
Wow.
And I mean, the other thing that toy can do is it allows you to hook AI to it. So if you want to make a race, you don't longer have to race on side of a track. So
Right.
it's like you can race any place. So that can be through the sky. So you can have sky races. You can be down,
Yeah.
wherever you want on any type of piece of terrain. You can have cars go off jumps. Use other toys as they go through. So it's been a really powerful addition because it allows so many different types of gameplay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Cassius335 says wants to see more character reveals and also wants to see Jar Jar playable in Disney Infinity.
I think we can bring Jar Jar into the toy box right now. I'm not sure if we'll be making a figure for Jar Jar just yet, but we are going to be doing more character reveals. In fact, I think we're doing character reveals next week.
Oh, nice.
So there's some hot scoops for you.
Nice.
And so, yeah, but right now, Marvel Battlegrounds, new Cap figure, we're super excited, and it's super excited to be working with you guys again.
It's fun.
I mean, it's so much fun to be able to, like, have a game that has Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars, and then get to see all you guys all the time and support all the great things that you're doing. So thanks for being awesome partners.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. In about 4 minutes, we're going to go speak with Alan Tudyk. But before we do that, we wanted you guys
Yes.
to spin the Infinity Wheel. It seemed only
I
appropriate.
know, right? I was a little bit nervous at first when you're like, hey, we're doing this game that we'd like you to be a part of, but John said, if it's called the Infinity Wheel, I guess we should.
Yeah, so why
I
don't
think it's
you,
karma or fate or something.
you spin it first,
Okay.
and then we'll read you the rules of the game. That
Do you have to give it a hard spin? Or
No, not too hard.
not too hard.
Okay, so
Infinity is fragile.
that was a little bit weak.
That was
That's
a week.
okay.
What are we on?
Name that superpower, Ryan.
Name that superpower. So it's number
It's
10
number
in the
10.
book.
I will flip there.
So the game goes: we name a character, and you guess their superpower.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So I need a number between 1 and 15.
You want me to pick or you pick?
go.
No, it's your
Okay,
game.
It's your round,
I'll
man.
do 10.
All right,
Number
you
10.
want number 10. And number 10, oh, this is a tough one. It's Cersei. Cersei of the Eternals.
That's Cersei.
I was like
sorry,
Cersei
the Eternals.
Lannister was.
Yeah, that's what I was
I know.
thinking too. Yeah,
Not
walking naked.
Different.
Oops, sorry. All right, my bad.
Cersei. Sounds a little witchy.
Good guess, good guess.
Thinking some kind of sorcery superpower.
We've got super strength, durability, molecular and atomic manipulation, immortality, and flight.
Does she have all those? Or
Yeah, she has all of those, and yet not sorcery.
What doesn't she do?
If you could have just guessed flight,
Right.
you would have been good.
Okay, well, JV will do better next time.
No,
because he
I-
now understands.
All right,
that
ready?
they-
Here I
Let's go for another.
I'm gonna spin the infinity wheel. What does it say?
Oh, it's Color My Marvel. This is great.
Oh,
this
fun.
This is a competition. I think we've already got 2 blank ones over there.
Do we have 2 blank ones
Yeah,
for
we
you
got
guys?
2 on the side.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do?
totally blank.
Not totally
Oh,
blank.
okay,
Let's make
sorry,
sure we
yeah.
have full
Give me
blanks.
that one.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you guys these. We're gonna give you 30 seconds. You both, with the tools at your disposal, whether you want to use pencils or crayons, you're gonna color as much as you can, as best as you can, and then we will judge who did the superior job.
Okay.
Okay. We need a countdown.
I'm gonna put the mic down.
Yes. All good.
Oh wow, really getting into it. Okay.
Dropping the mic, son.
You don't need the mic.
All
Wow.
right. So ready, your pencils and crayons.
Okay.
We're gonna start in 3, 2, go.
And of course, if you guys want to color Marvel yourselves, if you have the Age of Ultron adult coloring book, you want to do this at home, use the hashtag #ColorMyMarvel, and we will show it on the air. We will do our best to check that out as we wind down.
I am horrible.
You got to have confidence, John.
Yeah,
That's
we
the
believe in you.
Black and white theme.
confidence is the first part of coloring. You went
How much
outside.
time do we have
John
left?
went outside the lines. Harry, how much time? We have
10
10
seconds.
seconds.
Come on, guys.
Coming
Nobody's
down.
gonna be able to see my-
You guys can take these with you. You can finish. You know, this is a time challenge.
Yeah.
This is a game, all right?
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can't believe I did that.
All right,
Whoever
let's
did
see what we
this one
got.
did not do this in 30 seconds.
Yeah?
Let me see this. That's pretty good.
That's a 30-second
Really?
experience. No.
No,
definitely
absolutely not. Absolutely not. So let's see what we got.
I,
Let's get the microphones back.
mine has.
Display those up there.
I kind of went with a black and white theme, so nobody'd know if I colored outside the lines.
Yes.
But then I did red eyes.
Yeah.
It's clever. I like that.
Mine's terrible.
Oh.
No, it's good. It's like energy surging
Yeah.
through.
Thanks, guys.
You know, 30 seconds is tough, but
I really want to do this now.
yeah, you can take it with you.
And I will do the final
take it with you.
thing. Okay, yeah, I will.
All right, guys. Remember, hashtag #ColorMyMarvel, Disney Infinity
Well,
3.0.
did I win?
Yes.
We're gonna
you
tell.
win.
Yeah, we all won. We all won with this
guys, like, I
segment.
don't care.
And you're all winners if you play Disney Infinity 3.0. Guys, we're gonna be back in just a second with Alan Tudyk. You're watching Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. Thanks for watching.
You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Caban.
Hello! Welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Blake Garris. I was just about to say I am Alan Tudyk.
I
But
am
you
Alan
are Alan
Tudyk.
Tudyk.
I am Alan.
So you were supposed to come on yesterday. Luckily, you came on today. You were supposed to be filming something, a little known
Oh yes.
film.
Oh,
people might have heard of.
Star Rumpus.
Star.
Yes, because we're filming in London, so Star Rumpus. I'm trying to get them to change it, but I don't know. I'm not getting a lot of traction.
Have you heard of Star Wars before?
No, is
neither.
that like the Reagan era program?
That's what it's about.
Right.
That's what it's about. Yeah.
So hard drama, really like intense with the Cold War stuff.
Yeah, The Rock is the lead.
He's
So-
Reagan? The Rock is Reagan?
Who else could play Reagan but The Rock? Because it's a spitting image.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I was scheduled to work yesterday, and then the schedule shifted, and I said I'm out, and I go back tomorrow, and I'm back in. But yeah, it's Rogue One, the next one, not this one, but the next one.
This is so awesome. So you're here though for Con Man on Vimeo. It's obviously a thing that's near and dear to our hearts. You go to cons all the time. Kind of give the fans a brief description of
Let me see if I got my brief description down. So it's about a guy who was on a sci-fi show 10 years ago. Myself and Nathan Fillion play characters from that show. Nathan's character, Jack Moore, went on to become a huge star. My character did not. He makes some bad career choices and ends up going, his only career opportunities are going to cons. And so he tours the con circuit, stuck in the past, and he resents his life.
Obviously, luckily, your career has done the opposite of that. You become a big star.
Huge!
But how much of it is steeped in reality? There's definitely some truth to some of this.
Definitely, I was on a space show about 10 years ago with Nathan Fillion, and I flew a spaceship, and he was the captain of it, so those things are true. I don't resent my life, although I guess Anyway,
This is getting deep.
I like cons. I like going to cons. And because I like going to cons, I've gone to a bunch since 2003 we were canceled. So 10 years of cons. I've met a lot of people. I've seen a lot, man. And I'm pulling from all those experiences. The character I play, he doesn't appreciate where he is. So you watch him sort of try to figure out his life. But it's in the backdrop of a lot of cons, and then also as an actor going to voicing video games at one point, just sort of living his life in LA.
Sure. Well, I think also in reality, in the world out there, you see a lot of folks who do go to tons of cons, but they're also affecting people when they go to these shows. And actually someone who's never met them before, the first time that you can meet someone who had an influence on your life, on the things that you love, is such a huge thing. So even though someone may be going to these cons and it may be a grind for them at times, I would hope that there's those points where it's like magic.
Oh yeah, and it's not always a grind. I mean, I guess you have long hours and stuff like that, but that's nothing new. And a lot of it is you're sitting in line and people are coming up and saying, "You're wonderful," which is just awful. I mean, it's basically coal mine work. It's like coal mining, it's working in a mill. It's awful. But for Con Man, there's a good example. I've met a lot of people who come up and say, hey, I had this tough time in my life. This Firefly helped me through. And so in Con Man, I think it's on the trailer, there's a guy who comes up and says, he's dressed like the Tooth Fairy, and he says, I want you to know that your Joe helped me get through, helped me forget what happened to my village. I burned it down. And so you'll take a real thing, a real dynamic between you and fans, and just go to a ridiculous level like that, where there's really no sympathy you can have for a man who burned down his village. And when he's dressed like a Tooth Fairy, that was the Greg Wilson as the actor who does that. He's hysterical. But yeah, check it out on Vimeo.
Yeah. We have some questions coming in from fans. One from Michael W.S. asks, what is the strangest fan interaction you've ever had at a convention?
I keep getting... one of the strangest was I went to a convention in Toronto a few years ago, and you always get assigned an assistant, and the assistant is usually a very big fan, and they've had to work to get that job to be your assistant. Hey, you would have thought that would have been stronger. You would have thought that.
This guy. How about that?
How does that protect him? This is just a huge frisbee, isn't it? God, sorry. Oh, it's stuck. There. Captain America comes back. It wasn't me. Oh, good. It does move. What was the question?
What is the strangest fan interaction you've had?
I had an assistant in Toronto who was not a fan, who was annoyed that he got me, that he had evidently wanted a anime artist and somebody who worked in anime, and he's like, you want to take a car? We could just walk. Like the whole thing kind of had that exasperated thing going on, and then he tried to engage me like, do you like anime? I don't know. I've seen Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, that's good, but what about this, and this? I'm like, I don't know. Just everything I said annoyed him. He was like, he was confused why people were interested in seeing me. No, I've heard of Firefly. I just haven't seen it. It's not my thing. Space Western. So, Yeah, that was, I guess, the weirdest because it was.
And that's rough
out of
because
the-
you're sort of forced then to spend several days with that person. too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrific.
It was, it was funny. Maybe it'll find its way into Con Man. That's a fun dynamic.
You mentioned Nathan on the show. Can you talk about some of the other cats? I know Felicia Day.
Felicia Day is in it. Yeah. Milo Ventimiglia, Seth Green, Mindy Sterling, who a lot of people will know from as Frau. What was the character she did in Austin Powers? Frau. She was Seth Green's mother.
Yes.
Anyway, she plays Bobby Burns, who is my character Ray Nearly's convention manager, and she's hysterical. She's an awful person. Yeah, like when I first meet her, I come into my room and I've been given a gift basket and there's bites out of everything. Like one bite out of every apple and out of a pineapple and a piece of cheese, and she's like, they're mealy, and she's in my room. She she has no boundaries. Anyway, she's fantastic. Does anybody know Leslie Jordan? Do you know who Leslie Jordan is?
Yes.
Leslie Jordan was in the last 3 that we released this
He was on Will and
Wednesday.
Grace.
He was on Will and Grace. And he played something Leslie. So, and I didn't know he did that because he's straight in our thing too. But he's got this whole thing about why he pretends to be gay so that he can hook up with conservative cougars. That they've convinced themselves, they say that homosexuality is a choice, and they know it's an awful black lie, and it's a corrosive lie that has hollowed them out, and so he fills that emptiness with his penis. And can we say that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just loving your Leslie Jordan impression. I've never seen one before.
He's one of those guys you just point a camera at him and just go, and he's great.
That's amazing. What's your favorite Marvel character? Because we got 2 minutes left. We're going to go to Dennis Hopeless soon, but we want to get a little bit more Marvel in here.
I'm gonna be boring and say Wolverine. I mean, who doesn't? He was my guy growing up. He's the coolest.
He is pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Have you ever voiced Marvel characters?
Yes, I think so. No.
No?
No, I've only done DC characters.
We need to fix
Yeah, we need
that.
to change that.
We need to introduce you to
Well,
that.
what do you have? What are there cartoons?
Guardians of the Galaxy cartoon right now?
Oh well, yeah, but that's not a Oh, there's a cartoon of Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Yeah. So we have that. We have.
I'd like to play like Groot's cousin.
Somebody call Wacker.
I am
Let's know.
Groot. Oh. He's not really as good as Groot. He spends a lot of time in the dirt. Yeah, maybe that.
We have about a minute left. Can you tell fans how they can check out Con Man on Vimeo?
Yeah, go to Vimeo.com, and then I think it's just there, right? It's just hanging out on Vimeo, and it's direct something. On demand, that's what they call it. That's what the kids are calling it. On demand. And check it out. We've got seven that are up right now, and you just get the series, and there's 13 of them. And in the last 3, Nathan Fillion and I are in space again. We're on a spaceship on Spectrum. So that's something to see, I think. It was something to do. It's fun.
And Alan_Tudyk on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, that's me. Alan, yeah.
And then we don't need to promote Star Wars. It's going to do well enough. What else do you have that fans should check out?
Trumbo with Bryan Cranston comes out in November. I think that's it. Probably. Yeah. Zootopia. That's another Marvel. That's a Disney thing.
Yeah,
Zootopia.
that looks great.
A new.
Yeah, super fun. What are you playing that? Do you know what kind of animal? 'Cause
I play the Duke of Weaselton because I played the Duke of Wesselton in Frozen, and everybody would call him Weaseltown. Wesselton, and so now I'm the Duke of Weaselton.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's cool. They do those things.
Alan, thank you for coming
thank
on.
you so much.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Stay tuned. Much more. Dennis Hopeless coming right up.
Who? Dennis?
You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I am Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morse. He is
Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
And this is writer Dennis Hopeless. You get your own introduction, man. You're a big star.
I was going to say my own name, but
Okay, you want to say your own name?
No, you already did it. You ruined it.
You can tell us what you write.
I write Spider-Woman, and I'm about to start writing all new X-Men.
Very exciting.
Actually, I guess I already write all new X-Men, which is not out yet.
Yeah, you're in the process of continuing to write all new X-Men.
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about all new X-Men for a sec. So what's it like jumping into the X book? It's a huge mythology. It's a huge thing. You know, a lot of big creators have worked on it, and now you're getting to put your stamp on it, and especially the all new X-Men, who are Brian Bendis's kind of contributions to this.
Yeah, following Bendis is really intimidating. Like, Bendis was a really big deal when I was in college. Like, he's one of the reasons I got back into comics. And reading, like, Power's script book and stuff is kind of how I figured out I wanted to be a comic book writer. So, yeah, it's horribly intimidating to follow Brian on the book. But he's been really cool. He said, you know, I could ask him any questions, and he congratulated me and stuff. So it's a lot of fun. And then also working with Bagley.
I was going to say, you get to follow Bendis and
artist.
work with Bagley.
Yes. Yeah. It's kind of a crazy job, but it's been really fun. We're going to go in a little bit of a different direction than what he's been doing, so it's a new thing. And I got to write those characters on my very first paid work, which was X-Men Season 1.
Nice.
So I feel like I've kind of done this before.
That's true.
Which makes it a little easier.
That's interesting because you got to write them basically in their time, doing like almost a retro thing, and this is the original X-Men in our time. How do they differ from the versions you wrote in Season 1?
Well, sort of the conceit of the book is, in Bendis' run, they spent a lot of time worrying about getting home, and at this point, this is no longer the future then, this is the now. So how do we live here? How do we, you know, what are we going to be going forward? And how do we avoid having the crazy, horrible lives that our adult selves have? So yeah, like in my mind, that book is how they used to be, and this book is how they are now and where they're going to be going forward.
In addition, you've also got some new characters you're adding. You're adding Oya, you're adding Genesis. Is he Genesis or is he back to Kid Apocalypse?
I'm terrible with the code names. In the scripts, I always just call them by their real names.
Yeah, cool.
So Evan and ID is how I.
And then all new Wolverine as well.
Yes,
X-23, Laura Kinney.
Which I get to write Laura in Avengers Arena, so it's fun to have her back in a place where she's not in a death match.
Yeah.
She seems like I'm hoping to see her in a better place. It seems like what Tom's doing, what you might be doing, puts her in less of like that where we saw her in the first couple years.
Absolutely.
And then in the death match.
Yeah. Things are looking up for Laura, and she wants to embrace the Wolverine, the post-darkness Wolverine, where he wanted to just be a superhero and help people. She's embracing that, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see that other side of her.
Yeah.
Let's jump over to Spider-Woman for a second. Did you have another X-Men question?
I wanted to mention that we have Coheed and Cambria coming up, and we have a couple tweets coming in. But yes, talk about Spider-Woman.
Let's talk about Spider-Woman, then let's get some tweets in. You're continuing on, you and Javier Rodriguez, picking things up, but there's a pretty significant difference following the 8-month gap after Secret Wars.
Yes, Jess is very, very pregnant when we come back, which is a lot of fun. It's very much the same book we were doing before. This is just like a new season, and the conceit of that book has always been Jess wants a real life, so we're going to hit her in the face with real life. And what better way to do that than to make somebody very pregnant? That book's a lot of fun.
You guys really made me come around on that character. I mean, I've always liked her. She's been fine. But when you started on initially with Greg Land and then with Javier Rodriguez, it's become one of my favorite books. She's really, I see why people love that character now.
Yeah, we're basically doing Rockford Files, which is strange, but it's perfect. And Javier makes me look very good. Like, honestly, that book is all him. But we're just having a blast doing it, and we're going to keep doing it.
Very cool. Ryan, what do we got from Twitter?
Yabanzik asks, first he says, really love your work. Any plans for more Avengers Arena or undercover characters, especially Cammy?
I would love to use Cammy. I've talked to an editor about doing something very short with Cammy, like a Cammy Drex thing maybe. But
that'd be cool.
I'm also behind, so we'll have to see if I can add some things. I would write Cammy any day of the week. I love the character, so maybe.
DJ Fanko asks, what was the pitch like to reinvent Arcade for the Avengers series?
Well, we were trying to figure out a villain for that. The genesis of that book was very weird because I had pitched something completely different, and I had an arc that was going to be a death match, and Axel and Tom were just like, no, just do that. That's your whole book. So then I had to find like one villain, and Arcade was Axel Alonso, the editor-in-chief of Marvel, his suggestion. And he just said, make Arcade cool, which seemed really hard at the time, but I think we did it.
Pulled it off.
Yeah.
Very cool. 2 minutes or 1 minute and we have Coheed and Cambria. So we've talked about Spider-Woman, and we've talked about, well, how many issues now is this going to be for Spider-Woman?
We did 10 before, and so the 11th issue will be the new number 1.
Yeah, I also want to mention that if you guys want a sneak peek, you can check out Amazing Spider-Man number 1, where you and Javier did a great short story, kind of previewing what's going on. I love the pacing of that. It was
Yeah, that's
cool.
one of my favorite things he's ever drawn. So you probably already have that because everybody bought that.
Everyone
but
did.
you should take a look at the short in the back.
Go buy
It's
another
great.
copy.
Are you working with Nick in the Spider office, or who are you working
Nick and Devin.
That's good. That's a fun. They're having fun.
Yes, yes,
Spider-Book.
that's a fun office to be in for sure.
Okay, as we wrap up, Dennis, where can people find you online as they get ready for all new X-Men and for Spider-Woman to come back?
Mostly on Twitter, at Hopeless Tent on Twitter. I have a website. I never do anything with it. I have 2
Nice.
babies at home, so it's difficult to do anything. But yeah, I'm on Twitter mostly.
We get that a lot. We get a lot of, I have a website, but I don't do anything with it. So you're in good company. All right, guys, we're going to be coming back on the other side with Coheed and Cambria. Thank you to Dennis Hopeless for joining us. And thank you guys for watching us here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back. You are still watching Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morse, and we've got with us
Claudio Sanchez of Coheed and Cambria.
Yeah.
What up?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. Thank you for coming on. We've been on like the last 3 or 4 years. It's a staple. It makes me happy.
Yeah, man, I love this convention. I mean, being in New York, it's a real treat, you know?
Yeah. And it's early on a Saturday. You had a very late show, you were saying last night.
We did, yes. We had a special show for some of the VIP Coheed fans at St. Vitus in Greenpoint.
Yeah,
So
cool.
It was a lot of fun, real tight and real energetic, and yep, I'm tired, but it's cool.
What time did you guys go on?
1 o'clock.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, which is it's insane for for me. I mean,
I was
I'm
in bed,
usually
Ryan.
in
Were
bed.
you in bed?
Yeah,
I fell asleep.
We were both asleep.
Yeah,
I think I was in
10:45.
bed. That in my mind. But,
So the Coheed fans are some of the most ardent, like excited, passionate music fans I've ever seen. It's amazing.
Yeah.
How many came out last night?
Well, the capacity I believe was somewhere like 220 or so.
So nice.
Yeah,
and
and
like,
so it packed. It was a packed house, and yeah, so it was cool.
Vitus is a fun place. Too.
Oh, absolutely. I've only been there at in a bar situation.
Yep.
I've never actually been to a show, but
Yeah.
so
Very cool. And you guys are just about to release your new record.
Yes.
What number record is this?
I think it's it all depends on what you consider the last one. If it's a double record
Right.
or 2, but I believe most think it's a 2 record, so 8. This would be the record 8.
Gosh. So what's the name of the new record? Is it? What's the thematic elements to it?
Well, the new record is called "The Color Before the Sun." It's actually the first Coheed record that has no concept. My wife and I, we moved to Park Slope, Brooklyn, a couple years ago, and I had this hard time writing the record in the apartment, and it's sort of. it it reflects more my identity crisis and the birth of my son Atlas and all these things. So it's really just a time capsule of living in the city. So
That's cool though. Like
Yeah.
the flexibility of just putting out the music that you want to put out is
Yeah.
kind of pretty rad too.
yeah, I love writing conceptual records and transforming them into comic books, and I'll probably do that with the follow up. But it was nice, this time, with the birth of my son being such a really important thing. I thought I'd share that kind of new experience with the band and sort of let the concept sit for a while and let the songs speak for themselves. So
How old is Atlas now?
he's now 16 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you done a tour since?
Yeah,
he was born?
it's tough, man. There's a song on there that I wrote before he was born about just leaving, and it rings so true now that he's here. But I'm fortunate enough. My wife and I, we collaborate on a lot of things together. Life being one of them, but
Nice.
books and things like that. And so she's we're fortunate. She gets to come out on tour most of the time.
That's
So
great.
yeah.
Has he been to his first show yet?
He has,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
He's been to a few.
Starting early.
Yeah, so yeah, he enjoys it. He loves music. He loves the new record. It's like if I put one song on, he needs to listen to the entire thing all the way through because he gets kind of mad if I stop it.
That's great.
So in some ways your toughest critic, in some ways
Yeah,
biggest
yeah.
supporter.
Totally. Like sometimes I'll write something and be like, oh, if he likes it, that means it's
Yeah.
good. So
Guys, tough judge. We got questions coming in.
Let's hit 'em.
Questions
Okay,
coming
okay.
in via the hashtag MarvelNYCC. The Gentleman 76 would like to know what's going on with the Amory Wars movie.
nothing at the moment. I mean, it's just kind of we're just waiting for the right people to come around and feel as passionate as we are about the project and to transform it into something special. So we'll see. It's just a waiting game right now.
And then Sophia wanted to know if you had to write a song about a Marvel character, who would you choose?
I would probably choose, it would probably be either Wolverine or it would probably be the relationship between Silver Surfer and Galactus.
Oh, that's a cool
Yeah.
one. I like that answer.
You've thought about that.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
We gotta get that
I've
now.
written some, songs in the past about,
Yep.
comic characters, and but if I had to choose, those would be my two.
We have a Marvel music division now.
Oh, do you?
We do. We should discuss things.
Yeah, absolutely.
happen there.
I mean, I'm down. I would do that.
I would love that.
You can see from your face that you would
Yeah.
love that.
So we have the Infinity Wheel here.
Uh-oh.
And we talked about it before. We wanted to see if you'd be down to play.
Absolutely. I will spin it.
Yeah.
I will play your game.
All right. So
I will play your game.
give it a spin.
Oh, no.
Ooh, you got Color My Marvel.
Okay.
right.
So let's get a new, fresh sheet over here.
Yep.
Ryan, do you want to explain the rules?
Yes. The rule is you get to color.
Okay.
We're gonna give you a clock of
Why don't
30
we give you a
seconds.
minute?
A minute? Let's give
minute.
them a minute.
A
We
minute.
got
A
some
minute?
time.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna give you a minute,
Yeah.
and of course you have to keep promoting your stuff while you're coloring.
You're going.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Ryan, you hold the mic.
That's
Oh, dude, me too.
Captain America's
yellow. That's fine. I'm so happy to have another colorblind person on the show. Finally, it's been torture for me trying to do this color my Marvel stuff all weekend. All right, so what kind of choices are you making, Claudio? What are you doing?
Like in terms of this coloring situation?
Yes, that was specifically what I was referring to. But if you have
well,
anything else you need to get off your chest, go for it.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, right now I'm just really doing a bad job. I mean,
that's okay,
you
man.
know,
It's hard for us. We have to read the actual things on the crayons, which takes a lot of extra time. So.
Oh, wow, I'm right outside the lines. I think my son would do a better job at this than I.
Oh man.
Oh my God, wow, I'm really bad.
this is all.
Yeah, I know. Like I don't
man,
even want to
this
say
is
anything. Just the play-by-play here is tremendous. He's doing better play-by-play than I ever could.
What's his favorite color to use when he colors?
I don't, he hasn't really chosen one. He just grabs something and just starts doodling. The other day, my wife drew this, silly, I don't know, June bug or something. I don't know what it was, but.
And stop.
Oh, that's a
Oh, there we go. Good choice. So what do we get?
I mean, who did this one?
Well, that was just someone doodling around in between breaks.
okay.
That's not a
So,
professionally done one. So let's see what we
take a
got.
look.
That's all. That's how far I got.
That's still pretty good. Started on Iron Man. A yellow Iron Man. That's
Nope,
a cool.
Captain America.
Captain America.
Yep.
As you know, I'm
You're
colorblind,
colorblind, so
like
you don't see the
Claudio. So
characters.
yeah, so I can't.
Yep,
I'm
I
face blind.
understand.
I'm face blind, colorblind, and character blind, so I
Yeah.
can't see. So why the choice to make Cap yellow?
I have no idea. I just put the crayon down, and that's where it fell.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love it. Why don't we do one more spin?
Sure,
we got
absolutely.
a couple minutes left.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes left. We're gonna be going to Marvel Contest of Champions next. Let's see what we got here.
Ooh, Secret Love
or Secret Dud.
Secret Love or Secret Dud is number 4, Ben.
Thank you.
So the rules of that one, we're going to give you 2 characters, and you're going to guess, were they in love or was it a dud?
Okay.
So pick a number
Between 1 and 30.
1 and 30.
17.
17 is Daredevil and Elektra.
They were in love.
They had a very tumultuous love, but yes, that is the correct answer. Okay. We want to do another one?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Let's do it.
Yeah. One more spin.
Okay.
And we'll wrap up.
I always see another secret love, but yes, let's do another spin.
All right. Ooh, this is a fun one. Are they an Inhuman?
Oh, cool.
So that's number 8, Ben.
Okay.
So we're going to tell you a character name, and you're going to guess if they are or are not an Inhuman.
I must be honest, I'm a little unfamiliar with the Inhumans. But
Well,
we'll see.
I'll
let's
give
see
it
what
a go. I'm
happens.
gonna roll the bones.
All right. We love going to the bone zone.
Yeah.
So we have between 1 and 30 here.
Pick a number.
8.
Number 8 is Mystique.
She is not?
She is not. She's a mutant.
Correct.
Very good. Yes. So you have
3 for
1.
3. You win
3 for
everything.
3.
Yes.
You colored. You talked about love. You talked about humans. Take whatever you want. It's all yours.
Claudio, where can fans find you guys online and buy the new record?
At coheedandcambria.com.
That's great.
Yeah.
And Twitter, just Coheed?
Yeah, just at Coheed. I'm Claudio P. Sanchez.
Yeah.
So.
Right on. Thank you for joining us once again. Guys, stay tuned. We're coming right back with Marvel Contest of Champions.
You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Caban.
Hey, welcome back. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M, joined by...
Gabriel Frazera.
And Al Ewing. Hello.
Hello, fellas. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's exciting. We are here. Contest of Champions is making a huge splash all weekend long. Super fun. As we've been doing the live stream and talking about the game and doing all this stuff, fans have been like sending us pictures of their teams and all their giant collections of heroes and villains. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Last year we came here, we just released the game. We're just starting. People say, what is this? Is this a console game? Is this a mobile game? And now we're just returning. And people have been coming to the booth and saying, like, I play this game 7 hours a day, and here's my roster. And it's interesting to see.
It makes me feel very inadequate about my own team, which is dreadful.
How many hours a day are you playing? Because it's research. You have to play the game, right? I mean, you're putting in, 10, 12 hours a day on the game?
More like 10, 12 minutes a week. I have things on.
Sure, but you're writing the comic book.
Yes,
And first issue just released. How did that connection come together? How did everything come together where you were brought in and you started collaborating?
Well, I think that was the idea to do a comic that was kind of connected to the game and also connected to the main Marvel universe.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a bridge between the two almost. It's sort of linking up very strongly with the game, but also it's part of continuity. This is not something that's happening outside. And yeah, they basically needed somebody to write that, and it sounded like a fun gig.
Yeah.
So here I am doing it, and it is a fun gig, so I was right.
That's great. The first issue, I think it's the first issue. There's also probably a story. Yeah, there's the story in the Marvel, the All New, All Different .1.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first issue of Contest of Champions, we get introduced, or at least I was introduced to the British Punisher, as a lot of people have been calling it. Was that an established character or brand new for?
That was an established character. That was Dan Abnett, Andy Lanning, and Doug Braithwaite came up with that back in the 90s during some of their issues of Punisher. I think it might have been the 80s. I think it was the 90s. During some of their issues of Punisher. Basically, when Frank sort of went to Europe and met a bunch of Euro bad guys, I think there was a storyline called Euro Hit, where he had to hit Euro people, hence the name. And one of the people involved with that was Outlaw, who was like a sort of young guy who'd been inspired by the Punisher, sort of London-based. And I think what we're doing here with him in Contest is in the time between when he was in that book and here he is. He's sort of retired. He's retired from the Punisher business. He's kind of trying to find a more peaceful path. Mm-hmm. He's moved up north. He wears a flat cap and goes to pub quizzes and wins meat platters. It's all very British. And then the Contest grabs him and he's forced to fight again. So he's in a spot.
That's awesome. And Gabe, do you see what's the connection when the comic's being put together? Because I think the editor is Bill Roseman, probably.
Yeah.
Is he involved in?
Bill Roseman. Mark Panicia is involved.
Yeah, Mark Panicia.
There's Chris Robinson.
Chris Robinson, great.
Yeah,
so you have all these collaborators, and you're coming up with a character like Outlaw. How does that seep into what you guys are thinking about for the game?
Well, we always wanted to have every single Marvel character, and
8,000. Let's do it.
Yeah, while the fans like the game, we'll keep adding them, and we're very lucky to have Al because Al knows everything about every corner of the Marvel universe. And as the game progresses, people of course wants to have the blockbuster characters, but we're very interested in the niche characters and the small characters that we can develop with the comic. Into the small stories of the contest, because we have the cosmic, the big themes of the cosmic arena and the fights, and the comic is very good at telling the personal stories, and we want to have Outlaw in there. If people like him from the comic, we definitely want to have him, right? And the other guys that you.
Oh yeah, there are other guys.
Yeah, there.
We've got Guillotine, who's new character. You helped with the designs. And making that amazing look, and now we've seen her in the comic. I imagine she's going to be a huge hit because I think the reaction to her at the House of Ideas panel we were on Thursday was like, she's amazing. People are losing it just for the first time seeing her, which is great.
Yeah, she looks very awesome, and the stories that are starting being told about her. I read some of the scripts that he did, and it's amazing.
Oh, cheers, man. It's a lot of fun. We've got a kind of 8-page backup in the first issue, kind of going into sort of the backstory, of because she's got this demon sword that's been passed down from generation to generation, and we go a little bit into the backstory of that. She's very kind of tied into French history, which I hope I've got right.
I thought that was really cool. It was not what I was expecting. When I started reading that story, because I was thinking of her and I didn't know the history, and so when we get there from all those generations, it was like, this is great. This had so much. The storytelling potential there is awesome.
Well, you will be finding out a bit more about her own personal history as the series goes on.
Very
I
cool.
kind of introduced the sword first, but we'll be hearing more from her.
Terrific. We do have a couple tweets in here. There was one, Mr. Furious X wants to see Yondu in the game and in the comic.
Which version?
Ooh, which version? It's a good question. Wade Pinder says, last year, MODOK was mentioned in reference to Contest of Champions.
Yeah.
We want MODOK, says Wade. Right there. I'm not even making that up.
I am the MODOK champion in the office.
I'm
People
the
keep
MODOK
looking at
champion
it,
at Marvel.
Look, he's ready. He's ready to but I think we have to plan something special for him.
Yes.
I don't want to just release him as another character. I want him to be the boss of Act 5, for example. So I'm preparing something special for MODOK because he's one of my favorites.
He's the greatest character that's ever been created. I mean, that's fact.
Oh, and talking about inclusion in Marvel, I always felt that MODOK represented people with big heads and small arms like me. So.
All right. So what I wanted to do, we've hopefully got this all sorted out to work correctly. We've got a tablet here, and we've got contest playing. We're gonna show some actual live gameplay footage. I can't see anything that's going on, but I'm gonna try my hand it around, and you guys can do some color commentary of my gameplay.
Okay.
Sports commentary.
Yeah, no.
There goes Brian.
Let's see what the event is. All right.
Oh. Venom.
I am going to get thrashed.
Guillotine is very good against Venom because she's a mystic and she has class bonus against Venom, so she can do it.
Plus, she's got that big sword.
Yeah.
That's very helpful.
Yeah. Oh, it's raining, so you can't see Venom properly. That's his element. Yeah, Guillotine is an anti-regen character. Oh,
yeah, that was
already.
What's up now?
I think you fought him first. He had less than full energy, right?
I'd like to say that was just my ability shining through there.
Yeah, so Guillotine is an anti-regen character. Every character that has regeneration of health, like Wolverine or Deadpool, she steals their regeneration power and adds to the souls of the sword and creates more of the offensive power. So she's very strong in that way.
Amazing. Let's see if...
You want to try Ultron?
All right, we're going to see if we can do real quick with Ultron.
Yeah, just go in there, yeah. Second one.
Boom.
Yeah. The Ultron quest we created for the hardcore players that we knew would be here. So, yeah, he's a little bit on the powered side. Do you have any cosmic characters? Oh, you do have Thor.
Should I use Thor?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I've yet to see Thor in action.
All right. So we're going to
first.
do this match, and then in 2 minutes, we're going to have the cast of Teen Wolf.
All right.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Try hitting him in the face.
Yep.
that often works for me.
He's really tall.
Gee.
Kick him.
Yeah, you're doing well.
See,
He's a special.
What's happening here is he's hitting you, and you want to hit him.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's...
You can talk to him, too.
I was doing that totally wrong. Well, I've been KO'd by Ultron, which seems appropriate. It's an excellent end to this interview. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Pick up Marvel Contest of Champions, the comic book now. Go download Marvel Contest of Champions on the Google Play Store. Is that what it's called?
Google Play and iTunes.
iTunes, wherever they sell those things. But wait, it's free.
It's free.
Delightful. Guys, stay tuned. Much more coming from Marvel Live right now.
Stop.
Welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by
Blake Garris, and we are joined by some close personal friends to Marvel, the cast of Teen Wolf. How many times what's it been?
2.
Yeah.
It's 7, 8, I have no idea. 1,000 times.
I know you guys more than my family now.
I think
It's
so,
been,
dude.
yeah. So you mentioned earlier, this is your second day at New York Comic Con.
That's right.
You did your panel
We
yesterday.
had a fantastic panel yesterday with, I think, a little over 2,000 people.
That's
Amazing.
This was to
So much
promote the
fun.
rest of season 5, right? Or
Yes,
further
yeah,
on?
this is just to promote the second half of season 5.
What can you tease to the
Little
fans
teasers?
watching?
What can we tease? So, this guy's character, kind of see.
This guy's character
help me
likes
out.
to color.
He does like to color. We all like to color.
He's not a threat anymore. He's a nice guy.
Hey, he
he
sits
just wants to be
down.
accepted.
What can we
He's
say?
looking for friends.
Would you like to be my friend?
What can we tease? Jeff said this yesterday, so I have no.
You can't take credit for this?
I can't take credit for it, but I also can't get in trouble for it.
Well, there you go.
So that's cool.
That's all that matters.
Theo in 5B is after something much bigger than he was in 5A.
Oh,
Theo's
jeez.
after whatever it is he believes it's going to make him a real werewolf. That's what he's after. He wants to be a real supernatural creature, a real werewolf. So that's coming up in 5B. We have the Beast in
We have
5B.
a new supernatural character, and we just released the name of it yesterday. It's called The Beast, which is frightening enough, you know? I don't even
pretty
have to tell you
intimidating.
about it, which I can't anyway. I'm still mad at this guy for trying to kill me. Scott and Styles still have to resolve their friendship.
A lot of rekindling
There's
of
a
the
lot
relationship.
This season is very much about. I mean, pretty much every season is getting the pack back together because we're always torn apart somehow. But this season is very much Scott bringing his troops back and being the leader and kicking ass again.
For sure.
Scott kind of got broken down, and so we're building up the pack. We're building up Scott, and he's going to be this little Superman kind of hero guy for the rest of the season, hopefully.
So are you guys done shooting completely for the season?
No, not at all. We just started. We were like, we're halfway through, maybe almost halfway through.
Starting what 5 when we get back to
We're starting
LA?
episode 5, pretty much. We're finishing episode 5 when we
yeah,
go
we're
back, and,
finishing.
and we have 10 episodes.
So do you guys go into those first table reads like, oh no, what's gonna happen?
I mean, it's really hard to be surprised anymore in Teen Wolf. You know, I've seen everything. We don't have table reads anymore, so like we just get sent these scripts, and
that are revised every hour.
Yeah, we get
there's
new
a lot of revisions.
There's a lot of rewrites, and we're just a very ambitious show, and not a lot of time to do the show. So we're constantly on the move and stuff like that.
And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way though. Like just since
I think
being,
Jeff would have it another way.
Yeah, Jeff would. But it's nice, man. It keeps everyone on their toes, and
Yeah.
it's just fun. It's a fun atmosphere to be in.
It's the greatest.
So when your script is changing a lot, do they allow you to sort of improvise and like work your way through
my
some?
God,
No.
that is the script changes all the time, and we need to stick verbatim to the script. So it's a little difficult, you know. But we've been doing it for 5 years now, so it's almost second nature.
Professionals.
But yeah, we get some freedom a little bit to do some improv. What we do is we have to give them the first take at least verbatim, the way the script goes, and then we'll improv a little bit. Dylan O'Brien gets a little more room to improv because of his character kind of calls for it, but we don't improv a lot in the show. I wish we would. I wish they trusted us more because we could do some good stuff.
Okay.
We have good ideas. Good stuff. Good stuff. Is that the first thing you said all interview? Right? Is that the first thing you said all interview?
That's the first thing I've said.
Good stuff. The quiet one.
The quiet. He's the quiet one.
Has the most to say though.
That's right.
Dylan's definitely the wisest.
So you, for fans who are watching this now who aren't here yet or who are coming, you still have the signing, correct?
That's right.
Later today.
What time is that? 1:15?
Yeah. Sometime. Yeah, 1:15. I believe that's
1:45.
1:30. I'm being told 1:30.
1:30 the signing.
What? How many of these? I know we saw you at San Diego. How many cons has it been this year?
This year, Comic-Cons?
Any cons?
Oh, jeez, man.
All of them.
A lot. We've done a lot. You and I went to London. They went to Paris.
I went to Texas.
You went to Texas.
Texas.
I went to.
It's probably my
I think I went to,
fifth.
did I go to Portland for one?
Yeah, you did.
Went to Portland for one.
I went to New Jersey, Chicago.
We went to Chicago. Went to Jersey with you. We do a lot.
This
of
is all
dude.
this year?
This is all this year.
And
Are you
Burbank.
Yeah, on top of
That's a
this and
lot.
Comic-Con but we love these things, man. I like doing this, like what we're doing now, talking and hanging out, and I really enjoy this stuff. I don't know why. It's
That
fun.
almost got creepy. I love it.
I love it. I love it. I love you.
We have some questions
I
coming
wanna,
in
I
from
wanna,
Twitter.
I want your beard in my mouth. Just joking.
Oh, that was so nice. It's romantic. So DJ Franco would like to know, what has been the hairiest situation you guys have been in on set?
That's funny. Do you get it?
Puns?
Do you get the pun?
Puns?
Hairiest
Hairiest?
situation.
Wolves.
The hairiest situation. I was gonna try to say something funny about actual hair, but
When we filmed the 5 Gum commercial, you got covered in hair.
I did.
That was the hairy
we
situation.
filmed a commercial one time, and I had to slide down a slip and slide that was covered in oil, baby oil, some type of oil, and then they dumped fur all over me. So I was covered in oil and fur. It was
That
awful.
sounds terrible.
It wasn't the coolest thing in the world, but I did it.
You're a
That was the
trooper, man.
hairiest moment we've ever had.
That's the hairiest
Let's
thing
see.
I've
No,
ever
let's be
seen.
serious. Let's see. Have there ever been any scary moments where like a stunt could go wrong or? The other day, we had fire on set, and there was literally things burning, like smoldering on behind us, and we had to walk through these burning things, and there was like this plastic that looked like it was gonna go up in flames, and I was like, and there was somebody sitting right under it, and I was like, make sure that doesn't burn him. And I got concerned, and they were like, he's fine. They were like joking about it, and I was like, what if we all die right now? So it was a little hairy. A little hairy.
Good thing you weren't too hairy because you might have been.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank God
You
I
know.
wasn't actually, really hairy.
We have more pun questions coming from
Oh, yes.
DJ
This is
Franco.
awful. This is I hate this pun thing so much.
I hate this.
Did you
pun
did you
thing.
have to claw your way into your roles?
Oh, DJ Franco. DJ Franco.
I'll never turn down a pun.
Let's see.
That's just a thing.
Did I have to claw my way into my role? I don't even know if I understand that one. I don't know if the pun
Was
makes
it
any
difficult for you to get into the mindset of Scott McCall?
No. 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 It
The pun
wasn't.
translator, baby.
DJ Franco. Good job, dude.
Got you.
You're a good pun translator. Did you go to school for that?
Yeah, it's a good class.
No, it was not very difficult. I think over the years, figuring out how to change my character and make him different every season has been the challenge. But when I first started playing Scott, he was just a lost, outcast kid that I kind of related to in a lot of ways, and it wasn't too hard. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't.
You've also evolved the character too over the
Yeah,
seasons. Yeah, and that's been something that's cool. I love seeing that in shows of where a character starts and where they end up, through the progression of time. That's one of my favorite things to take note of, and you've done it excellently, my friend.
Thanks, dude. Thank you,
Yeah.
man. I appreciate it. I almost swore, but I love you guys. I love these dudes more than a lot of things.
More than a lot of things.
But not bagels.
You have a bagel.
I do. So it's waiting for me over there.
I have a nice coffee. It's pretty stoked about it.
What do you guys want to do after you're done working today? You're gonna walk the floor. You're gonna put
My
some mask
buddies
on?
here, yeah, they were talking about putting a mask on and going on the floor. I don't know, man. I've done the floor. I've been on the floor. If there's anything Halo related out there, then maybe I'll go check it
I
out.
want to go buy a Halo. When in San Diego, I was walking the floor and I saw like a poster or a painting, like Master Chief, and I want to get it and put it in my bathroom.
Yeah, I want to put it above my bed. I just stare at Master Chief when I wake up and go to sleep.
Nothing weird about that.
There's nothing weird. Have you heard that man's voice? Cortana. It's the sexiest
That's
thing I've ever heard.
That was actually really good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Cortana.
No,
I lost it.
All right, we have a minute left. Where can fans reach you on Twitter? And tease some more team.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I am Tyler G. Posey on Twitter. You are the real Cody?
Really Cody.
Really Cody.
At
You
really
don't know.
Cody.
At really
Man,
Cody.
I jumped on Twitter too late. Everything was taken.
Someone took your actual name?
Yeah.
What are you?
At capital D, capital S, Prayberry.
Prayberry. Cool. And yeah, we got a great season 5B coming up. A lot of rekindling of friendships, a lot of badassness going on. And we're getting back to a little bit of the lighter stuff. We got to a really dark note in the last couple seasons, and we're bringing back the funny, kind of lighter stuff of the show. So we're gonna have some good comedy.
Again, we can't thank you guys enough. You're always welcome.
Such a pleasure, man.
I guess we'll see you next time.
Absolutely, dude.
Thanks again, guys.
I can't wait. Love you guys.
Stick around right here on Marvel Live. We'll be back with the Lego Avengers panel. Stick around.
You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Cabane.
Arthur Parsons, game director, TT Games. Come on up, Arthur.
Everything is awesome.
look at that lovely Hulk. And we got finally Bill Roseman, creative director for Marvel Games. Now, I know we got the security spiel because we are Marvel. We have S.H.I.E.L.D. agents everywhere. But for you guys, I had a conversation with Director Fury. We are clearing video for this panel. For security, you're here. I've got the word. We're all good. We made a couple changes. You can periscope it. You can video this panel. Put it up. Put it everywhere you like. Share it around because LEGO Marvel's The Avengers is about big fun, and we want you guys having that big fun.
So big.
So much.
It's everything.
Food everywhere in that trailer.
Chickens.
I love it. I think you all popped at the part I was hoping you were popping for, which was right near the end when we see the logos for all those beautiful Marvel Cinematic Universe movies.
That's right.
Gentlemen, tell me, not just Marvel's The Avengers, not just Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron, what else are we going to be able to play around with in Marvel's LEGO The Avengers?
Well, yeah, just before we go any further, right, out of all you people out there, you've all played a LEGO game. Okay. I just wanted to double check I was in the right place. So, this game is LEGO Marvel's Avengers. It's Avengers. It's Avengers Age of Ultron, those two amazing movies. But it is also Captain America, the First Avenger, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Thor Dark World, and Iron Man 3, and more. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. When we first announced this game, we said, oh yeah, this is LEGO Marvel's Avengers. It features the storyline of Avengers and Avengers Age of Ultron, and more. So we're now going to tell you and more, but then at the end leave you with another and more. So, but yeah, we are so excited to have content from across the entirety of Marvel with our Avengers goggles, right?
Totally, and you know, in the sort of connected Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is, you know, this game is heavily based on, Iron Man 3, Thor Dark World, Winter Soldier all take place between the two films, right? So you're going to play through Avengers, you're going to play through all those other films and see the iconic moments that you love with that kind of whimsical, awesome Lego humor, and then you're going to follow it through to Age of Ultron. But in addition to that, and more, we're gonna have some stuff to show you today. But this is a celebration of everything Avengers, not just the films. There's deep, broad roster from the comic universe. There's gonna be some stuff from TV that we're gonna show you. There's over 100 new characters that weren't even in the last game that are brand new to this game, and any returning characters have all new stuff they can do.
The Avengers roster rolls deep.
Yeah. Our bench runs deep, bro.
Over 100 characters. Surely we are charging hundreds of dollars for such a title.
Au contraire, mon frère.
Wow, we are really doing some great work here. Very excited. And what the release date? Let's stress that because it's coming soon.
Oh, so soon. January the 26th. It cannot come soon enough.
So soon. 2 weeks after my birthday, I expect copies from everyone in here. Just send them to Marvel headquarters. I'll get them. I'll love them. So we talked about all the movies really in phase 2, and that's like a lot of this content, the more and more. But it is Avengers. We're really excited about bringing you guys experiences and the storytelling with the LEGO video game twist for Marvel's The Avengers and Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron. Do we want to show them a little?
Yeah, I was going to say, at San Diego Comic-Con, we talked a lot about the first Avengers, the Battle of New York, all that kind of stuff. You want to see something from Age of Ultron?
Yeah.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
All right. We're going to see a little bit right here. Please, kick it up.
I just need to take a minute.
Did you get it?
Stark will take care of it.
No, you won't.
You don't know what you're talking about. Stark's not crazy. We're mad scientists. We're monsters, buddy.
You want me to help you put Jarvis into this thing?
No! Of course not. Inside this way.
Stark, come in.
Stark. Anyone on comms?
Yeah.
Pigs.
Give it up for the pig.
Pigs.
A pig. Oh my God.
Because everything's better with bacon.
Right? I gotta talk to Kevin Feige and be like, bro, pigs are the new thing. Let's put some pigs in Phase 3.
Iron Pig.
Iron Pig.
But none were
Spider-Ham.
hurt in the making of this video game. No pigs, no chickens, none were hurt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just in case.
Okay. Talk a little bit about what we saw there. What is coming with Avengers: Age of Ultron?
Well, you can tell straight away. Authenticity is key to this video game. Okay, we pride ourselves at TT, and I know Bill and Mike, obviously at Marvel. Its authenticity is right up there with fun, and you can obviously hear we have all the voice work from the movies in there. But what the great thing we do at TT is we twist that round by adding humor in there. So those lines, the delivery is perfect, and we'll put gags everywhere, visual gags. You'll see some more later on. And it's so great to work with these sort of stories and be able to twist them and be able to have fun and poke and prod.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Marvel authenticity, but this is really a collaboration with Lego as well, and like that's part of Lego authenticity. So we're marrying those two things, where it's all the stuff that you know and love from the films, but is injected with that Lego humor and that Lego sort of DNA that makes those games so special. And so we want to be true and authentic to Lego as well.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is something that spans across the entirety of this video game. Out of all you guys out here, just with a show of voice, who played Lego Marvel Superheroes? Okay. Yeah, I did see a couple of hands as well, so voice means voice, hands is hands. Anyway, just as you know. So the cool thing with this game, Lego Marvel's Avengers, this is us bettering ourselves. That game, I loved Lego Marvel Superheroes, the whole team, we love making that. This game is bigger and better in every single sense of the word, because we want to one-up ourselves. One thing that we've obviously talked about, we've talked about Avengers, we've talked about Age of Ultron. The wider MCU content, here's a challenge for you. Iron Man 3 is a great movie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Make that in one level of a video game, okay? That's a challenge, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to show you one of the things that we've done is we're kind of compressing and telling an abridged version of these wider movies as part of Lego Marvel's Avengers. And one of the ways we've done that is kind of fast forwarding through some of the story. Get to the good bits, get to the fight with Aldrich Killian. You know, in Thor Dark World, let's get to Svartalheim, let's fight Curse. You know, let's get to Greenwich, let's fight Malekith. Get to the meat, I guess, on the plate.
Play the fun parts, basically.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that. Yeah. The whole movie's fun, right? So yeah, I think what we'll do is, if you guys want to see it, do you want to see how we're kind of knitting those things together just as another snippet? We've been quiet for so long, okay, the Lego Marvel Avengers team. We've been quiet for so long this year. We just want to show you lots of stuff. Is that okay? Okay.
I want to flip this thing over. I'm so excited. Let's see a little bit about what you're talking about how we're bridging everything together. There you go.
You know what's so cool about that? It's so authentically Lego. You know, when I have a young boy named Peter. He's 7, and every weekend that's what I do. I build Legos for him. And the funnest part of one of the funnest parts of that is when you open a set and they come with the comic books, right? They come with the Marvel comic books, and read the story, and you see that like, oh, it's from the set right into the game. It's perfectly Lego.
Yeah, and the other thing, just so you all know, the artwork there is from a guy called Dan Vesemire, who is actually the artist that does the comic work for the Club magazine. So again, there's a level of authenticity outside of the Avengers that we're also trying to maintain. But that right there, you should all be very excited. We've just revealed playable Harley Keener, right? That's one thing to be super excited about. Running around with a potato gun, okay? There you go, world exclusive.
Cool. So we're doing that for Marvel's Iron Man 3, that content, but like you said, we have other films, that Phase 2 content that is going to need cool treatments, is going to find ways for us to condense, explain, get you guys excited for what will be these giant battles, these big levels, these things that give those amazing movies the weight that we want them to in this game. And you know what? I want to see some of that action.
Yeah, I mean, we're telling a lot of the story with those cool motion graphics that you saw, but what about the gameplay pieces, right? Like, so what's the gameplay look like?
What you all need to do, though, this is the thing, right? There are, in all the things you're seeing today, there are an awful lot of characters that haven't been revealed as being playable yet, okay? We probably won't have enough time to tell you which these are, so you have to watch carefully, because there are characters that you'll be like, what? Not just Harley Keener, that was obviously a joke. It's, the Britishness might not go across very well, but sorry. But you really do, you'll see from some of these clips, our bench does run deep, and I'm, sorry, John, it's not just, but
everybody gets that reference. I mean, that's pretty deep reference.
Yeah, we have such an incredible roster. This you'll see again. I'm going to shut up actually.
Yeah.
Let's just roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah, because this is gameplay.
Yeah.
Was that Iron Man's foe, the space dragon Fin Fang Foom I saw? And was that Devil Dinosaur and Moon Boy created by Jack the King Kirby?
Yes.
It was.
I don't remember those in Phase 2.
No. They're in there. You got to look really closely.
Oh, okay.
They're in there. Bill and I had the same reaction. We were watching this, and our faces lit up when we saw Fin Fang Foom. I have a Fin Fang Foom tattoo, so I'm so excited.
Can we see it? Can we see? Where is that?
It's on my arm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in a good place. He's fighting Godzilla, guys.
I was worried.
Tasteful.
Yes. Later. So when we saw that, fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. World exclusive. Yeah.
You happy now? They're gonna be like, Agent M got naked on the stage. That's how stories come up. But so we got really excited when we saw Fin Fang Foom, when we saw Devil Dinosaur. What does that mean, you guys? What is that all about?
Well, that means, as Arthur and Mike mentioned earlier, in LEGO Marvel Avengers, there are over 100 new characters that weren't in LEGO Marvel Superheroes. And like we said, we wanted to we wanted to celebrate Avengers as much as possible. We wanted to deliver the ultimate amount of Avengers to you, the fans, and to us, because we're huge Avengers fans. And this is our one chance to really go deep. And we said, let's look at everything. Let's look at the film. Let's look at publishing. There's decades and decades of Avengers comics out there from the 60s till today, and let's fit in as many as we can from the 60s and 70s right up until the comics that are coming out this week. Let's get these characters like Jane Foster Thor, like America Chavez, like Captain Marvel. Let's get these characters in the game.
Yeah. And people ask us, and you probably get this question a lot, like just how do you choose? Because 75 years, 8,000 characters, you can't.
You can't
get
the game
would come out 2027. I don't know if we did. So, we have to look at, and we have conversations about all this, and Bill and Arthur, they get in the lab and they make a list, and this would be good for gameplay, and this would be good for visual design, and this one is like one of the consumer product Legos that are out there, and people would love to see that in the game. What stories, what missions are we trying to do? And so there's all this sort of thought that goes into trying to figure out what that list is, and we had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Okay, in the office, people know that I'm the world's worst at just adding stuff to the games, okay? The man at the end of this panel, Bill Roseman, okay? We have a conversation, it goes along these lines. It'll be a case of, okay, we want to put Jessica Jones in the game. Which outfit should we do? Okay, Jessica Jones in the game is cool. Okay, Bill will say, oh yeah, let's reference this comic, that comic. And then he'll turn around and go, but you do realize you also need to now make sure, Luke Cage is in the game. And Daredevil's in the game. And make sure Daredevil can swing around on his billy club. And this is the thing, it's like, well, hold on, I've just found my arch nemesis in terms of growth in this game. So back in the studio, the production guys are just like, oh no. And knowing I'm coming out and speaking with Bill, I'm sure there's people in the office just going, oh, he's going to come back to the UK. What is he going to come back with this time? But the roster is amazing. And some of these characters are characters that people have asked us for on social media. It's one of the great things about modern technology. People can instantly get in touch with Bill, Mike, myself, Ryan, any of us.
We are on the Twitter, my friends. We are on the Twitter.
Yeah, we are. We're actively there, and people have been saying things. I remember one of the very first things I got asked was, "Can we get Mark 38 Igor in the game?" It's like, yeah, of course we can. So we'll get that in. So for those people watching online, there you go. There's that one. Can we get Ironmonger? And again, we'll put Ironmonger in the game. This is the great thing about LEGO Marvel's Avengers. It's a celebration of everything. And, myself, obviously Bill and Mike, and everybody involved in this game is absolutely, enjoying this more than any game we've done.
Yeah. If we weren't sitting on this panel, we would probably be an audience in an alternate universe just with you guys hanging out.
Yeah, because
trying to find out about the new LEGO game.
I didn't get a T-shirt. Did you guys get a T-shirt?
Were there T-shirts?
Did you guys get T-shirts?
Oh, man.
I'm going to flip this thing.
I'm done.
Yeah, get out.
But it's right. You got to deliver. Like when we have these conversations and we talk about Jessica Jones, my mind instantly thinks, "But wait, she's married to Luke. We've got to have Luke in there, right?" And Luke, who's his best friend? His best friend is Iron Fist. Like, we live it and we breathe it and we love the Marvel and we're like, we got to deliver it. If it's not in there, people are gonna be like, "Where is it? This is your chance. Why aren't they in there?" We're like, let's get it in there. It needs to be in there.
So you can see how this goes, right?
Yeah, you say arch nemesis, but I really think it's partner in crime. I think you add stuff and he adds more stuff, and it just snowballs.
Yeah, but it makes for a better game for all of you to play. I know that us in the office, we can't wait for you guys to play this game. We've been really quiet, and some of the stuff we've still got more stuff to show. That's the great thing about this.
Just yammering.
Yeah, sorry, we just waffled.
We talked about the films. Bill talked about the comic universe. We mentioned at the top a little bit about TV.
Before we get there, Mike, I just want everybody to tweet to Arthur_Parsons and Bill Roseman
with two N's at the end
and Marvel Games that you want MODOK in the game. I don't care about anything.
MODOK.
Just tell them you want MODOK.
MODOK quest. He's always on his MODOK quest.
Yes,
I'm gonna tweet myself. I'm going to tweet myself for MODOK. I love the MODOK.
Yeah, so that's what we want. But yes, you were mentioning Marvel Television. Who all is here today to get to the Marvel's Agents of Primetime panel as well? That's going to be a fun one. I know what they have in store, but we also brought some TV action here, did we not?
We did.
You know what? Let's play a little video for you guys, another world premiere thing just for you, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. Yes. Peggy.
And so that is Haley Atwell. That is Agent Carter.
Yeah. Very exciting.
And it's kind of hard to see in the video because you're looking at buildings, but I think when you go back and talk about the flashback and what actually happens.
Yeah, because obviously everyone knows there's obviously a clear time difference there. So when you go and activate these Peggy Carter quests, we actually flip the open world, so all the cars become 1940s cars. Everything takes that noir kind of feel. The music changes. Obviously,
light posts change. The benches change.
Yeah, and the quests are just great. And then there's lots of little Easter eggs in there for fans of that TV show, which I know I am, and I think it's a fantastic show. Like pretty much every single one of these shows is. But it's great as well having Haley do voice work for the game because it adds, again, another layer of really kind of fun authenticity.
Wait a minute, Arthur, do you mean Haley Atwell did new voice work for this title? Surely we can't be doing such a thing and adding so much value to this game.
Yeah, indeed she did. And you'll find that there is an awful lot of fantastic voice work in this game. Obviously authenticity from, obviously the movies, but then also, in terms of the cast, we've got a great roster of VO actors, as well as people like Haley, as well as Kobe Smulders. We've got some original voice work from, obviously, everyone's favorite Maria Hill. And obviously, everyone's favorite agent other than you, Ryan.
Well, I mean, that's arguable, but you know what? I'll give Phil the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, I thought you meant Sitwell. Is that?
He's had a rough time of it lately.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. Do we want to show a little bit of Mr. Coulson?
Do you want to see Coulson in action?
Director?
Do it. Do it.
Oh, sad Cap.
Phil's trading cards. The trading cards are in there.
That thing is chock full of Easter eggs. Like that was what, like 1 minute and 20 seconds or something, and there are, I think by my last count, 900 Easter eggs in that little bit of video. I'm pretty good with math. And so what are some of the things that maybe we want to point out in that?
Well, I don't know, did any of you see what Nick Fury put in Coulson's top pocket there? Yeah. So tickets to Tahiti, because it's a magical place, right? So, you know, one of the things that we enjoy more than anything else is Easter eggs. You know, post-credits teases, little hints, tips, stuff in the background, hidden stuff written away. You know, characters doing things that you don't really see first time round. And this game is just the best game for doing it. It's so much fun because that's what the Marvel Universe is about. It's one universe. Everything is together, and Lego Marvel Avengers fits right in there. The references are crazy everywhere. There's so many that probably Mike's pulling his hair out.
Well, no, and I was just going to compliment you and because you guys who have been making these Lego games for so long and love Marvel so much. I mean, you guys think of stuff and bring us stuff and ideas that we never would have thought of that are just amazing, right? And so we're always surprised and just kind of baffled by how many amazing ideas Arthur and the team have to just kind of work in Easter eggs, humor, gags, and make people go like, oh, did you see that? And talk about the cool things that it's just so full of.
Yeah, and I'd love to take credit for that, but believe it or not, there's about 150, 200 people back in the UK who are incredibly talented people, and working in a creative sort of environment with creative people. That's where this kind of thing, you know, snowballs, and that's where you get brilliant animations, brilliant cutscenes, gags left, right, and center. One of the, and I'll tell you, we don't have it to show, but I'll tell you. You all know Stan Lee's playable in this game, right? Yeah, okay. There's old news. Yeah, everyone at home, Arthur, shut up. Old news. Okay. Anyway, there's a scene in the game, and you know, Age of Ultron. It's a great movie. Avengers, obviously, the penthouse gets trashed. Okay. Stands there, just dusting up, cleaning up. Okay. Walks past, picks up Mjolnir, dust underneath it, walks off. Tiny little touches like that are what make this game like head and shoulders the best Avengers Marvel game ever. I just absolutely adore working on this. And like I say, the team back in the UK, I cannot think of a better team to work with. They are such a good team.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. And one of the other cool ideas they came up with, I don't know if you guys saw this in July back at San Diego, is Stan's, of course, in the game. He's playable again, but we had to one-up it, right? So now it's Lego Marvel's Avengers. Stan Lee is an honorary Avenger.
That's right.
And his newest ability is what we have lovingly dubbed the Stan Buster, which is based off the Hulkbuster armor. He's got a desk lamp and a pencil cannon and a typewriter that comes out of his chest. And even like the helmet has like a Stan Lee mustache on it. And this is the kind of stuff that Arthur and the team come up with where we're just like...
They said, Arthur said, well, we have something to show you. Can we do this? And we're like, we insist. That's the most awesome thing ever. Yeah. So and the authenticity comes from the love, because I know what is on Arthur's desk, Lego built Hulkbuster. So they're all fans, true Marvel, true believers, and it comes through. It comes through in the game.
Yeah, we love everything. I'm not sure if that'll still be on my desk.
No?
I've been away a couple of days now, so it
some thieves in the office are just jealous.
It may have been recited.
Yeah, somebody needs to add it to their collection.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things is the pieces in the game are real Lego pieces, right? It's like anything in the game is essentially something that if you had a giant bucket of Legos, or you're like Scrooge McLego and you're diving through your vault of Legos.
McLego.
That sounds like it would hurt. If you ever stepped on one Lego, can you imagine just diving into a pool of Legos?
If you're a Scrooge, you could do anything. That guy's legit.
But yeah, everything. You're right. Every single thing. We have a team in the office now. Just so I know, how many kids are in this audience? Give us a big hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're all adults. Okay. Anyway, we have a team in the office. Their job is they actually physically build Lego. Day in, day out, they build Lego. Coolest job on the planet. Everything that we have in the game has to be built authentically. Okay? Now, the reason for this is because, as Ryan pointed out, it's authenticity. We want someone, if they see something in the game, we want them to be able to build that. Now, the cool thing about that means there's sometimes models I get to kind of, I'll put that on my desk. So, we've got a Dark Elf ship about yay big, absolutely superb. Cars.
What about the Leviathan? Remember from the Battle in New York?
Yeah.
That big, crazy flying dragon thing that comes out of the portal?
We've got a Leviathan that's kind of, if you turn it round, there's nothing there. It's a bit of a Leviathan. Because that thing, if we made it, it would be like huge.
Meters.
Yes,
Yeah. Well, I just remember that was a big project because that doesn't exist. There's not a Lego set out there to build a Leviathan, but that's like a huge project to figure out. All right, how are we going to build this out of Lego and make it look organic and make it look alive?
But the guys do a phenomenal job, and it's great seeing the stuff they build. The problem is, I go in the office and they go, "Oh, what do you think of this?" And I go, "Oh, that's great." And as I pick it up, because I have just like heavy hands, it's like
there's no Control S. There's no like save function for building Legos.
So I end up just going, yeah, that's really good, thank you. Yeah, and just walk away, go back. You go and do some silly ideas, Arthur. But I tell you what, the builds in this game, there's some amazing, amazing things. And again, it's all relevant to everything you would want to see. One of the things I'm going to tell you, okay, and I'm not supposed to, nobody knows about this yet, okay? Mike, Bill, hands over your ears. Thanos Copter. Just remember that.
Thanos Copter.
And I will just now be in big trouble. But
Ryan's over there doing victory laps.
But the builds are
Convention
incredible.
Over. We're good. Thanos Copter in it. So this is another thing I didn't talk to them about. Challenge for you guys watching, challenge for you guys here. By the end of January, I want to see some stand busters. I want to see some actual made video footage. You making them photos and stuff. Let me know. Tweet me. We'll find something fun for you guys. I want that to be a cool challenge when you're playing this game. Hey, if you want to do a Thanos Copter too, I'm not going to stop you. Because I don't think we're going to get a set of the Thanos Copter from
Direct
Lego.
from the pages of Spidey Super Stories? Was that the first appearance of the Thanos?
It might have been in there. It's also in this crazy Hellcat book story with Spidey, and it's wonderful.
Why not?
Yeah.
Guys got to get around, so.
Yeah.
Might as well do it.
So, really cool stuff, right?
I still get goosebumps when I see that. I think that is, the cutscene guys that did that, absolutely phenomenal.
I wanted to ask what is the process? Because that's shot for shot, aside from the little tweaking from the Lego
the
POV.
pig, yeah.
But how do you guys do that? What's the process for getting that so pitch perfect?
Effectively, the guys, they rewrite what they want to tell as the story for the screenplay, and then on something as iconic as that, you go shot for shot, and then you try and get various gags, various bits of humor in there. But that's the opening of our game, just so you know. We want you to, when you put that disc in, or if you've digitally downloaded it in the modern era, you don't need to. When you press start, you'll get the titles, which is amazing, by the way. It will then go straight into that seamlessly from the titles, straight into the opening of Age of Ultron. And it's such a immersive cinematic thing, and this is what this game's about, immersion. Yes, it's Lego, it's fun, it's friendly, but this is completely and utterly 1,000% authentic, and you are going to absolutely adore it. There are so many things that are shot for shot. Granted, Stan Lee might pop up. Granted, there may be Iron Pig.
Or a banana gag.
A banana gag, yeah. Chickens.
You put a banana in the
Loki might be running around in his hot dog disguise. But the thing is, it is so much fun. Every single scene is just hilariously funny. And it is, that's why that's why we're all still at TT. We absolutely love working on this stuff. And Lego Marvel's Avengers is just incredible. One of the things we've not talked about, and I'm just going to, this is just so that everybody knows, in Lego Marvel Superheroes, you all loved playing open world Manhattan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I'm going to preempt a question, that's all. In Lego Marvel's Avengers, you not only have, and I've gone on a complete tangent, sorry. We not only have open world Manhattan, but you also are able to visit Asgard You're able to visit Malibu. You're able to visit Barton Farm. Exactly. Let's go fix some tractors, right? You're also able to go to South Africa. There are so many hub worlds that we've added. Again, there's the bar. We're moving it up there with the power of Sharpie. Other pens are available, but we are trying so hard to make sure there is absolutely oodles of content. I really, really can't wait for January the 26th so people can play it.
Yeah, bigger world to explore, more characters than we've ever had before, all new features, team-up attacks, because that's what the Avengers are all about.
I mean, when you talk about the Avengers, what's the metaphor? What does it mean? The Avengers are all about when there comes a day and an evil assembles that no one single hero can face alone. On that day, the Avengers are born. The Avengers come from different time periods. Cap is frozen in ice. Thor from Asgard. You have a rage beast. You have a former Russian assassin. They're different. They have conflicting views and personalities, and we love that. They don't always agree. But when the clock is ticking, when that wormhole opens in the sky and the hordes of Chitauri are raining down, when a whole squad of Ultron drones are racing over the city, at that moment, the heroes put aside their differences, they stand together, they save the day, and they say to all of us, no matter where we come from or who we are, together we can be heroes.
I love it when Bill gets into Mighty Marvel mode. Hey!
I really thought you were going to break into song then. Yeah. That would have been epic, right?
I have nothing to add.
And how many people here are Team Shield? How many people are Team Carter? Team Shield? One guy in the front yelled head higher. So, just one last time so we can really hear it. Team Carter. And Team Shield.
I'm not supposed to come out yet?
No, like I got a whole other thing I gotta do.
I heard my theme music. They were saying Coulson.
I understand. I'll tell you what. Is it okay if he comes back in just a little bit? I'll tell you what. If I show you some stuff for Agent Carter, can he come back in a little bit? First of all, I welcome. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that none of this happens without you. The reason why Marvel comes to New York Comic Con is because we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you for the fact that you have stayed with us from the very beginning of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I'm very proud to announce that we are currently in production on our 50th 5-0 episode. Are you getting it? And none of that happens. People all the time when they come up to see us when we were signing. They come up all the time and they say thank you for giving us the show. And every single one of you, I just want to say back to you, no thank you. If you don't do what you do, which is watch us every Tuesday night at 9 on ABC, 8 o'clock Central, then we don't get to make more shows. So, and it's because of that, we get such incredible response, not just from this, but also from Agent Carter. And there are other people that are behind the scenes that, this show does not get done without, and they are Dan Buckley and Alan Fine and your own homegrown guy, our Chief Creative Officer, Joe Quesada. On the production side, there are people that you don't know, but you will get to know as the years go by. Megan Thomas Bradner and Corinne Drake and Jim Corey, and just people that I work with on a day-to-day basis that are absolutely extraordinary. I just cannot thank them enough and thank you enough. And somewhere out there in the crowd is Marvel's own Jenny Whitlock, who's going to help actually pull this together. And if you give Jenny a big hand, it's extraordinary. But so towards that end, let's start the show. Jenny, what do we got? Somewhere there's a thing here that we're gonna. There we go. Look at it. Agent Carter returns this year, and we just couldn't be happier because two of our most popular and most fun characters are Peggy Carter and Edwin Jarvis. And obviously both Haley and James have returned. They are currently shooting in Los Angeles with our incredible showrunners, Tara Butters and Michelle Fazekas and Chris Dingus, who are telling an amazing story this year of how Peggy travels to California. You know what? Rather than me blah, 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 would you guys, there's a little something that you really ought to see here. And one of our breakout characters from last season, Bridget Reagan, returns as Scotty, our own version of the Black Widow. Everyone's heartthrob, and certainly mine, and Vera will be returning this year as Chief Daniel Souza at the West Coast office. Having grown up on some of my favorite television shows, Chad Michael Murray will be returning of the East Coast office of Jack Thompson, Chief. But that's not enough, because you demand more, and so we are announcing for the first time the rest of the cast for the season, and that's going to, Wynn Everett is joining us as a character that some of you know from the comics, Whitney Frost. A brand new character by the name of Dr. Jason Wilkes. Reggie Austin joins our cast. Curry Graham will be playing Calvin Chadwick. And a lot of you asked last year whether or not you were going to get to meet the lovely Anna Jarvis. And Edwin's beautiful, young, very fun wife. And that is played by Lottie Van Beek. And we'll be having a lot of fun with her. And speaking of fun, I wonder whether or not any of you out there have ever wondered what it's like to drive Howard Stark's car. And while I can't give away a car, what I can do is show you for the first time some exclusive footage from the very first episode of Agent Carter Season 2. So please keep an eye out for our Peggy Carter. She'll be joining ABC after we go on our winter hiatus from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And all I can tell you is same great adventure, brand new town. I have all kinds of people in Hell's Kitchen that can take care of you. of S.H.I.E.L.D. has returned for its third season. You've all been lucky enough to watch the first 2 episodes. Since we have Director Coulson with us this evening, we thought it might be fun for you guys to be able to ask a few questions about what's going to happen and see whether or not we can get the truth out of the director or whether or not it'll just be classified. I should have done this before. I apologize to my friends in security. You may recall that I give this speech. This is a lot of fun, folks. This is something that we love doing. We ask that you don't record anything that is up on the screens, because there's people that are walking around that are actual agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they can see you in the dark, and then they're going to take your phone, and then you're going to be asking, why did you take my phone? And so I don't want to do that. So the best part about this is just enjoy it, and then afterwards tell people that it was the coolest thing in the world and they missed it. So that's where they're at. So somewhere in here is a microphone and a lit, and people are lining up. Oh, look, over there. And Jonah, as it should be, is here. And so, Jonah, ask your first question.
Hi. So I was just wondering, in the past season, we saw a lot change from season 2 to season 3. But I'm just wondering, and you probably get asked this all the time, what was your first reaction when you read that the Inhumans were going to be introduced? Since an Inhumans movie was already announced for 2019.
First of all, it's a damn good question, Jonah. My reaction was, am I going to be Black Bolt? See, that's the kind of joke you can only tell at a con! Because I have a dog with an antenna. Silly, now I'm just being silly. I guess the short way to say it, as I have learned in my time in California, they say it is I was stoked. Because the Inhumans represent humans who contain within them, without their knowledge, the ability to evolve quite suddenly into something very different. And suddenly these people who, through no choice of their own, are very different than many of us. And they're considered weird or wrong in some ways, and some people want to legislate or militarily eradicate those people, and other people think, well, this is exciting. Suddenly some of us are different. Maybe that's an exciting development in who we're meant to be as a species. And that seems topical to me. Anyone who's ever felt like a nerd or an outsider, that feels very topical. So I love when the comics get very topical like that. I also thought, well, there's probably going to be some really cool, enhanced individuals on our show. So I was geeking out on a deeper level and also just on a geeky level. And so far already in the first couple of episodes, including the one that we haven't seen yet, you see stuff that's kind of mind-blowing. I love that we started this show by introducing you in a kind of scary way. People were a little not sure they were into it at first. Oh, our main team that Coulson put together is this kind of wiry Scottish dude who's hard to understand. And a biotech English person who's got a different accent, also sometimes a little hard to understand. And oh, here's a hacker we're trying to catch, but Coulson wants to make her a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And that was the people that you met. And Grant Ward, another complex, amazing individual performance. So we had to build that world of brand new characters in the Marvel Universe, which you don't see happen very often. And now people are as likely to come up and ask a brilliant question like yours, Jonah, as they are to ask me, is Fitz okay? Where the hell is Simmons? And did I really just see her riding a spice worm in that? Sorry, I'm sorry. So it's very exciting for us to be able to do that now. And thank you.
Thanks.
I guess over here.
Hi. So my question is, out of all the characters on the show, who do you think it would be the most interesting to be revealed to be an Inhuman?
That's a good question for Jeff.
I think I think you got to stay tuned. You know, don't start with me. Here's a better, I think a better answer for that question, which is whether or not they're inhuman or not inhuman. I do want to say that if there's anybody in this house that watched the opening episode, man, woman, child, alien, and when Ian, at the very end, Fitz, is banging on the monolith and screaming, if you didn't bring a tear to your eye, you got to have yourself checked. And I think that really what's important about the season is that we're going to be exploring in humanity in a way that we look at Inhumans and man's sort of way that we deal with people that are different. And so the nice part about it is we don't know yet who or what any one of our team is. And that's an exciting thing for you guys to be able to catch as we go through the entire season. So over here, yes, this gentleman here.
Yes, will the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. ever run into mutants? And where's Lola?
Let's stay with the Lola part of the question. I think we have our hands full with Inhumans.
No, I can answer the mutants part. We'd like to talk to some mutants, but they are in a terrifying realm. I grew up on New York subways reading comics that involved mutants, but they're in this terrifying zone called the copyright zone. And someday we will all live in a peaceful world where all the fandoms can interact.
Those would be the views expressed solely on behalf of our dear friend, Clark Gregg.
So the Deadpool crossover is not going to happen this season?
Only here at Comic-Con when they're all running around. Do we have a question? We may get there. I think we have another question.
Yes. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Los Angeles.
Hi, Stephanie. You came all the way from Los Angeles to New York Comic Con?
I did come all
We like
the way.
that.
Big fan. I was wondering if there's any chance we can possibly see some new footage of S.H.I.E.L.D.
We haven't shot anything.
You do understand that we make this show about an hour before it actually goes on the air. And have you seen our effects? No, Clark, you do this to me every time. No, Clark, I'll tell you what, we can show a clip, okay? All right, we will show a 43-minute clip. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time anywhere on the planet Earth or any other planet, you are going to see episode 303, which will air next Tuesday night. Don't tell anybody. Right, go.
So, Clark, you gotta explain to me what's going on. You know, what's going on in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I mean, first you were a good guy, then we weren't sure, and then people started changing, and then all kind of stuff. And so now you're back and you're in leather now. I mean, what the hell is happening on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
It's only a matter of time. If you beg to be in leather long enough, sooner or later. No,
is it going to be a jumpsuit?
Hey everybody, Ben Morris here, New York Comic Con 2015. We're going to try something cool here. We're going to do a little, what they call spectator gaming. That's what the kids call it, with our sponsor, Marvel Contest of Champions from Cambria. So I have got the new build, not yet released here, with a bunch of new characters. As you guys can see, Spider-Gwen's out in front. We've got Guillotine, or Guillotine as some people say. We have Thor, we have Elektra, we have Joe Fixit. I'm just going to show you guys how you can edit your team You know, we've got all these different people. Look, you got Rocket, you got Electro, you got Deadpool. I'm gonna stick with these characters because they're the newest ones and I wanna play as them because I can't actually play as them in the game right now, but just showing you guys all the different characters who are available in Contest of Champions. As you can see, there's dozens. It's awesome. I think they said there were over 50. But let's accept the team we have now. We're going to go into the new Venom Brawl quest, so I'm going to begin the quest. If you guys have never played this, it's a great game. You can get it on iOS, you can get it on the Android, and the way this works is, okay, I see I've got Venom here. I'm going to tap in there so I can go after him, load it up. We're going to see who is good against him, so you can see that Venom is a cosmic character. You want to get a mystic character to go up against him, and I happen to have one, that's Guillotine, so we're going to fight. Hopefully, keep in mind that I'm doing this with one hand because I have a microphone in my other hand. So if I lose, that's not on me. That's on Brian Stevie for making me do this. All right, so here we go. And so he's destroying me right now because, as I said, Brian made me play with one hand, but I'm doing all right now. And as you can see, I built up one special. Venom just shellacked me, but I'm gonna come back, use my special move. He blocked it, I'm screwed. I'm gonna try to block, but again, it's very hard. I'm gonna do a lot of tapping here, and now I'm gonna try to do some bigger moves. I wanna build up my special to see if I can get something good going here. But Venom, again, blocking like a jerk. Give me these tendrils, that's no fun. Okay, here we go. I am trying to build up to my 3 special. There we go. And now, if I could just tap it, boom. Get the big special move. She's going to use her sword. You guys haven't seen Guillotine yet. She's in Contest of Champions #1, the new comic that just came out this week. You can learn her backstory. She is sucking the souls right out of Venom. That's some pretty great animation. And remember, this is a mobile game, so that's pretty incredible, the level of graphics and animation they have. Venom destroying me. Again, he's only got a little bit left, so if I can just get this one special, boom, KO. Ben wins. Guillotine going all the way. We'll play one more fight just to show you guys another character. All right, you see that I got the gold, I got the XP, I'm ready to move forward. You see on the loading screen, you can join an alliance, you can do all that. Ooh, replay feature. I actually haven't checked this one out yet. Let's look at the replay feature. I'm pretty sure this is just gonna let me play it again, now that I think about it. But you know what I'll do? I will do it as a different character, so we can see, let's check out Spider-Gwen. Spider-Gwen is a science character. She doesn't have as much of an advantage against Venom, but I think it'd be cool to watch her play. So let's see what we got. Load screen. All right, I'm gonna block right away here to try to, oh, so we did the same thing. Very clever, Venom. All right, so I got Spider-Gwen, I got the hoodie, I got, very small versus Venom, which just goes to show you that dreams can come true here in America. And all around the world, really, where you can play Contest of Champions. More blocking, which again is very challenging. There's some, I'm doing her #2 special move, awesome. I am gonna run in, that was a huge mistake. I don't know why I did that, but there you go. Getting my licks in. Did not block that, probably should have. Using my #1 special move, it did not work because of the blocking. I'm gonna be tenacious here. I'm gonna be Rocky to his Apollo Creed, just keep coming. Try a little rope-a-dope here. And look, I'm slowly coming back. I'm using a special. I don't know what her special is. All right, I got knocked out. So that wasn't great, but you get to see Venom Celebration. That's why I did that, because I wanted you guys to get to see it. So you got to see a win. You got to see a loss. Pretty cool. Again, you guys should check out Marvel Contest of Champions. You can get it on iOS. You can get it on Android. We'll do some more gameplay later. We'll try some different stuff, but this is very cool. And remember, we here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015 are brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. So check it out. Let them know how you like it. Tweet them on Twitter, which is the place you would tweet, using @MarvelChampions. And I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys real soon. What? Okay. Bye.
Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here once again with the cast of the Librarians on TNT. We're about to interview Rebecca Romaine, John Larroquette, tons of other people. Stay tuned for more. Season 2 airs November 1st.
Yeah.
For fans who couldn't make it out of Comic-Con, what can they expect from the season?
Well, season 2 begins. The library is back from the void, but it's not well. The rooms keep rearranging, magical artifacts are missing, and there's this huge storm brewing that's going to be a disaster for New York City. And the culprit is Prospero, Shakespeare's Prospero. And in season 2, we have all these fictional characters that are coming to life, and Prospero starts conjuring up other fictional characters. So in season 2, we battle Prospero, we battle James Moriarty, Sherlock Holmes, the Queen of Hearts, Frankenstein, and it's, it's a good time.
And you're no stranger to having characters or fans dress up as your characters in previous films. Would you ever see the librarians having some kind of fans dress up as your characters?
We saw in the panel, somebody showed up as Cassandra. It was hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What would you want to dress up as if you went to one of these cons just as a fan?
Gosh, something from Guardians of the Galaxy, I guess. Probably that.
Nice.
That was my favorite one from last year.
So
yeah. Thank you.
I got to ask first, you have had Night Court, the John Larroquette show, the librarians. What is the secret to having a successful TV series year after year?
Wow, I can only say giving your audience what they want to watch, right? And you don't know that until they're watching it, and then that's why so many shows don't make it, is that they think the audience is going to like it, but they don't. William Goldman once said that, in the final analysis, the script is the star. So I think if you're doing good stories, you've got to hope that people will want to watch them.
I'm curious too, since you're obviously on Broadway all the time, you do so much stuff. What's an experience at a convention like for you personally?
It's a little overwhelming, only because so much of it is anonymous out there, sort of. But this sort of thing I've done for 40 years, and so that's easy to relate to people and talk about your job and talk about your show. That's not it's part of the job too, I think, and I want people to know about it. I want them to watch because I like people liking what I do and liking the stuff that we do.
And finally, what can you tease for season 2 of the show?
What can I what?
What can you tease from season 2 of the show?
Well, we just learned more about the secrets of this library, and we learned more about Jenkins, in my own personal case, Jenkins' longevity and where he's from and what he's done. And the team becomes a really close-knit family, I think, that the pangs of an early relationship are over because we now know each other and we trust each other. Jenkins trusts them, and they become closer, and we have bigger villains to fight.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure, man.
So how many of the Comic-Cons have you been to in the past?
Man, I can't even count them anymore. I've been doing them for 15 years, man. I've been very fortunate. I mean, listen, when we first started this, there was only Star Trek and vampire stuff, and I was on Angel for 5 years, so when you kill as many vampires as I did, you get to travel the world to conventions, man. It's become so much different now, though. It's no longer that. It's very much pop culture, and it's so much fun, and I've just been fortunate enough to do 3 shows back-to-back where it fits into the sci-fi or convention genre, so I'm very lucky.
Do you ever get sick of it, or you just find new things to love?
The thing is that you have to understand something. It's friends and family and fans coming here to shake your hand and see somebody on TV, superheroes that they have in their head that are, that they come off the screen. What they don't realize, it works both ways. We get to give love back to them. You get to high five, you get to give hugs and thank them for allowing you to survive for so long, especially in this genre, you know what I mean? So it goes both ways, and so I love getting to see the people and just thank them for watching the show,
Well, last question obviously for Angel fans, for all fans of yours, what if they haven't watched Librarians, what would you tell them to get involved with?
Well, I think it's Indiana Jones with magic, man. You know what I mean? And it's also, it's light and it's dark and it's funny and it's sad. And that was one of the things, especially with Leverage. I've worked with these writers for now over 9 years. And there's so many different flavors, man. And I think that's why you can't put our show as a drama. You can't put it as a comedy. You can't put it as you can't really categorize it. And that's the beauty of it, is because there's so many different flavors. Like Baskin-Robbins, man. I mean, it's like you've got all these different emotions, usually wrapped up in one episode. And for me, that's fun because then you get to tug on different heartstrings, and that's the beauty of this show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, man.
So my first big question is, how many of these conventions have you been to before?
I think this is my 4th. I've done 2 in New York and 2 in San Diego. Yeah.
Do you have fun? Do you ever get to walk the floor or anything, or it's all work?
Yeah, no, I've gotten to walk the floor a couple of times, and it's amazing. I love the fans here, and part of the excitement about coming to these is seeing people's reactions, and they're so real, and the fans here are so spectacular. I love watching the cosplay. I love watching everyone dress up. It's amazing. It's so fun, so flattering, especially this year with the show coming back. We were here with it last year, but no one had seen it yet. So to be able to come back and see people's reaction to it. We had a girl at our panel today dressed up as Cassandra in an exact replica costume. I was like, how? What? It was so amazing.
Well, definitely from that answer, it sounds like you're a fellow nerd amongst us. For fellow nerds who aren't familiar with Librarian, the librarians? Why should they check it out?
I'm like an old school nerd. I'm like a book nerd. So like glasses and books and yeah, I was the girl sitting in the corner and sitting in the front row in class. So I'm like an old school nerd. But I think part of the reason that I love this season so much is because books come to life. And it's the ultimate dream of mine. Like I, as a kid, would read books and you picture what the characters would look like and how you would interact with them. So to actually have these characters in this season come to life for me as like Lindy was amazing. So cool, yeah.
Thanks for taking the time, I appreciate it. Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com. We are pretending like we haven't interviewed the cast of Neon Joe and Robot Chicken. We're interviewing so many people. Stay tuned, you can see it next. So my first question is, you both are familiar with the comedy world. You were on Delocated, you sir are on Eastbound and Down.
Yep.
Compare, for fans, obviously it's maybe more in that genre, like what can they expect for this show?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, it's definitely a different world than Delocated. Definitely a different world. More of a narrative. More drama. Yeah, believe it.
A dramatic Adult Swim.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's great about it is Neon Joe comes into town, and Neon Joe comes into a town that's based in reality, and he brings a different element to the world that we all scramble to try to react to and adapt to.
And I want to ask you, compare, I've met John before. He's crazy in the best way possible. Compare John's crazy to Danny McBride's crazy.
Well, I mean, they're both pretty crazy, but what's interesting about both those guys is they're both created the show and they're both the main character. So that's what I like, is kind of when you're acting with them, if you're doing what they want or if you're in the same ballpark, and because they have the whole vision of the show, I enjoy that similarity between them, both of them. They're very much aware of the tone of the show at all times, so you're not like wasting takes doing things that don't fit.
Okay, so my first question is, I'm a huge Delocated fan. Compare, I guess, sell me on the show as being a Delocated fan.
I mean, it's similarly stupid.
I love it.
Whenever I say stupid, hopefully that means funny. It's a very different show, but it's got plenty of stupidity in it that I think if you enjoy the stupidity of Delocated, you'll enjoy the stupidity of Neon Joe, Werewolf Hunter. But this is a much different show, obviously a different premise. It's shot much more cinematically than Delocated. It looks really good, I think, and it's a lot of sound design, and it's a really cool show, but it's still a stupid comedy.
And so you have the guy that played Sergey in Delocated in this show as well. Are we going to see a lot of the similar cast members from the previous show?
I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's any other Delocated people, maybe that don't feature as no one features as prominently as Steve Service, who played Sergey, and he plays the sheriff of this small town. I can't remember. There's a couple people that you might recognize from Delocated, and then a ton of new people.
Tell me about, you are synonymous, you were synonymous with Conan, now you're synonymous with Adult Swim. Adult Swim, there aren't a lot of places like Adult Swim around anymore. Like, how great is it to have this entity on network television?
It's the greatest. If you're doing weird, stupid shows, it's the best. It gives a home to just bizarro ideas, and thankfully they're doing live action stuff as well, although some fans would disagree with that. They just want the animation, which I understand. But at least it's giving a home to just strange ideas, animated and live. And it's nice, I've made a joke on Jimmy Fallon's show about Neon Joe Werewolf Hunter. It was not a real idea that I had. I just put these two pieces of clothing together arbitrarily and went on his show to promote the finale of Delocated and just said, I'm really sad about Delocated finishing, but I'm excited about Neon Joe Werewolf Hunter. It's my new project. I'm dressed as the guy right now, and it was 100% a joke. And it's a testament to Adult Swim that they would see that and go, I know that was a joke, but it sounds funny. That sounds like a funny show. Could that be something? And they said, why don't you write a pilot? And so I had to sit down and write something from nothing and came up with the show, long story short, and we got to make it, and it's the greatest. Like, to get to do that is pretty cool. And again, I probably wouldn't have gotten to do that if I hadn't done a show with them and had the relationship and all that. But regardless, the fact that they still said do that, and then we got to make it, it's the best.
So my first question for you is, you're known more for your dramatic roles. What made you want to dive into this comedy?
I think maybe for that exact reason. I don't often have an opportunity to do comedy, and I really enjoy it. I don't know how good I am at it, but I'm getting better. And it was such
You're hysterical on your show.
on my show. Nothing's funnier than sex crimes, particularly when you lose them. Yeah, we often joke about that at the show, actually. I just don't have an opportunity to do things like this very often, and it's John, and it's such a great cast, and I loved shooting the pilot, so when it reappeared, I had to say yes.
As a fan of the Heart She Holler, which you were in, what can fans expect from this show if they're fans of that?
There's bizarreness going on. It's not quite so surreal as Heart She Holler, but it's got a sensibility of anything can happen, and it's got its own universe with its own rules, kind of like Heart She Holler. But it's like Heart She was created by Vernon and John Lee, and Vernon Chapman, and this was created by John, so it's Glazer's sensibility filtered through John Lee.
Oh, that's awesome. I know, last question. So obviously this is New York Comic Con. If you got to dress as one character and walk the floor, what would it be and why? Scott, you could say yourself because you are a Marvel character in continuity.
That's right.
But I'm not going to
What does your character look like?
It's him.
I'm in a book called Deadpool,
Yeah.
and I play a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Scott Adsit, and it looks like me.
Fancy.
I know.
And do you wear a button-down, or do you wear a suit? Or do you...
Well, it depends on the situation.
Oh, I see. Of course, naturally.
Quite often a suit. Sometimes I've got like Nick Fury outfit on, and it's I'm developed from kind of a panicky guy into a real badass. It's nice.
So you're dressed as yourself in the comic now. Are you cosplaying as you?
Yeah. Well, I got the mask.
Oh,
I couldn't afford the outfit.
What about yourself? What would you?
I would be myself too, but taller and with a better apartment, probably. That's the character that I want to play.
I like that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We've had you by our skybox, and we've seen you at New York Comic Con, what, 3 years in a row, maybe?
Something like that.
Are you getting sick of it?
Yeah.
Really?
No. I was saying, if we weren't here for Robot Chicken, we'd be here anyway. So why not come where we can get free passes?
Do you, did you walk the floor yet this
I haven't
year?
walked the floor yet. I got here last night, and this is my first jaunt in, so I took an elevator, and now we'll do our panel, and I'll probably walk the floor after.
Yeah, we had Seth was supposed to stop by our booth today, but he didn't.
He sounds
So,
like
yeah.
a real
What can fans expect from Robot Chicken upcoming?
that Seth Green is a real What can we expect? We have the RCDC 3 coming out October 18th, and then the new season starts airing on the 25th. The RCDC is just awesome. It's super fun because it's Superman. I didn't even realize that pun I just made, but it is super fun. And it's bat-tastic. And then the new season's great. The new season's really fun.
And what, for fans who couldn't make it to the con, what did they miss from your?
If you can't make
you
it,
get
you don't
nothing.
get anything. You don't get any exclusives.
I can respect that actually.
Yeah, no, they get nothing.
All right. So
Yeah.
you heard it.
Sorry, suck it.
Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com here at New York Comic Con in 2015. I have to pretend like we haven't already interviewed the cast of Pretty Little Liars because our videographer Jason says so, but we're about to interview the cast of Pretty Little Liars. Stay tuned. So you're on the midway point of season 6. We kind of know where your character's headed into the future.
Yeah.
Where do you see the rest of the characters going, or can you even say?
I mean, it's hard as usual, but we've kind of transformed our characters, and I think we're all happy with where it's going. We've just finished season 6B, so we know more than you guys do, obviously. But in season 7, I'm really excited to see how they take our characters further and basically how they show what's been happening in the last 5 years before this. There's a lot of things that I didn't expect, but our writers are awesome. And every time there's a new season, I'm like, where are they going to go with this? And they always make it happen, and it's fun. I think this is a great way to reboot our show. So I think the fans are really going to enjoy how this works.
Let me ask you this. If your character had a superpower on the show, what would it be and why?
You know, I feel like she would be kind of like a fly on the wall because she really likes to figure out what's happening. I feel like that's what she would do. Maybe a few years ago. Now she's a much better human. She's more of like an actual person rather than this crazy manipulative person. But I think that would, I would want to be a fly on the wall. I think that's pretty cool. But I think maybe a mind reader or invisible. Like, there's a lot of things that I would like to be. I don't know about Allison.
I got last question. What do you think has led to the success of the show? Because I don't think I'm in the demographic per se, but I love it too. So what do you think?
I think in the beginning, we thought it was just going to be, young teenage girls or any young person. And I think it's mainly because of the books, because that was where it was targeted. Sarah Shepard, that's what she thought it was going to be. And I was really surprised to see how our demographic changed. And I think it's mainly because of our writers. Actually, Joseph, he put so many smart things in there that I think kind of goes over a lot of people's heads. But at the same time, if there's like older brothers and older sisters and the parents and people, older than that, they catch that. And I think that's kind of why it's caught on. And so I'm always surprised. I used to be able to go into a room and like kind of figure out maybe some of these people would like the show because they were younger. And now I can't at all.
Awesome.
Which is, it's fun, and it's a real, it's awesome. It's like a blessing that all these people like what we do, and it doesn't happen often. So
congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
First question, you're flash forward in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Can you say anything about where your character's going, or can you just like, where do you want your character to go, or what?
Yeah, a lot can happen in 5 years, obviously, but the girls have gone away to college. Aria was a photography major, and now she's a publisher, which is, kind of came out of left field, but that's sort of where she's at in her career, is how her and Ezra sort of reconnect.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, a turn of events. Where a lot happens in the season that we've shot that I can't really say, so I'm really curious to see what happens in season 7. But I want to say when we're reintroduced to all these girls, they're seemingly in like a good spot in their life, despite everything that they've been through. But like I said, a lot can happen in 5 years, and a lot of therapy for them, I guess.
What if your character on the show had one superpower, what would it be and why?
Ooh, I feel like Aria would she is always doing like a million things, kind of. I feel like she would want to get by without having to sleep, so there's more hours in the day.
I like that. And finally, I'm a huge fan of the show. I'm asking this question. I don't think I'm in the demographic that people would think.
It's cool. Yeah, you are, man.
But what do you think has led to such a successful show, in your opinion?
I'm constantly shocked, and especially like you said it yourself, like the demographic is not just teenage girls.
Right.
There's so many people that love this show, and I think the appeal is, at the foundation of the show is the friendship between the girls, despite all the craziness that happens. But the show's also like a heightened reality. It's almost like a fantasy world, and so I think that people can sort of watch it for an hour and completely escape whatever they're going through, which is, those are the kind of TV shows that I watch. And then, everyone loves a good cliffhanger. Everyone loves putting pieces together and like trying to find out. It's like a giant game of Clue, this whole TV series. So I think people are just, there's so many turns and so many changes, and I think it's just, at the end of the day, it's just really entertaining. It's good. It's a well-written TV show that people want to tune into, which is great. I'm very grateful for it.
First, so you fast forward 5 years,
Yes.
Your character, where would you want her to go, or what even can you say about this 5-year?
I would love Emily. Well, she does move to the West Coast. She does go to Pepperdine, and she's just trying to figure out her way right now. But out of all the girls, I would say that she probably has the hardest time during those 5 years. Yeah, deals with quite a few things.
I want to ask too. So, if your character had a superpower, what would it be and why? And I would say, as your character would be the one that could every person's in love with you at some point, kind of. That's kind of a superpower, but what would you think would be your
That's a good one. I think her superpower would be Oh God, to be able to keep a relationship. I mean, she has like a
That's
revolving
yeah.
door of girlfriends. Maybe to have one girlfriend who, hung around a little bit longer.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of good for Emily.
And so, finally, what do you think has led to the success of the show? Like, the demographics just keep getting bigger and bigger.
I think the fact that, people can continuously relate to the characters, and even though our storylines sometimes can seem a little crazy, with the whole stalker and everything, I still feel like the relationships that the girls have with one another is what everybody around the world you can relate to. You know somebody that's similar to one of the characters at least, or at least one of the relationships that they have with, if not with each other, a romantic relationship or with their parents. You're always like, oh yeah, I get it. I've been through that. Or like, I feel the same way when my mom calls. You know what I mean? There's just some sort of relatability, which is why globally I think it's done so well.
First question, you're time hopping about 5 years. Where would you personally want to see your character go, or what can you tell us that fans can expect when the season returns?
My character went basically where I wanted her to go. I had a conversation with Marlene before we did the time jump, and I told her what I would want Hannah to do and where I see her going, and that's what happened. So I'm really happy with it.
I'm asking the other girls too what superpower they want to have for their character. For me, I would give your superpower. You're like a friend to the nerds on the show. Yeah, friend to all. But what would you think
friend to all.
Yeah. What would you think your superpower would be if you had one there?
As my character, giving people makeovers. If that's a superpower, I think she'd really like that.
Last question: if you I'm a fan of the show. The demographic keeps broadening. What do you think has caused that to happen? Like, it just keeps growing and growing, more fans. Like, what do you think the secret is?
Honestly, I have no idea. I think it is weird because every year it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I think that the fans grew with the show, and I think it was really important to do the time jump because, we did play 16 for 5 years, and our fans were getting older than what we were playing. So I think it's really important for us to show them, our lives after college and that whole thing. And I think it's going to be more relatable to our older fans.
First of all, wait, I have to say thank you, Marvel, because obviously for many reasons I love Marvel, but you guys gave us a new poster for Comic-Con, and it's the best poster we've ever had. I told them that I want it, so I'm taking it home and putting it in my dressing room on the set, because it's the coolest poster I've ever seen.
Well, we very much appreciate it. And if you walk through our office, that poster is all over. You have so many fans at Marvel that we got to say thank you for the show.
That's awesome. So, can I be in your movies too?
I don't really have the pull for that, but you can be on our web show.
I love it.
So,
it's great.
My first question is the girls jump 5 years. Where would you personally want your character to go, or where can you tell fans that she will be headed?
Whenever I spoke about Spencer 5 years in the future, she's in Washington, D.C., she's got political aspirations, and I think Spencer would make a great international diplomat.
I can see that.
She's fantastic with languages. I think she's great with, with politics and with diplomacy, and so I could definitely see her traveling all over the world, and really, I think, doing her best to make some things a lot smoother. She's a really good mediator. Sorry. And then there's a future for Spencer that I actually can't talk about because I think it's actually going to happen.
Oh, nice.
So it's actually something outside of the world of politics, but in my mind, she stepped right out of Rosewood and into House of Cards. Spencer's just one of the young interns who's trying to make things happen for Frank Underwood.
I gotta ask too. I'm asking the other girls what would your character's superpower be? I would say in real life your character kind of is still trying to do the right thing all the time, but gets thrown into the bad, not on your own reasoning, but what do you think your superpower would be?
I think Spencer's superpower, I think Spencer she's so smart that I feel like her superpower would almost be something alike to a phoenix, or she definitely has telekinesis and telepathy. It's got to be something with her mind. She's able to move things or able to read in people's thoughts 100%.
Would she become a supervillain, or would she be a hero?
I think Spencer's that one who rides the line. She's that amazing character who she's good until you push her too far, right. And then she gets full of rage, and then she just destroys a city. And then she's like, "Sorry guys, I was trying to save you. I'm so sorry. Let me put the buildings back." So I don't know. I would like to think she's a hero, but she's got a lot of villainous traits too.
I got last question. So I'm a big fan of the show. me and I stereotypically, I wouldn't be known as the normal fan of the show, but me and the girls at the office watch and talk about it together. But the fan base keeps growing.
Yeah.
What, in your opinion, is the reasoning behind that success?
Well, I think, look, I think when a show first comes out, it's marketed towards whatever its target audience is going to be so that it has the most impact.
Right.
And I think that initially our show, it has the word pretty in the title. It's got 4 girls. They were in high school. So I think it's on ABC Family. And so I think when it came out, everybody was told or felt like it was marketed towards young women. But what I'm finding, the more and more fans I meet, and I constantly meet men, women, older, younger, everything, of every race, from countries around the world that I'm like, I didn't even know my show was in your country.
Amazing, yeah.
Like, I think I met somebody from, where was it, Ethiopia the other day? And they were like, I love your show. And I'm like, how do you even get it? What do you mean? But to me, the more time a show gets to have on the air, the more the characters get to grow and stretch, and then people start to realize, oh, this isn't just a show for young girls.
Right.
It's a show for everybody, because you probably see some qualities in Spencer that you see, in yourself or in your sister or in your girlfriend, you know what I mean? And like, I think that there's a lot of relatable things on our show, even though the situation is fantastical, that I think it makes a lot of people want to watch our show. So hopefully it's starting to transcend all of those boundaries, and I hopefully get less and less people who are like, I know I'm not your demographic. I'm like, who gives a
Yeah.
Sorry, just like, if you like the show, you like the show, and I'm stoked about it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, brother, this is Blake with Marvel.com, New York Comic Con 2015. We're about to interview Samantha Bee and Jason Jones. You probably are familiar with them from The Daily Show, so stay tuned. Tell us about, I don't know much about Angie Tribeca since the show's not
in that
out
case,
yet,
it's fantastic.
It's wonderful. I guess obviously people could compare it to other like procedural kind of comedy cop dramas.
Yes.
Would you disagree or what?
It's very, very much a serious, hardcore, torn from the headlines police procedural that sometimes gets a bit weird. But our aim is to do a very, very straight, serious crime show like CSI, Law and Order, Homicide, NYPD Blue, but with a little bit of a surreal and absurdist twist to it.
Any examples you can throw out for fans, or no, is it too soon?
Did you know that smuggling ferrets into the state of California was illegal?
Oh, this is all real, legit thing, really?
We take on ferret smuggling, the ugliness behind it. You know how being a baker is a really high stress job?
Uh-huh.
Well, we cover a rash of baker suicides that they're trying to figure out. They're trying to get to the bottom of it. Turns out it's all part of a cocaine ring. So there's some pretty gritty stuff. There's also our detectives have to infiltrate a Guy Ritchie-style bank robbing gang, replete with Cockney accents and like fast photography. But the Guy Ritchie bank robbers, their cover is being a gang of chimney sweeps from the Mary Poppins era. What else can I tell you? So yes, it's a gritty, hardcore, very serious crime procedural with ferrets.
I'm sold. Finally, for fans who couldn't make it out to the convention, what did they miss from you? Did you show some clips or what?
I believe we're showing the pilot that Steve Carell and Nancy Carell wrote and Steve directed, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about the show. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know what. I think there are clips online on the TBS site, but I might be making that up.
All right, I know we're here for Angie Tribeca. All I want to talk to you about is Dear John, but I'm not.
Okay.
I was raised on Dear John.
Were you alive?
I was a child.
Okay.
But I love it. No, I was an old child. So, Angie Tribeca,
Yeah.
you've been all over the place lately with the Muppets and then this, like.
Just finished 6 years on Justified.
I mean, what's it like now? This has got to be pretty fun.
Fun to go bopping around and doing all sorts of different things.
What would you say? I mean, obviously they're going to compare the show before it's aired to other kind of comedy procedural cop dramas. Do you agree, or what's the twist?
Other comedy procedural dramas?
It seems like there's some fun to it.
There's a lot of fun to it.
Yeah.
It's bigger and stupid and more ridiculous.
I heard you compared it to Police Squad?
No, naked, sort of Naked Gun, but it looks like CSI.
Wow.
So it's really crazy, bizarre situations played deadly seriously.
That's amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you tease anything for the fans? Any segments or what?
There's nothing like it on television. Absolutely nothing like it on television that I've ever seen. We've got an amazing team of writers who wrote created some crazy scenarios. We got an amazing bunch of guest stars. Bill Murray came on, Keegan-Michael Key came on, Dave Koechner came on. And just really big, stupid stuff. Played deadly seriously, yeah.
And last question: How many cons have you been to before?
How many what?
How many conventions have you been to?
My first one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I see you brought your son. Is this, what's the experience like for you here?
You know what? We haven't even been out on the floor. We just came in the back way and started doing press. A couple of my older kids are going to come grab him and take him around so he can see the floor. Yeah, I haven't seen anything except this.
Have you been to any of the Comic-Cons before?
I haven't. This is my first Comic-Con.
I guess you're doing press the whole time. You're not really having any time to have fun, right?
No, at some point in my life it'd be nice to like do a little cosplay and go out onto the floor. I don't think it's going to happen today though. Maybe I'll wait for San Diego.
So you say cosplay, what would it be? What would you do?
I mean, I would want something that where I could wear a mask, so I could really be like a part of it. But like my go-tos would be like Wonder Woman or Supergirl, which is not really. There's no mask
There's no
for
mask,
that,
yeah.
so I'd have to go. Oh, you know what? Maybe I would do like Darth Vader.
Oh, that's nice.
Or a Stormtrooper. Yeah.
Star Wars something.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Angie Tribeca for a second. Can
Yeah.
you, since the show's not out yet, can you like tease anything to fans that they would want to check out?
Well, hopefully they'll want to check out me on the show. We have really great guest stars. We have like a deep comedy bench. Keegan-Michael Key, Carrie Kinney, Bill Murray.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. So if you like Bill Murray, you'll like the show. I'm just assuming that. I don't know if that's true. But.
And finally, for fans of yours, Parks and Rec, obviously, it's some of the other stuff you've done. What will they like from the show? The comedy? What else?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different from the comedy of Parks and Rec, but I think good comedy is good comedy, whether it's like an ensemble in an office setting, or if it's ours, which is more of kind of a crime procedural slapstick show. I know for me, I grew up on Airplane and Naked Gun. I loved it so much, and I really like Parks and Rec. So that means that naturally, people who like Parks and Rec are going to like the show.
Sounds like good math to me. Have you been to one of the Comic-Cons before?
I haven't been. I'm so excited. I used to live in New York, so I was always aware of this. I've only ever been here to the Javits Center for a makeup show, which is the opposite.
So I guess.
Well, maybe not the opposite if you're putting on your costume, right?
What's a makeup show convention like?
Oh, we've got all the makeup all in one place,
yeah.
and you just walk around and go, ooh. Pretty much. There's a hair show. There's a show for everything that you could like. No, it's a separate hair show.
It's crazy.
It's like, if you really like purple socks, I'm sure there's a purple sock convention that happens here at the Javits Center.
My favorite I've heard of that I've never been to was a concession stand convention. And it's all the food you can get at concession stands.
Yeah, and only that. People love specifics.
So let's talk Angie Tribeca. What made you gravitate towards this role?
Oh man, it's such a cool role. My character, Dr. Scholes, is super different from me, which is really fun. She's very dry, very serious, never smiles, and she's the authority on everything, which is so different than me in my life. It's like, don't ask me the question that has any sort of like weight to it. Like if you have something wrong with you, I don't know what the answer is. Don't ask me. But Dr. Scholes is like, I know exactly what the answer is. But then that answer is usually so stupid.
I like that. Sounds fun.
But we all take it seriously, you know?
I want to ask too. I guess obviously you haven't had your panel yet, but what are you planning to do at your panel for fans who couldn't make it to the show?
Oh boy, well I was gonna get up on the table and just dance.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah, whether they like it or not. But yeah, I don't know. We haven't like planned an elaborate bit
Or have we?
How dare you? Well, I guess people should tune in. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there'll be a lot of fun things. We're going to show the trailer and then an episode too,
great. Awesome.
which is, I think that's just the greatest way to kind of get a sense of the show for sure.
So my first question.
Wait, you're Marvel?
Yeah.
Okay.
My
Is it
fir-
David?
We're never going to ask
What?
you questions.
Oh, God.
Are you having fun
This
at
is-
Comic-Con? What
You
are
have so much more
doing?
experience doing this than
No,
me. This doesn't
no.
count.
Yeah, Ant-Man
I've
2,
been-
huh?
This isn't
Really?
fair.
Ant-Man 2.
Did you hear?
I heard.
So you're keeping up.
Yeah, it's all over the news today.
I'm here for you, not for
Ant-Man
me.
2. What
But
else
I
you got?
appreciate it.
No Iron Man 4.
No comment.
That's what I hear.
No comment.
No Iron Man 4.
Um,
RDJ's out.
Thank
Only
you.
wants- only
no one
wants to
ever
be
asked me
Avengers.
questions, so I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Nice. I've been doing this for over 250 years.
250 years. I got a little less on you, but 220 maybe. But, so obviously everybody's going to like try to put things in a box. Like when I first read the synopsis, it kind of seemed a little vacation-y. I want to see what's similar and what's different.
I would say our show isn't. It's very different from Vacation. Actually, it's a 10-episode serialized comedy. It really, the emphasis in our show is on storytelling and building something that can be broken up into 10 pieces. I think the end of every episode is a little bit of a cliffhanger, I would say. It leaves you wanting more information about the second episode. It really is tonally, I would say it couldn't be more different. What was the thing that you said? It was like if David Mamet wrote an episode of...
If David Mamet wrote an episode of Three's Company,
Yeah,
that would be
that's a little
more
bit
in line with
more
the tone of,
our show.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
It's
lots of
TV and
misunderstandings, but also, the answers to that were like, what the fuck are you talking about? It goes believably off the walls.
And I heard a lot of it is rooted in some actual events that happened in your life.
Yeah, I mean, you write what happens to you. Those are the best stories, and
Yeah.
they feel original because no one's ever heard them before.
Mhm.
So you tell stories that are yours.
Definitely drawn upon our own experiences, but I will say that we did actually creatively think of other things that happened that if they had happened to us, we probably wouldn't be standing here today.
Real life's pretty boring for the most part. So
Yeah.
you go, oh, that's
Yeah.
kind of an idea, and then you make it
build
funny.
on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
My last question is, what for fans who couldn't make it to New York Comic Con, what did you show about the show to the audience?
Oh well.
What did we show? Did we physically show them? I think we showed them a trailer for the detour, and then also
Yes.
a promo for your show.
It was
or
kind of like a promo. I mean, I
Right.
shot it because we did a fireside chat, so I wanted to just shoot something at Comic-Con to show the fireside chat. Just I don't know, because I like to shoot things.
Also, no fire. That was a little
and no
disappointing.
fire at the
Yeah.
fireside chat. So I just showed like a 4-minute piece, just talking to people.
Let's mention that real quick. Full Frontal. What can fans expect from that?
Yeah, they can expect me
Mm-hmm.
and humor and humorous comedy stories
And jokes and
jokes and
stylings.
styles and fast-moving things and
Mhm.
out in the
Wait,
world.
fast-moving things?
Yeah, fast-moving things and segues
Top
and
Gear? What-
yeah. I don't know. I haven't figured it out
I haven't seen
yet.
the show yet. No one has.
It's everything you
It
need.
doesn't
so-
exist.
What more do you want?
Thank
Live animals,
Whoa.
Thank you so much.
animal husbandry.
Sounds like a great show.
It's a great show.
Can't wait to see it.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Everything my father did was for his family. He grew up very poor on the Lower East Side of New York, and he wanted to make sure his family was in a totally different circumstance, than he was. So that was always first and foremost on his mind. He did things for their visual impact. I think he understood and he knew that he might be the first doing it. I don't think he did it as going, oh, I'm going to start a new trend, or I'm going to do this because it's groundbreaking. When he created S.H.I.E.L.D. and kind of drew Nick's original story, my take on it was, now this was in 1965, so I was a junior in high school, so I used to join him in the studio a lot. But I think my father actually saw the whole Nick Fury thing, basing it along the lines of Goldfinger and James Bond. It was just such a remarkably successful run of films. And of course, my father always saw his comic books as film on paper anyway. So I think, he kind of made that connection. I think he saw this as an opportunity to kind of bring in what he considered really a true leader of men. You know, not somebody who was a technocrat, bureaucrat, but somebody who could actually inspire other people to do things, somebody with the experience and action of having, say, you know, been in combat and been able to lead. I think the quote was, Fury always considered himself a three-striper, first a sergeant, and then somehow mysteriously wound up a colonel in intelligence. If you want to compare, Nick Fury to James Bond, he's kind of the antithesis, where, James Bond is, Mr. Suave and sophisticated, Nick Fury being just the opposite, just kind of like my father with an eye patch, I guess. Had the cigar, just my father just didn't have the eye patch. With the James Bond movies, the villainous organization was Spectre, so Dad came up with Hydra. You had this mysterious villainous organization, bring in some kind of evil Greek mythology into it with the Hydra, cut off one head of the serpent, two regrow. It opens up the whole gamut where you can bring in machinery and gimmicks and weapons. I think he saw it as just a real good vehicle, come up with all these great ideas and stories. For instance, the helicarrier. He saw that as an opportunity to go, okay, what's new, what's high tech, what hasn't been done. Even in the James Bond movies, the bad guys' headquarters, they had their own island. Putting an entire base, a couple thousand feet in the air with jets, around it, guarding it, was just something that had never been done, very high tech. He had the freedom that it was a comic book, so it didn't matter whether it would actually work or not. It was, who cares? It was a comic book, so therefore anybody reading it would go, oh yeah, that could work. The helicarrier was kind of an inspiration, I thought. It made sense given, militarily, what's the most powerful ship in any fleet? It's not a battleship, it's the actual aircraft carrier. Which is what is the center of any fleet. The flying car was kind of interesting in that my father pretty much knew everything. He knew science, he knew history, knew mythology, didn't know anything about cars. He actually came to me for that one. I was kind of into sports cars at the time, so he said, I need a car for Nick Fury that's going to kind of be like James Bond's Aston Martin and Goldfinger and so on. I said, all right, so I just spent a few hours going through my Road and Track magazines and came up with the Porsche 904 and said, oh, you could use this and put miniature missiles in the wheel wells, and he came up with the wheels that would go out and make the car fly. That was my big contribution to the Marvel Universe. He's always a very humble guy. It was just part of who he was. He realized that people who were fans of the comics and who read comics were, in essence, paying his salary. And he was just very appreciative of that. When the San Diego convention first started in I think the first one was in 1970. My parents were new to California. I had just moved to California. The biggest thing at the convention wasn't comic books. It seemed to be those guys that parade around as knights and, and go and duel in costume. That seemed to be the big hit that year. My father, he never refused anybody autographs, and people would just come around. He'd sit and sign books, sign artwork, and always enjoyed it. It was kind of more of a, I guess, freewheeling atmosphere. I think he pretty much went just about to every convention in the 1970s in San Diego, and a couple in New York. So he was always very open, because he just, he realized, these were the people that were supporting him, and he was always very appreciative of that.
Hello, Marvelites. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M, here at New York Comic Con 2015, and I'm joined by
Michael Servant at D3 Go.
Dude, so much is going on with Marvel Puzzle Quest right now. What is up? What are the three craziest things we could talk about right now?
This is the greatest time of the year, 2-year anniversary. Today we just announced Totally Awesome Hulk.
That's 2.
Number 2 is the 2-year anniversary. And number 3 is our new 5-star, Old Man Logan, coming to the game. So it's, a lot of great stuff going on in Marvel Puzzle Quest right now.
I only gave you 3 options, but you have actually more things than that. Console version, that's huge.
You can see my brain working. 3 is just, I couldn't control it, just 3. So we do have a 4th one. Our Marvel Puzzle Quest game is coming to console soon. It's going to be available on Xbox One, Xbox 360, PS4, and PS3. David Moore, community manager here, is showing off the game. We have right now, I think it's showing through some of the story modes in the title. So has all the greatest of Marvel Puzzle Quest on the mobile game, but right now, one of the great new things about the game is that we have online and local multiplayer, so you can actually play against your friends right now.
That's awesome. Oh, Devil Dinosaur I see up in there, which makes me happy.
Tons and tons of characters, and Devil Dan is great, fantastic character.
So tell the fans a little bit about 5-star characters. We're going to get into it a little bit more over the weekend, but 5-star, huge thing for you guys.
Yeah, we talked about it during the Marvel podcast a couple weeks ago, and now with our new Old Man Logan character, it's our second 5-star character. We hope to have a third 5-star character in a couple of weeks right now, but with the new character, the odds have increased right now, so players can have a better chance of earning these 5-star characters. They're pretty rare characters. They're characters that you need to fight and work your way to earn, but they're a lot of fun when you do get, and they do bring some power. So if you're in the game, you play, you're lucky enough to get one of those legendary tokens, you're able to blast your way through the title and be able to, defeat some of your opponents there.
So where can fans find Marvel Puzzle Quest online and social media?
Online and social media is at Marvel Puzzle on Facebook, on Twitter actually, and Marvel Puzzle Quest on Facebook.
Cool. Now, guys, the campaign to get Agent M in as a 5-star character is real. It's live. Tweet to them. Let them know you want the real Agent M in the game. Yeah, and keep watching Marvel Live. We'll have tons more. We're going to play tons of Puzzle Quest. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Axel Alonso, Editor-in-Chief at Marvel Comics, and I'm here to give you 5 tips about how to break into comics. The first and most important rule is, don't wait for someone's permission to make comics. Don't wait for Marvel Comics to give you permission to write comics. Go out and make them yourself. It's never been easier to make a comic book than now. It's so easy to find people out there through the internet, whatever, that you can collaborate with. If you're an artist, you can find a writer. If you're a writer, you can find an artist. But make those comics. Creating a web comic book, creating an internet comic book, you can have the eyes of the world if you do it right. Most important, you can have the eyes of an editor, and that's how you get your first gig. Don't be afraid to fail in the beginning. Do your best work, show it to people whose opinions count, people who tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, and just keep doing it, keep plugging at it. Don't expect to hit a grand slam right out the gate. Just work your craft. Creative people are the sum total of what they do, what they read, the movies they see, the food they eat, the art they appreciate. All of these things inform your creative point of view. So keep that in mind. You're not going to make good comics if all you're looking to do is reference comic books. If all you're pulling out of your brain are comic books, you're just going to be a Xerox of what's come before. What you want to do is bring all of your passions, from the music you like, to the sports you like, to the art you like, to the books you read. You want to bring all that to bear on your art. That's what makes your favorite writers and artists special. All of that informs their art. Comic books are a community, so go out and be a part of that community. Go to conventions, go to the comic book store, get on the internet, socialize, have a dialogue with other people who love the same thing that you do. Educate yourself about comics, about the history of comic books. Know what's in racks now. Don't limit yourself just to only Marvel Comics, as much as I like to say that. See what else is out there. Independent comic books that were made before you were born. All of this is important. It's part of your continuing education, and it keeps you tapped into what comics are today. Practice and training are essential. Not being afraid to make mistakes in practice, not being afraid to produce comic books and show them to people and get feedback that will help you refine your craft. It will show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. That's very important. I'm Axel Alonso from Marvel, Your Universe.
I'm Lorraine Sink, and these are the top 5 things you need to have an awesome Comic-Con. Think of heading to a comic book convention kind of like a trip through an exotic land. It's full of awe-inspiring sights, mystical creatures called cosplayers, and lots of cool stuff you can take home with you. Plan ahead ahead of time. Get your tickets early. They often sell out, and have a plan before you hit the con floors. Big panels and celebrity signings may have long lines or sometimes even have special rules about how to get in. So check out Marvel.com and the convention's official website so you can plan your must-see events. Some information isn't released until the convention begins, so swing by the Marvel booth when you arrive for the most up-to-date details on signings and giveaways. Dress accordingly, and that doesn't just mean wearing costumes or comic book tees. You most likely are going to be spending a lot of time walking the con floors, so wear clean, fresh clothes and shoes that you feel comfortable in for the long haul. And if you choose to cosplay, kudos, but make sure that you spend some time in your complete costume before the convention to make sure it doesn't fall apart or cut into you. It never hurts to bring backup clothing if you want to change later. Just like roaming the exotic wilds of Weird World, you need to take care of yourself, stay hydrated, and if you're stuck in long lines, it might be hard to get away and find a food vendor, so snacks are always advisable. Always. Snacks are always advisable. Bring a swag bag. You're gonna need your hands for testing video games, grabbing free stuff at giveaways, and rummaging through piles of awesome vintage comics. Bring something to contain your joy. Stuff. Poster tubes also can come super in handy if you're looking to grab some new art, and if you want really exclusive limited edition merch available at the Marvel booth and beyond, buy early before it's gone. This last one is the most important for any exotic trip. Have fun. This is what comic book conventions are all about, and remember to protect the fun of others too. Be respectful of the indigenous people, especially celebrities and cosplayers. Always ask them if it's okay before you snap a picture or touch them. Be kind and cool to your fellow Marvelous travelers, and you might even make some new friends. And of course, if you can't hit the con, you can always stay tuned here at Marvel Live for more coverage of New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink for Marvel, your universe.
Hey, I'm Ricky Purdon, the Talent Relations Manager here at Marvel, and I'm here to tell you the 5 things to remember for Marvel portfolio reviews. Portfolio review is where you sit down with a professional from Marvel to go over a portfolio of samples of your work. Whether you're a penciler, an inker, or a colorist, you show us what you can do and we give you feedback on it. You'll want to come by the Marvel booth, find a staffer, and say you want to drop off a portfolio. They'll give you a sheet, a sign-off sheet that you just sign away your portfolio. You want to give us a copy of your portfolio because you won't get it back, and then you will be told to come back the next day. When you come back the next day, we'll have a list of who we chose to see that day, and if you're on that list, you'll meet with an editor or a staffer to go over your portfolio. You want to bring great examples of exactly what you want to do for professional comics, whether it's pencils or inks or colors. You also want to bring a wide variety of samples, so maybe a cover sample but also a sequential sample inside so you can see how you tell a story. You also don't have to worry about buying a big expensive portfolio review binder. We can just take photocopies of your proofs and then we can talk to you about those just as easily as looking at a huge portfolio. Normally we try to pull you off to the side in a quiet area to actually look over your work with you. You definitely want to bring something to write with and something to write on so you can take notes so that we know that you're actually paying attention to what we're saying. And we give you feedback. Sometimes you're in there with other artists and you guys can kind of chat a little bit. Sometimes you're in there by yourself. But either way, you have to be there and be ready to be told negative or positive comments about your work because that's what we're all there for. It's totally normal to ask the editor or staffer that you're meeting with to get an email address and just drop them a line a little bit later. But when you email later, make sure you include samples that were in that portfolio review so they can remember who you are by your work. And then you can follow up randomly, say every few months, especially if you're getting positive feedback from the editor. Good luck with your portfolio reviews. I'm Ricky Purdon. This is Marvel, your universe.
Hey guys, Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, here at New York Comic Con. I'm joined by
Steve Zimmerman from ThinkGeek.
Dude, what is going on with these light-up T-shirts and stuff we were just talking about? What is that?
Oh, we had some amazing stuff that's out now, and we debuted it originally at San Diego Comic-Con this year. We swung by the booth, we showed off, I don't know if you remember the Black Widow T-shirt. It's Black Widow Age of Ultron, that T-shirt. So it's got the light-up effects all in the light-up piping. It's a nice blue kind of LED effect, as well as the belt that lights up, and you can turn that on and off. What we didn't have at San Diego, and we also just launched, is the Star-Lord T-shirt. Now it's a T-shirt, so it's got kind of like the costume-esque qualities, but you flip the hood up and flip the button, and your eyes are glowing red. They're absolutely fantastic. They are literally live on the site like yesterday.
That's amazing. So you guys are doing, what was the first one of those types of things you did? Was it the Tony Stark like reactor T-shirt for us?
Yeah, for you guys, ages ago, and actually it was not just first for you, it was first period. We did a light up arc reactor T-shirt back when it was the original. So when the first Iron Man movie came out, we did that T-shirt. It's got a nice glowing little LED there. It looks kind of good. We've actually updated that as well from the other movie. So now you've got like a little Stark Industry thing going on. Nice. It shows the proper arc reactor and the design and everything. So we've updated that for every movie that's come out.
Pretty great.
Oh yeah, it's kind of great.
So, all right. What was the first Marvel product you guys did with us? Like officially Think Geek produced and stuff?
First Marvel product we did with you, it actually might have been that shirt. Okay. For a while, Think Geek, and still to this day, we're the guys who are leading the blending of apparel and electronics. And so we've done a lot of things along that line, like our guitar T-shirt and things like that. And so when we looked at what we could do for Marvel, exclusively for you guys and with you guys, it was that T-shirt.
That's awesome. And so from that point on, what are some of like the best-selling, the most exciting things that fans are talking about that you've done for us?
Stuff that fans are talking about right now, we've got a lot of people who are super excited on getting their hands on the Star-Lord backpack that we showed off at San Diego as well. It's perfectly screen accurate. People are going to have to get it dirty themselves though, because it is actually color accurate for the screen. It has not been weathered appropriately. So that's super exciting. Everybody's really, really digging on the Captain America shield backpack.
I've actually seen people at Marvel who are surrounded by Marvel stuff every day, like leaving the office with their, like they bought it, they are just like hardcore, like I need that.
Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, it's a beautifully hard plastic shell. We're seeing a lot of people who are digging on that for back to school, which is kind of great. So we love seeing that kind of thing. And I don't think we carry it anymore, but I know that the personal favorites at the Marvel office is the old MODOK mug that we did ages ago, which was kind of a gift from Think Geek to Marvel, because you guys super dig on it.
I have 3 of them, just in case they break. Like I have one in my office, I have one at home, and then I have the backup, just in case.
That's good. It works out well.
Yeah, totally. So what are the latest exclusives outside of whatever we've been talking about?
The latest exclusives, outside of what we talked about, so we obviously got the 2 T-shirts. We also have a series of scarves, because winter is coming, and robes that are depicting things from Age of Ultron. So we've got like an Iron Man Tony Stark robe. We've got, I think it's Ultron robe as well. We might even have a Black Widow robe too. That's just a little bit smaller and more cut for the women in the audience. So those are the things that are coming out now that are going to be super popular for the winter.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about these robes. I heard, someone I know has them and hasn't shared them with us. But, we're gonna figure that out.
Yeah, rumor has it that they may be in the Marvel office somewhere. Several of them, actually. That should be on this show.
Yeah, we should probably have them here, but we're going to blame Blake Garris for not having them here.
Right, you can write to him at...
One thing I'm always curious about is you guys are incredibly famous for your April Fool's Day pranks and events and cool things that end up being real, some of them. How far in advance do you and the team start thinking about those products?
We keep a running list that kind of transfers from year to year. So occasionally, as we have ideas, we can resurface those ideas, especially if it's an idea that we can't find the technology for just yet, and figuring it out. The Technomancer hoodie is probably one of the best examples of that. The actual true planning starts, I'd love to say it starts like January 1, we dive back into it. Usually it's this almost panicky effort by February when we realize it's around the clock. We should do something with you guys this year.
Yeah, totally.
We should come up with something for Marvel.
Yeah. You know the people to talk to. I can come up with cool ideas, but I can't put the stamp of approval on those.
No, but you can point me in the right direction. I think we can do some fun stuff. It'll be good.
All right, we're going to talk after this. You guys keep watching Marvel Live.
back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by the lovely Keisha Castle-Hughes. So special that you got 2 last names.
I know, very lucky.
And Finn Jones from Game of Thrones. You guys, welcome. How is the con treating you thus far?
Thanks, we're having a great time.
Are you guys doing a panel for Game of Thrones?
Yeah, we did one on Thursday actually,
Yeah.
so that was really great, really busy. And then yeah, we've been here Thursday, Friday, today's Saturday, and then we're here tomorrow.
Sunday.
I've heard that. Did you guys tease anything at all for the fans, or are you guys keeping it
We got to
close?
keep it stum. We can't really say much. Yeah.
Okay.
It's difficult. We can't really
Yeah.
share very much with anyone.
So have you guys been on a bit of a hiatus now?
No, we're filming at the moment.
Yeah.
We started filming in August, and then we go through till around December, I think. So we're kind of back and forth.
So what is it like having your characters evolve through the season? You, of course, have been put through the ringer. How has the evolution of those characters gone for you guys?
Well, for Loris, it's really interesting, especially this season. I can't say anything really, but you know, the predicament that he's in now, the situation he's in now, we're going to really see a different side to Loris, which for me is a lot of fun to play. It's really fun to really. Well, I can't say too much, so it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I mean, it is. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of fun to play characters that are, I think they're very well thought out, and that's in television especially. Like that's quite a luxury work. And I was fortunate because I came in later in the piece, and so David and Dan had like a very clear sort of idea of like what was happening with Obara, and so I was able to get pretty much like an entire sort of Bible from the get-go. So you know, there's a lot to think about.
Obara is such an epic warrior. Did you go through a lot of physical training?
Yeah, I did, and I mean, that was kind of the thing that scared me the most about playing her was I understand her as a person very well, but the physicality of it took a lot of convincing on my part, because Obara is described as someone who is a lot bigger than myself. I'm like a very small person, so
I don't know what you're talking about.
And so we were really lucky. I mean, the great thing is that the teams that they have, like the stunt team that they have, are incredible. And so you travel like in between lots of places, and I had people in all different parts of the world that I was doing wushu with and doing stunt training with, and so I developed like good muscle strength in parts of my body that I'd never used before. So.
I love it. So something I think a lot of people don't talk about the show, but it's such an important part of the show, is family, actually. Right. You know, your ties within your families and those power structures within it. Do you guys feel that family dynamic when you're with your own little clan on set?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like Nat's my sister. I feel like Diana is like this regal, elderly, like grandmother of mine, and I definitely feel like a strong allegiance to House Tyrell. Like it's my blood, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't, you know. People ask me, if you could be in any other house, what house would you be in? It's like, no.
No,
Tyrell,
exactly. You
through and
do.
through.
I think it's a credit to the casting of the show as well, because there is something about like when Jess, Rosie, and I we'd never met before. We worked together as sisters, and we immediately, the first night we met, we immediately fell into those roles. Like I was immediately kind of like the older sister role. Jess is very much like the middle, and Rosie's definitely the youngest. And and we're from I'm from New Zealand, Jess is from England, and Rosie's from Italy. And so to bring 3 people from all different places in the world, and we look like sisters and behave like sisters is it's wild.
Yeah, it's strange. It's just it's a credit to the casting, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, talking about people behind the scenes, you guys, everyone in the cast could die. All men die,
All
I
men
hear.
must die.
Yeah.
Well, all men must die.
But they didn't say anything about women. So, but let's reverse it on them. If you could pick somebody behind the camera that you got to kill off,
oh my God.
Lovingly.
I want to keep my job.
So absolutely no one.
I don't think there is. Everyone is so lovely, and I'm not just saying that because there's a camera in my face. Everyone is genuinely really, really lovely
People
on
work
set.
so hard on this show. Like that's the thing. Like
Yeah.
it's such a massive like undertaking. This job.
And there's so much love that goes into it, and so
behind the
much passion,
scenes,
and
yeah.
like it's incredible. I wouldn't kill anyone. I
No.
couldn't kill anyone.
Legally, no.
Legally, no. Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely happy for that. So, where are you guys at in the shooting schedule now?
We
halfway.
Just halfway through.
Yeah, I think halfway.
Yeah.
As Journey says, halfway there.
Yeah. We're kind of
living on a prayer.
Living on a prayer.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
We don't have the rights, but we love that song so much.
Anyway.
So I think that we should play, because you
Yes.
guys are always playing the Game of Thrones, I think we should play the game of the Infinity Wheel. Don't you think?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, what did you
How-
spin?
what is
You
this?
spin,
I spin.
and then from that, we will tell you what game you're going to play.
Okay.
Give us a good spin.
Oh, what is that?
It says Spider Who. Okay, I'm going to tell you the name of a spider person. Because in Marvel continuity, there are a lot of Spider-Men,
Oh my gosh.
if you don't know. And so all you have to do,
Give it a real good go.
you have to guess whether or not this is a real spider, a real spider person.
Okay, come on.
So pick a number between 1 and 16.
11.
11. Ghost spider.
Ghost spider. What does that mean?
Oh, you know, you have to, true or false, ghost spider is a real Spider-Man.
Oh, is this in comic book world?
In the comic book world.
Oh, I'm going to say true.
You're right! You're right.
Yes.
Okay, your turn. I think you get to spin the wheel.
Do you want to spin it?
Yeah, I think for good luck.
Ooh, quite a good flick on that. Cheese. Alien race
Yes!
of cheese.
Yes! 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 Wait, you don't understand how excited everyone in this room is. It's our favorite game. No one has spun it yet.
I just love the name alone. Alien race of cheese.
It's exactly what it sounds like. You have to guess whether this is an alien race in the Marvel universe.
I was expecting that to be really like impressive.
Oh my gosh,
Awesome.
I like that because it makes this game so much more intense.
Like machine gun? Jesus. All right.
Okay.
Alien race or cheese?
A number between 1 and 12, please.
Go on, you can choose.
6.
6, lucky number 6. Kotati. Kotati. Alien race or kind of cheese?
I sound. Katati.
Can I have the spelling of Kitati?
Can I Google it?
Would you like me? C-O-T-A-T-I.
C-A.
C-O-T-A.
Well, it's C, so it's not.
Kotati.
Like that. C-O-T-A-Y. I'm going to say a cheese. It sounds like an alien race, but it looks like a cheese.
If it was A, I would go with an alien.
Yeah.
It is in fact an alien race. Okay, we got to do one more round because you won one.
Of
You
alien
won.
cheese.
Blake is just requesting more of the alien race
Oh, yeah,
or
let's do
cheese.
it.
Okay.
It's a really good one. I can see why this is everyone's favorite.
I can't believe we got that wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna.
So convincing.
I know.
Yes, this is what it is.
All right, let's
Okay.
write it down.
Your next is Surti.
What? How do you spell it?
Surti. S-U-R-T-I.
S-U-R-T-I.
Surti. Alien
That's
race
an alien race.
or cheese.
I've never heard of a cheese starting with S before.
Swiss.
Crushed it.
All right, well, you call it. I think it's going to be an alien race.
I'm gonna go alien race.
It is a cheese from India. Okay, best out of 3. Best out of 3.
Okay.
Which is still going to be losing because. Here, I'm going to find you a really good one. Let's see.
I'm tapping into my like.
Yeah, aliens.
instincts
Let's
this time,
let's
like,
go. Let's get alien for a minute.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Your rights.
How do you spell that?
Y-O-R-I-T-E-S. Your rights.
Ooh.
Stand up for your right.
Is it an alien race or is it a cheese?
What kind of cheeses were the ones earlier? Do you know?
Well, Surti was a Indian cheese.
Okay, right.
And the previous was an alien race.
An alien race.
So.
Okay, right.
Your rights. Your rights.
I just think it's a bit of a weird name for an alien race. It's a weird name for cheese as well, but.
I'm gonna go with cheese. I think.
Yeah. Maybe it's like a. Yeah, let's go for cheese.
That's 3 for 3, you guys. It is in fact an alien race. Oh my God. From the planet Yor. You guys need to work on your cheeses and aliens.
Obviously. Where are these aliens
I'm lactose
real?
intolerant, so.
Are these real alien races or is this Marvel?
These are Marvel alien races.
Oh, that's probably why I don't
They
know.
might be real. Maybe. It
I
could
know
be.
real alien races.
We just haven't met them yet.
Yeah.
We haven't. Yeah, no, they haven't made contact yet. But you guys, when can they watch the new season? When are you guys going to have some teasers for us?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's been announced yet.
I don't think it's been announced. I mean, it's
probably the same
usually
time
like
as
the
it
same
usually
time
is.
every
Yeah,
year,
like
like
April,
April.
I guess. I don't know. That's a hunch, but any teasers?
Anything? All men must die.
I mean, yeah, people are gonna die. That's for sure. That always happens.
You can quote him on that.
People are gonna die.
And where can people find you guys online and beyond?
I'm on Twitter at Yo It's Keisha.
I'm on Instagram, Finn Jones, and I'm on Twitter as well. But Twitter's pretty boring these days, so Instagram's the place to be.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the new season. We're going to have more coming up very soon on Marvel Live. Stick around, and I hope you guys live. I'm rooting for you.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Stick around right here on Marvel Live, coming at you from New York Comic Con 2015.
Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com, and we are back live with the team behind Ash vs. Evil Dead. How are you doing today, everyone?
We're coloring, so don't bother us right now.
Bruce, you're coloring Ultron as the same color as your coat. Was that a coincidence?
Ironic? I don't think so. By the way, for you people who don't understand comics and how to draw comics, notice I made him startled. Now this character, he was just sitting there like a lump before I added that. Also, look at the action hands.
Action.
He's startled and he's gonna fight back.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands.
These are my hands. These are action hands. You can do your little jazz hands on your Marvel thing. So anyway, I've not wasted my time.
Well, speaking of startled, Ash vs. Evil Dead airs on Halloween.
It
Right?
does, yeah. Oh, why wouldn't it? That's the time.
Right?
Yeah.
What can you tease to the fans who couldn't make it out to New York Comic Con?
You're going to miss some crazy, whacked out stuff today because the fans who show up at our upcoming panel might get a little for being New York Comic Con people.
With you,
Surprise.
with you, I can think of a number of things what that whistle would mean.
Well, because you're a savage and you need to, you need to be less of a cretin here. I think what's going to be fun about this is that they're going to finally get something special. Because when you go to these things, when these fans go there, they got to get something that they cannot see anywhere else, and they got to see it first. And we know that now. If you don't reward these people with like something special, they will tear you apart. They'll kill you. You won't get off the stage.
Get out of there alive.
No. So we're going to give them something that will make their jaw drop even more than my artwork.
Heads will roll. Heads will
I wanted to ask
roll.
too, what do you think has led to the success of the films and the fans just want more of it? What do you think the secret is?
Craig, what do you think down there? Because you've been drawn into this.
So
Craig
far
is our
gone, I can't even hear
showrunner.
your
He's our
question.
executive
What was that?
producer. This is our master who's working with the upcoming stories now that we've had to deal with in the first season. So he's delved into the mind of the evil and the dead.
Really, what was your
What
question?
do you think the secret is as to why fans want to keep seeing more from the Evil Dead franchise?
I mean, first and foremost, they love the Ash character, a lovable idiot. Bruce is not an idiot, very lovable.
But I've seen
Ash
when I
is a
played one on TV.
true idiot, and a fun person for people to relate to.
And were you all fans of the films previously, or?
I just watched him before coming into this room.
Right now.
We binged it on the way over.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the actual room. Yes.
The YouTube montage.
There is. It's a YouTube montage.
Now, Dana, you liked Hello Kitty, right?
Yeah,
When you were growing up?
sure.
And how did that help you with Evil Dead?
You know, because just I had to have reflexes like a cat. I can't even.
Nicely
tell
done.
you.
By the way, I've added stink lines.
See, now you're ruining it.
No, he used to be startled,
Now he's.
and now he's smelling just a little bit. Because a wavy line above a guy's head, we all know in the industry it's a stink line. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm doing.
How much
Don't
would
tell
that
me
go?
that.
How much would that go for on eBay? You think?
Wait a second.
Sign it.
Now it's
Whoa.
worth.
Yeah.
Now it's worth
Oh,
$10
yeah.
more.
Yeah. Watch this.
Wait. Now it's worth 70 bucks.
Whoa.
Okay, let's pass it down. Let's see if we can get to 100.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't add that to my favorite charity,
As
me.
it comes, it's going
I'm
down
gonna
in
add
value.
I'm gonna add about 10 cents.
Okay.
Right here.
Nicely done. Look
You
at
know,
that.
It's just it's for the people. There you go.
For the children, y'all.
For the children.
Lucy, tell us about your experience on this show.
It's
Ruby's a mystery.
yeah, she's a mystery to all of us.
We don't know who she is. When she,
But,
on the call sheet, when they call the actors to work, there's a blank when her name is.
Yeah,
They just,
and
Lucy,
I
just
knew-
come to work. We don't know
just
who
show
you
up
are.
anytime, pick a time. But I love that my character is an irritant. That she's like an ingrown hair in Bruce's armpit, and that's I try to make his day as miserable as possible, on screen and off.
I got to mention too. You both are familiar and part of the Marvel family. You were an announcer in Spider-Man.
Well, no, wait a second. Don't just make it sound like that. In the original Spider-Man, I named Spider-Man.
Right. Okay.
If
yes.
I was not in that movie, this billion-dollar franchise would be called The Human Spider.
That's true. We got
I
you to
defeated
think.
him in the second movie as the usher. I did not let Peter Parker into that theater. Technically, I'm the only character who's ever defeated Spider-Man. Part 3 is the Mater D. Spider-Man comes to me for assistance. How many superheroes go to mortals for help? 0.
Are there any other?
And when he came for help, he had
So
jazz
let's just
hands.
put my work in the Spider-Man series in perspective. And that says
Seminal.
4 minutes with an arrow pointing down. Does that mean we have less than 4 minutes, or we're going to go to hell if we don't get done in 4 minutes? Thrilling Adventure Hour. Oh, the next segment is in 4 minutes. It's not going to be that thrilling. Just stay here.
You guys want to stay on with us longer? Is what you're saying?
Oh, these guys are, because
You're
I've
gonna
got
leave.
to. I have to meet
You have a
my
thing?
people. I'm going to teach Stan Lee how to draw. And that's going to take a while.
He would admit that too. I don't think he knows he can't draw.
Stan is an idea man. That's what I like about him. He's also a ladies' man. Did he ever try and hit on you?
I did feel a little hand creep up
Whoopsie!
my at the Spider-Man premiere. No, I did sit next to him. He's Charlie. He's lovely.
We got to say you were missed on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The
Oh.
fans loved you on the show.
Thank you so much playing Izzy Hartley. Yes, that was a great pleasure to enter the Marvel Universe.
You've been in that universe. That's very impressive. What year did you enter the universe?
This past
I've
year.
always been there, Bruce.
Nice. But people just
Since
revealed
the beginning
it
of
finally.
time.
Well said.
Spoiler.
I'm going to put some more stink lines right here.
We only have a couple minutes left. Tell us how fans can check out Ash vs. Evil Dead.
They better get stars or
Right.
they're screwed. Start there. I think it's kind of, you get specials. Like if you get a whole season, they actually give you like $50 back. Here I am, like a cheesy salesman, car salesman for stars. No, you got to get it. That's where you get it, is stars. And you can get it where stars shows are shown in other countries. You just got to go clickety-click and you'll find it.
I have some early cuts on DVD too. If anyone wants to just email
Sell 'em
me,
here.
I'll just send them.
No, so this is the place to sell them, out on the shipping dock.
We're selling these drawings. We'll just
Yeah.
throw them in there too. So
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, just
What's it
throw-
like working with Bruce? He's got to keep you on your toes.
He did. He kept us on our toes. I mean, he's a rock star. He led the way and was so generous and welcoming us newbies into this Evil Dead universe. You know, with a little bit of jab in here and there, but under his chainsaw wing we went. And
I have a question for Ray.
He was a great leader.
Ray.
Yeah.
Oh God, you see his face? You missed his terrified face.
Ray, there's a rumor about you, Ray, that you are a man who does not shrink from getting hit with blood, because you know every actor's different.
That is blood is my thing now.
Dana mostly just cries when she gets hit with blood.
Because I have long hair.
Ray, I
Grow some
believe,
long hair
burst
and tell me
into
what
laughter
Yeah, Dana
when you
is
got hit.
fearful.
Yeah. Nah, I love blood. I told Sam Raimi that I wanted to be covered in blood every day and run through the wilderness of New Zealand and
Naked, he added as well sometimes.
Yep, Jinx.
Did say
naked.
naked.
We both said it at the same time. You'll have to check out the show and see if it happens. I think pretty much everything I asked for I got, and a little bit more.
Wow.
No blood.
Yeah. Yep.
And Jill, same with you. I felt you were very stoic in your blood work.
Well, you know, it was like.
You were impressive.
Well, I
took it.
love the blood. I feel like
Took
I have a diploma in blood. I can tell you
Diploma.
all types of blood, and I was like, "What blood? Yes, please." So yeah, I'm down with the blood.
Speaking of Sam, how involved was he with the series? I know he's a part of it, but was he on set all the time, or what?
You could not get rid of him because anytime they were throwing buckets of blood, he wants to be on the giving end.
Yeah,
he wants to throw it.
Sam popped my horror film Bloody Cherry. Like he would basically take a
He has
paintbrush.
personally initiated
Is that sign up there?
Yep.
I mean, off camera. He will not let anybody else do it.
Yeah, it's this thing he does. He fills up the bucket with blood. He gets a paintbrush and he becomes Picasso. And he just like right into your face.
Aggressively.
And you should see how happy.
That's an honor.
Yeah.
That is an
It
honor.
is an honor.
Well, let's
but
just say also he
seems
does it
like
with
he
purpose.
hurts more than you hurt, but really it's you
No,
hurting.
you heard more than him.
Yeah.
Although Bruce got the worst of it from Sam, I think. Sam loves torturing Bruce, and it was fun to watch that.
That's sweet.
Yeah, that's sweet, honey.
So we only got a second left. Can you tell fans how to reach you online? Also, the series airs on Halloween on Stars.
Halloween on Stars, 9 p.m.
Twitter names, real quick.
Ruby Bruce.
At Real Ray Santiago, hashtag Pablo has seen some shit.
Oh my God. At Miss Jill M. Jones, I think, and it's me, Jill Marie, Instagram.
I'm
Lucy
Dana
Lawless. Sorry. Real Lucy Lawless.
Real Lucy Lawless. Real Lucy Lawless.
And I'm fake
and
Lucy
I'm
Lawless.
I'm Dana DiLorenzo.
Mr. Diggs, I just use it to check news. I don't.
There you go.
Hashtag Pablo has seen
Stars
some
Halloween.
Check out Mr. Diggs next.
Thank you so much. We will have more live Marvel New York Comic Con 2015.
Thank you very much.
Groove.
Welcome back. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con. I can't rap it all. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I was inspired to do something, but that took the inspiration right out of me. I'm Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morse. We have got the legendary David Mack with us. David, welcome to the show.
Hey, it's a delight to be here. Thank you.
And today specifically we're talking about something that you just worked on that's exclusively available here at the con, and that is the Netflix Marvel's Jessica Jones comic.
Yeah, I signed a bunch of those today at the convention. I think it's available for free download as
very
well.
cool.
If you can't be here from Comixology. Did the cover for it.
Yeah, it's available. I think we have it on our website somewhere. You can get it through all the Marvel app, the Comixology app. It's like we want people to get hip to Jessica
Check this
Jones.
out.
It's pretty great. One of the cool things that I found out, I didn't realize until a couple days before the con, that these are two separate pieces, right?
That's right. Yeah, they wanted a certain proportion of Jessica to Daredevil on the cover, and so I did them separately just in case they needed to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I noticed somebody, Koljit Mithra from manwithoutfear.com, tweeted that if you go to this new website, nelsonandmurdoch.com, that you can download that Daredevil image from there. So I didn't even know they're using the Daredevil image separately.
Because I
on
gave
a
it to
website.
him.
Oh, you did? Okay, you did it. Okay.
Because I found out about it. We were trying to do
Is that
something.
secret stuff or anything?
Yeah,
or-
whatever. We're having
It's out
fun.
there now,
It's
you
good,
know?
it's
We're breaking
good.
news.
But we saw this and we were trying to come up with something cool to give to people who come to the site. And I was like, I have learned about the piece, and I was like, why aren't we showing this whole thing? It's beautiful, and it was
cool.
like, really cool. And so yes, I'm glad people are gonna get out there and search for it and dig it.
David, how long has it been since the last time you drew Jessica for a cover?
Yeah, I don't remember the year it started. It was like 2001, 2002 when Alias started, which was what the Jessica Jones comic was called.
Yeah.
And I did all the covers for it. Michael Gagos did the interior, Brian Bendis wrote it. And I did some interiors, and so did Bill Sienkiewicz. But I did every cover for it, 28 issues. And in fact, at the time, we had to work like 3 or 4 months ahead. So I ended up doing like 30-something covers.
Oh, really? So they're like unreleased covers?
Some of them were collected like in the omnibus
cool.
or like some collections afterwards. But at the time, you had to work like 3 covers ahead.
Yeah.
It was like the rule. But yeah, I don't remember when it stopped, but it was really super fun to return to the character with this, but also because Marvel's collecting it in 4 paperback collections.
Yep.
Marvel had me do all 4 new covers for the paperbacks.
What's the coolest thing about getting to work on Jessica?
Well, I got to be on the set of the TV show.
Oh, nice.
So it was amazing to see the comic book set come to life.
Yeah.
And the Alias investigations. I can't say too much, but
yeah.
To see it happening, like that was incredible. And then I was also able to work on the opening credits for the TV show.
Oh, really?
So Joe Quesada, sent me an email and said, we're working with these people they're trying to find somebody to do the opening credits in David Mack style. And so Joe said, well, why don't you just ask David Mack to do it?
You're like, I can work that style. Pretty
I'm
good at it.
familiar
Yeah.
with it.
Like, we want a guy with that David Mack feel. Are you sure you can do it? So I got to work on the Imaginary Forces was the design team that was putting that together. So I went to their studio in-house in LA and worked on that for a bit. So amazing to be able to return to the covers for this, for the 4 paperback collections, and for the opening credits of the TV show.
Wow.
We have a question from Sophia, one of our super fans who used the hashtag MarvelNYCC, just like you guys. Said, David, what do you like the most about Jessica Jones, and what are you excited to see in the TV show?
I loved seeing the Marvel Universe from like the ground level perspective. She's like this sort of like D-list character in theory from the book. So she runs into a different group of people and has access to a different group of people than, Captain America or Spider-Man or, the X-Men have. So it was nice to see this sort of seedy underbelly of the world that she lives in.
Cool. We have another question from Michael W.S. who wants to know, are there any Marvel characters you haven't gotten to draw that you would like to draw in the future?
I was able to draw the Punisher for a cover of Daredevil End of Days.
Yeah.
And I was really happy to be able to write the Punisher because that was a character I loved reading when I was growing up. I was introduced to to the Punisher from the Daredevil, from the Marvel, from the Miller Klaus Janson pieces.
Oh, cool.
So when Bendis and I wrote Daredevil End of Days, Punisher made an appearance in it. It was great to see Klaus and Bill Sienkiewicz drawing him.
That was a great book.
It was so
really good.
it
Book was so a lot of fun.
You know, something funny. When I was writing that, I was staying in LA at Thomas Jane's house, and I was writing all the time. And it occurred to me I was writing all these Punisher scenes, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm also in the Punisher's house, living here while I write it. Yeah,
that's really.
But it was so great to write it. I would love to like do some more Punisher covers.
I
or
would
draw
love to
them,
see
or-
it.
And I've begun writing the sequel to End of Days.
Oh, really?
That we're tentatively calling Punisher End of Days.
Oh, man.
Because it features him so heavily.
I'm so excited now. I love Daredevil End of Days, and I learned about it for the first time here. That's great.
Awesome. Dude, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a delight,
Where are fans
guys.
going to find you?
I'm at table U18 in the Artist Alley, right across from Daredevil artist Alex Maleev, who also worked on a poster for Jessica Jones.
Yep.
Worked on
social
End of Days, so we've worked together before.
Social media, Beyond the Con, where can people find you?
Beyond the Con.
for folks watching at home.
Find my Facebook page, just search David Mack, it's the one with the blue check mark. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, David Mack Kabuki, which is the name of my other book, Kabuki, that Dark Horse is collecting in very large library editions right now.
Nice. They do great work. Beautiful, large
Really
production.
happy with
Very
it.
cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So guys, seek out the Jessica Jones comic. It's produced by Netflix and Marvel. You can find it pretty much anywhere from what you told me.
Yeah. Just specifically, you want a real copy here at the con.
Yeah. So check it out, and we'll be back.
Back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. Hi, guys.
Oh, hello.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by...
I am Blake Garris, and we have, you've been a victim of our show before, Paul F. Tompkins.
I've been a guest of your show. That's how I think of it, Blake.
We have two new, I don't think you've ever been on the show, John.
No,
I
I've
definitely
never
know,
been
Paget,
on.
you've never been on our show.
No, I have not yet.
Welcome.
Thank you. Pinky!
So we've been asking the other cast of the show, how was Australia?
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. We were there for a few days. How long were you there? A few days?
10 days.
10 days?
And we went wine tasting, and
That was in New Zealand.
yeah, that's all I can do. I can't do the Australian one.
Your accents are impeccable.
I love you.
Your 1940s accent is my favorite thing maybe on planet Earth.
Thank you. I love doing it. We get to do some
That's
tonight in Brooklyn.
the signature character.
Yeah, Sadie Doyle.
Sadie
of Thrilling
Doyle.
Adventure. We're going to do it tonight.
That's true.
Thank you.
And this is Frank Doyle, and I am
Doyle,
their
also
adopted adult son, Johnny Doyle.
Is that on the wiki?
It's not canon.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not canon. Don't freak out. I'm not creating new canon right here in front of you. Check. I would just like to say one thing. Hashtag Hodgman for MODOK. Spread the word. That's a little campaign that I started myself. A grassroots campaign that I began myself to portray MODOK in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Give us a little MODOK.
No, you know what? When you pay me, I will.
Oh,
very shrewd. Yeah, very
Wow.
shrewd.
No pre-audition.
Yeah. No. I mean, look, if you can get me on right now. I mean, basically, I'm doing MODOK right now. This is how I would play him. This is how he is.
But this is like little arms right here.
Yeah, that's right. Little like, hi, it's me, MODOK. How you doing, you guys? I'm gonna make life hard for you superheroes for a while. I once was a man. Now I am a mental organism designed only for killing.
Sounds like you're not
Are you
killing.
following this pageant?
I think you got the job.
Thank you. She's a professional actress, so I kind of nailed it.
So you've been doing events throughout the weekend for New York. Is there anything coming in tonight that fans can check out that they missed already? I mean, you did something a couple days ago.
Did some improv.
Yeah, we did an improv show on Thursday night. We did a Sparks, Nevada show last night where we showed art from the Sparks, Nevada comic book behind us as we acted out. We took out the dialogue bubbles and acted out the story with the images behind us. And then we're doing the same thing with Beyond Belief tonight in Brooklyn at the Bell House. Although I believe that is sold
It is
out.
sold
but
out.
Both shows
you never
are
know.
sold out, but you
Sold
never
out.
know.
You never know. It's worth showing up.
Someone might get a little stomach ache and stay home. Maybe some of the slip and fall is a possibility.
Oh, dear.
I'm not wishing ill on anyone, but
We hope you all make it.
I'm poisoning and trapping people to make room just for you at the show.
Any special guests you care to tell the fans?
Technically, I'm a special guest.
Besides you.
Yeah, I'm not really part of this thing normally anyway.
I don't know. Who do we have?
I honestly cannot remember who was in the show besides
We just
the
got
three
the
of us
script
here.
yesterday while flying.
There is
so
always,
I don't know.
There's always surprises when you go to a thrilling
Always.
adventure
You never
branded.
know who's
You
going
never
to show
know
up.
who's going to show up.
Who has been your favorite guest so far? I remember when we went to see it a couple years ago, Dick Cavett was there, which was insane.
Oh, that was wild. That's right.
I almost pushed him off the stage.
On purpose?
A little bit, half.
They got a real all about Eve thing going
He
on.
talks about Groucho Marx one more time.
Yeah, right.
Are you jealous of his moonwalking skills?
I always have been since birth.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at the moonwalk.
And if he gets MODOK, I'm going to go insane.
I would love to see Dick Cavett as Mo.
I know,
No
most of
offense.
America wants to.
Let's just put this here, though.
All right.
So who would be your favorite special guest on the show through all the years?
It's been so many people. Nathan Fillion has
He's
always
great,
been so
always
much
great.
fun to work with, and he's been with us a bunch of times.
You got to do it with John Hamm when I was
John
missing.
Hamm, yes.
No hammy for me.
I remember one time I was there, I was super stoked that J.K. Simmons
Yeah.
was on the show.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
went up,
he was
Pre-Oscar.
great.
We'll never get him again.
I went up,
Justin Kirk has been a guest as well.
Absolutely.
And Emily Blunt.
Yeah, she was
And
terrific.
she was really sweet.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of great people. Too many. Josh Molina, he's okay.
yeah, he's fine.
He's all right.
He's a good acquaintance.
Bradley Whitford, he was good.
Sure.
Whitford.
Stars of television and film.
Do you remember that one weird one we had Joseph Coney? That was uncomfortable.
It was a little
He has a
odd.
beautiful singing voice. Where is that guy now?
Wait, did Joseph Gordon-Levitt? He did it once. Right?
JGL?
Yeah,
You
JGL.
know he did.
He did it.
He
Yeah.
And Rian Johnson, the director of the next Star Wars film,
That's
has
right.
appeared in it as well.
Oh, wow.
It's a
And,
real star-studded cast you guys bring along
It's
with you.
crazy.
It really is.
We have some questions coming in from Twitter.
Sure.
Live?
Live! This is live. This is happening in real
I know, I'm
life.
excited. I still am excited. It's a new world. I love it. Go.
Michael W.S. would like to know if you guys could be any Marvel character, who would you choose to be?
What is he
Why?
even? Can you even see this?
Tweet it.
We know who John
All right, we'll
Hodgman
pass.
would be.
Marvel character, Paul, go.
I would love to be Dr. Stephen Strange by the hoary hosts of Hoggoth.
That's a natural.
That's what that mustache was there this whole time.
It's the only reason. I didn't have time to create a hashtag.
I'm imagining you so much in a red cape right now. It's incredible.
I don't know. I want people on Twitter to weigh in and tell me who I should want to
Okay,
play.
who should pageant be, you guys? Tweet at us and hashtag
Because I can't
Marvel
make that
NYCC.
decision. I
You
can't
know
make
what
that
I'm
choice.
going to say? Medusa, queen of the Inhumans.
I'd love that.
That'd
I
be
would love
good.
that.
That'd be
She has
good.
great hair.
I would love that.
Deep cut. You're putting all your money on those Inhumans right now.
She has gigantic
you are
red
working,
hair.
Marvel is working hard
That
to
can
make the
strangle
Inhumans
people.
mainstream
Yeah,
right
okay.
now.
It's
Do you
not
even watch your
snakes, but
TV
it's
shows
just-
and stuff?
Yeah, we just had Lucy Lawless on the show.
Oh yeah, I saw her in the elevator. What was she doing? Talking about?
We talked about S.H.I.E.L.D. a little bit.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I
Cool,
like her a
right?
lot. Mhm.
All right, 4 minutes left. You all do a number of other things.
Yes.
Can you mention those as well before we talk more about Thrilling Adventure Hour?
I'll just say that I host the Judge John Hodgman podcast on MaximumFun.org, and I'm on tour right now with my one-man show, Vacationland, johnhodgman.com/tour for all those details. Hodgman for MODOK.
I host a TV show on the Fusion Network called No You Shut Up, which is coming back February 4th. It's me and a bunch of puppets from the Henson Company discussing current events. And I have a stand-up special airing tonight on Comedy
yes, I was
Central,
supposed-
11 p.m. I know you were
We got
supposed to,
it.
Grant.
Comedy Central.
11 p.m., Comedy
Yeah.
Central, 10 Central, Mountain Timers, you're on your own.
I told them I was going to mention that, and I forgot.
That's
I'm
their
glad you
motto.
remembered.
It's never far from my thoughts.
And your podcast, Paul?
Podcast, Spontaneous Nation, free every Monday.
Oh, I'm Paget. I'm on Fox
Don't panic.
on Tuesdays on a show called Grandfathered with John Stamos. It's at 8 p.m. and Thrilling Adventure Hour.
Sorry, ran out of time.
Even though we have 3 minutes left, we're
Well,
just
no,
staying
not
here.
really.
all
Not
ran
for
out of
me.
time.
Not for me. And Venture Brothers. I've been on that.
Yes.
Are you going to be on the new season?
Yeah, I recorded something. I haven't
As did
seen
I.
it yet.
Did you?
I did.
Wait, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cast of the
Is
Venture
actually
Brothers.
up next for Venture Brothers?
No, that's probably Jackson's coming in, right?
Right.
What about her
No,
band
Jackson's gone already, I think, isn't he?
I don't know.
No,
not to my
Public.
knowledge.
Oh, Jackson Public. I forgot the
Who's
name.
coming in from Venture Brothers?
Probably Jackson
only know
Public
the
and
other
Doc
name.
Hammer,
Yeah,
the
those two,
creators
yeah.
of
Yeah,
Adventure
great. All
Brothers.
right.
They're both
also-
They hired all of us.
Let me ask you this.
Pat and I are also, Grant, please. Pat and I are also on this season of Drunk History.
Yes.
We're both drunk narrators.
Drunk narrators.
Coming up very soon.
Look, we
I
have
told the
wide
history of the
portfolios
bra.
of entertainment to offer you.
I don't want to talk Venture Brothers too much, but Hal and Mark said they were on the show. Are they just like getting all you guys from Thrilling Adventure Hour?
I think
and
so.
Not even trying anymore?
I think.
Oh, they're trying.
Trying to get good
They're
people, is that what you
trying.
mean?
I didn't say that.
That's what
Did they
you
realize
meant.
did they realize they had access to one of the deepest benches of voice acting talent in the world? Thank you.
That's fair.
That's all right.
Yeah, I
You
gotta say
sounded-
Dan
you
What
sounded
are your
Versus.
hype man when you're?
Dan Versus was
Oh,
near and dear
thanks.
to my
That
heart.
was fun. That was
Yeah.
nice to do. Sorry it died.
Yeah, that's true.
So, hi guys.
I just want to say, from the internet, we have some people weighing in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hi,
Sophia
Internet.
from Spain, she agrees with you. Medusa, great choice for you.
Muchas gracias.
And also, DJ Fanko would like to say that you would be a great Thor, Goddess of Thunder.
Oh,
Right,
she's a
all
gr-
these two
she's a
gentlemen.
lady
Wait,
now.
this,
There she is.
blonde. Can we go? I can wear a wig. I can wear a wig.
The hair is attached to the hat.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it just-
Thank you so much,
Like the
DJ.
best Halloween
DJ
costumes.
Pablo. DJ Pablo. Pablo.
Fanko.
DJ
Fango.
Pablo in the morning.
Thanko.
Fango. Fango.
All right, we have less than a minute left. Tell fans how they can find you online and talk. What's up
see the
coming
show.
with Thrilling Adventure Hour?
JohnHodgman.com. Also, really excited that Ta-Nehisi Coates is writing Black Panther.
Yes,
call.
us too. I'm so thrilled.
PaulOfTompkins.com. Find me on Twitter.
I just own my domain name and I don't put anything on it. I'm on Twitter at @PagetPaget because people took my name.
Look for Paget Brewster on broadcast television. It still
Broadcast.
exists
I know.
and reaches more
I
people
know.
than this.
Very true. Thanks again. Hashtag this.
Hashtag Hodgman for MODOK.
Thanks again, guys. Really appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having us.
I enjoyed it. The moon landing was fake.
We'll be right back with more from Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015.
No, this doesn't smell like
Hey guys, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. As you can see, we've already gotten started, but welcome to the party. I'm Ben Morse. I'm the senior editor of Marvel.com.
I am Blake Garris, and we are joined by the brains behind the Venture Brothers. How you doing today?
Great. How are you?
Doc, I've seen you at numerous conventions.
Really?
Yes, Dragon Con. Actually, just Dragon Con.
Okay, that's not numerous.
That's one.
More
Numerous
than one.
Dragon Cons.
You're
Numerous Dragon
painting me
Cons.
as this guy that just goes to cons. You're
Just
like
hangs out.
Kiba Con, you're at Honeycon. Like, no.
Is there something wrong with that? Because that's what I
No,
do.
well, that,
Cuba Gooding
yeah,
Jr.
you're
Con.
there.
Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah,
He goes to that every year.
yeah. I go to KubaCon.
Yeah.
Yeah, big fan of Cuba
I like
Gooding
that
Jr.
one.
What about yourself? Do you go to many cons?
I do. I'm just not as
He goes
easy
to
to
the same
spot in
amount
a
of
crowd.
cons.
Yeah.
Same
I go to
amount of
maybe
cons that I
like
do.
one less con than him sometimes. Yeah. Like I went to Dragon Con this year.
Yeah,
But
we
I
went
skipped
to the
it
same
like
amount of
5
cons.
times before
We didn't
that.
even go to San Diego Comic Con.
I
When
just
you
look like a
guys,
guy
when you
and
guys
he
go to
looks like a
cons, what are
wraith.
your favorite things to do besides what you're obligated to do?
No, I like to hunt for ladies and have sex with them in my room. Wait a second.
Oh yeah.
Favorite things to do. You hope they give you enough things to do at the con that you don't have extra time to basically go to your hotel and nap.
Yeah.
Like that is my favorite thing to do, is to be well slept before the next thing.
Yeah.
That's why Dragon Con is great, because there's so many goofy things to do. It's like, oh, you're doing a quiz show panel that 9 people will be watching, and then you're going to be on a science panel, of which I have no scientific training.
That's fair.
So
No
it's
doctors
that.
here, so.
Yeah, I just want occupy me till I get to nap.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's talk the Venture Brothers for a second, because obviously, apparently we just found out the people who were just on live are all voices on the show.
Yeah, you guys have a good cast.
Full house. Yeah.
John,
very much.
Paul, Hal Lublin was on yesterday.
Oh,
He's
cool.
on the, Mark Gagliardi said he's on the show.
Yeah, he is on the show.
Can
Yeah.
you name, I guess,
Nope.
anybody else in Thrill and Adventure Hour that's on the show or outside of the show?
Anytime someone asks a question, I forget everybody's name.
Yeah, those are all the
It's like a
thrilling guys
superpower.
we use so far.
It is.
I
That
would
helps
love to
know.
use all of them though, like Craig and Mark Evan Jackson and stuff. They'd all be great. Outside of that, what we got? Oh, we got Clancy Brown this
Oh,
season.
cool.
Kristen Milioti.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she was great. You'll like her character.
Very cool.
Yeah. Who else
When
we
you
got?
when you guys are casting out for voice talent, like what do you look for? Are you just like, oh, I saw this person on TV, it'd be great to give them a call?
We
or?
look for them saying yes.
Yeah.
Because we've had a lot
That's a
of
good
no's.
way.
Right.
Yeah. that's a
And
good
I
way
mean,
to
in the
go.
case of all these guys, it was like I had seen their show so many times,
Right.
and they were all funny, and I was like, I can't wait till we write some characters that aren't me or Doc, so we can just get you guys. So it just, but yeah, it depends on us writing new
Yeah.
people, and not already having the voice
And
in our head
yeah,
that
and
we've
seeing
done in
somebody
the
to be good
room.
for it. And then you have
20
people
times.
like Hodgman, who's Hodgman. So
Mm-hmm.
you can't like write him. Here's your character. He is a he's like Silver Surfer, but he's in it. Nope. It's when you
He'd
write
make
a
a great
character.
Silver Surfer,
Yeah,
though.
but it would sound like John
Absolutely.
Hodgman.
That
Yeah,
attitude.
that's when you find a guy that goes, he should have John Hodgman.
No, he did do a cop for us once.
Sound like John Hodgman doing a cop.
No.
I mean, he's flexible, but like not touch your toes flexible, not break a hip flexible.
But flexible.
But flexible.
Flexible.
Right. I'm not flexible. I'm barely
That's fair.
I'm barely touching my knees flexible. Vocal. He can put his head in between his knees and then walk like a crab flexible. But I'm not. I just got one voice. I just raise or lower the pitch.
Which of this is mentally flexible and which is physically flexible?
Oh, I'm talking about he's vocally flexible.
Yeah. It's a whole other dimension.
No,
Yeah,
physics-
no, I'm the least flexible out of all of them, for sure.
Yeah,
physically, but,
physically flexible.
Vocally, I'm all right.
I'm pretty physically flexible, but vocally,
Yeah.
I just have this voice higher or lower. That's it.
It's sloppier, spittier.
Spittier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, we have a question coming in from Twitter, which, by the way, you
Coming
guys
in
can,
hot.
coming in hot. We're gonna get a hot take
Twitter.
on it. You guys
Hot
can tweet us right now using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Wade Pinder already did. He said Jackson and Doc love all the David Bowie references on Venture Brothers. What is up with all that?
Besides the fact that David Bowie's awesome,
I think that's
we had a
not of this
character
world.
on our show pretend to be David Bowie, which is like a nice not get sued way of having David Bowie on the show. Like if a character pretends to be David Bowie, they're like, oh, David Bowie's on your show. But if we say that character is David Bowie, then we don't have David Bowie. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is
What
this.
you lack
David
in
Bowie
sci-
never wanted to be on our show.
What you lack in scientific knowledge, you make up for in legal knowledge more than.
It's
I get it.
we make up for
It's
in
a
the
necessity.
embarrassment of not being able to get Bowie to be on a show that says David Bowie every season and can't care.
So
Can't
David
care.
Bowie, if you're watching,
which he is.
obviously
Hot
probably
tweet
are.
from Bowie.
Yeah, hot tweet coming in from Bowie.
Bowie's your neighbor.
Bowie lives.
I got Hodgman, you got Bowie.
Bowie lives across the street from me, and he still wants nothing to do with the Venture Brothers.
Is he aware of the references at all on the show?
Well, he's always knocking on my door like, you guys got to stop saying
Cut it
no,
out.
never. I see him on
But
occasionally.
but
at
he
the
does
deli.
it as Andy Warhol, his Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
From
you
Best
guys
line.
gotta
Stop doing that.
The best line of the concert I've heard is, "I see him on at the deli."
I see it. I see him on at the deli, and sometimes the Bowie kids. Yeah, at the deli.
What kind of
not
sandwiches
the
does he
filmmaking Bowie kid. That would be awesome. Big fan of his.
The Moon. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Source code.
Source code.
What is him on?
She's handsome.
What kind of sandwiches does she
Oh
have?
no, she's up there like getting
Kale
like,
chips,
like
maybe?
no, like a water or something,
Okay.
and the kids are like, "Oh, can I have one of these candies?" She's like, "You can't have any of the candies.
No.
You're David Bowie and
You're a
mom's
Bowie.
child. Yeah, you're a
Candy.
form of royalty. You can't eat candy.
You're better than this.
Yeah, yeah. Get a kale chip."
We got DJ Fanko asking, Doc, you've repeatedly professed your love for Doctor Strange.
Yes.
What are you looking forward to from the upcoming film?
Movie? I'm so upset that I had nothing to do with it that I'm too jealous to act like I care.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to all the toys that I own of Doctor Strange going up in value for about a month and a half.
There you go.
How many do you own? A lot of Doctor
I think
Strange
I own
toys?
every Doctor Strange.
Because that's not a lot.
It's
there
not a lot.
aren't many. No, they didn't really
Doctor
give him
Strange
a strange
was not,
mobile, did they?
Was
No.
not a hyped product. You know, like you get the Jiggler, the Ben Cooper costume. There's not a
You've
lot
got
of
'em all.
Doctor Strange stuff.
Yeah.
I have everything
That's it.
that ever said Doctor
Maybe a
Strange.
cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not as impressive to be the world's foremost Doctor Strange collector, is what you're saying.
And
It's
there,
not-
But
yeah,
it
there
will be
was
in
no
the-
Burger
But it
King
will be
tie-in.
soon.
Yeah.
It will be soon.
Do you have any
Your
stuff?
time will
Do you
come.
have any stuff from like the '70s TV one?
They didn't really make stuff for the 70s
No?
T1.
Yeah, Jessica Walter was on that from Arrested
Have you seen
Development.
this?
I saw a clip of it. It's on
so
YouTube.
Bad.
Yeah, it's
It's so bad. It's so, not only does he have like a Mike Brady afro, there's a point in the writing where he knocks on a door, somebody answers, wrong door, goes to the next door. They had time in a TV show to have a guy show up at the wrong place. Like, oh no, it's next door.
No, and it wasn't like an illusion.
Riveting.
No. It wasn't like,
But nothing to,
Doctor Strange, I fooled you.
Yeah.
Wrong door.
yeah, nothing to do with the plot. Like they're just killing time. Like just kill time.
There was no payoff.
Have him drop a pen.
Make sure you have him pull all the way up to the curb and just keep the camera on him while he
Yeah,
gets out.
yeah.
And, oh, and he goes back and locks it because he forgot.
Forgot, yeah.
Let's do that
And
too.
he has to go back for a pen. It's Steve Strange. He forgot his pen.
The foremost Doctor Strange expert.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
We've got more coming in. We got another from Wade Pinder who wants to know if Doctor Doom and Baron Underbite were separated at birth.
I don't think Underbite knows that Dr. Doom exists.
You know what? I think Underbite might be an illegitimate child of Dr. Doom.
Interesting.
Yeah, sure.
That's a good line to explore. And also, Michael W.S. wanted to know, will we ever see number 24 as a spirit again on Venture Brothers?
That's a. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Maybe.
I've said this a
Let's
million
get
times.
into it.
He'll make believe that we're going to say something. When somebody goes, will we see in the Venture Brothers? The answer is always watch the Venture Brothers and find out. Or why are we making the show?
Yeah.
Like we could just get up in one of these booths and people will be like, are you going to have the, yes, we're going to have that happen. You're going to have the, yes. There it is. Season 7. Good night, everybody.
But we make you tell people something.
We tell people when we're afraid of something
You don't just
bothering
put the
them.
Star Wars logo up and go, bah, watch it.
Yeah, but nobody
You
goes,
could with Star Wars,
Yeah,
because
but-
everyone's going to watch it anyway.
But, yeah, but nobody's-
like, you know, you don't get mad if they go, is Han Solo going to be in it? Because you got to know if Han Solo's in it. You got to know whether or not
Yeah, but
it's
that's,
worth
you're
your
comparing
15
us to
bucks.
Star Wars.
Not really.
It's ridiculous. No. We're a television
go.
show.
Do you guys
We're
want
gonna
us
go
to
with
leave?
this
Yeah.
one.
All right.
Yeah, we're a television show, and that
Yeah.
and I'll tell you this: Han Solo will not be in Venture Brothers this upcoming season. No Han Solo.
There you go.
See,
So
You just
can
devastated Blake.
give a little.
yeah. Okay, we can give spoilers, but I always give spoilers when I'm ashamed of the spoiler.
Greedo is all over it, though.
Yeah,
There's
lot
so
of
many
Greedo,
Greedos
lot
in
of
this
Greedo.
season. Yeah.
Like we don't have a lot of the triad. A lot being none of the triad. And I'll give
you
a spoiler.
You like to actually spoil.
No,
You're just like,
no, I like to
we spoil this. Here's bad news about this
No,
season. Your favorite character's
I like
not
to
in it.
cushion the blow.
Right.
Yeah. You want a spoiler? No. Do you want to cushion the blow?
Spoil.
Don't get excited about this because it's not going to happen.
Guys, where can people find you online and how can they watch Venture Brothers?
Personally, I don't go online. I look
Okay.
up words online.
You're at conventions all the time.
He used to.
I am not at
Busy at the
conventions all the time.
conventions. Busy at the conventions.
No, I'm like your aunt.
Can't get Wi-Fi.
Yeah, look him up at YouTube. There'll be videos of you at conventions.
Yeah, me at conventions on YouTube.
There's a whole channel now dedicated
Google
to it.
my name and look at my hairdos through the years.
I don't know. You used to tweet about your poop We're both on
I-
Twitter and
I
never
had a
use
Twitter
it.
where I just talked
Okay.
about my excrement. Just
Used it.
anytime I
And
had a wonderful
And that went
or
well?
glorious excrement, I stopped caring about my own excrement
That's
after
fair.
a while.
That's fair.
You can posthumously, you can look it up and just learn what last year's excrements were like. They were
All right,
poetic.
so where and how can people watch Venture Brothers?
I don't know.
On Adult Swim.
Elliot, how can they watch Venture Brothers?
January 26th, Adult Swim.
There you go.
There it is,
On
January
Adult Swim, the
2016
channel.
on Adult Swim.
Or you have like a friend with
But it's
illegal
on,
torrents.
like, the
go
old
get
ones are on
the
Hulu.
illegal torrents, or go to YouTube before they
Right.
pull it down because it's
AdultSwim.com.
illegal.
Guys, there are ways to watch Venture Brothers. You should. It's an excellent show. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Have a friend
Yes.
perform it with a puppet.
There you go. You can have that too. We'll be right back here on Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015.
Hey guys, welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, and we're joined by the most wonderful gal, maybe on planet Earth, I think. Margaret Stoll, writer of
the
Black
most.
Widow. The mostest.
I want to make sure that. You don't say that
number
to all the
one.
guests?
Never.
Number one.
Number one. That Margaret came on my live show last night. I did a comedy show, and she was very insistent that she is a number one New York Times bestselling
You
author.
said best-selling author. Anything I'm forgetting? And I was like,
Number one. Number
Come on,
one.
Lorraine. I said, you don't have to say that.
From now on, I think we're just going to call you number one.
Agent M, number one.
Yeah.
Found it. Here we
Boom.
are. Watcher.
Somebody tagged me today as Agent L, and it made me feel so special in my heart.
That's pretty cool.
I felt good. But you wrote this amazing book.
I did.
It's out this very week, correct?
It is. It's out on Tuesday. If you're here at Comic-Con, you get it early.
Yeah.
As all things roll at Comic-Con. It's very exclusive here. I think you can tell.
Yeah. What I love about this book is for the first time we're really getting inside of the head of Natasha.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting, your process. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to be inside of the most secretive person maybe in the Marvel Universe's brain?
Yeah, if you were to pick someone who doesn't want anyone in her head, it would be Natasha Romanoff. And that's actually one of the ideas for the whole book, is we found a way in which her brain was kind of compromised, and she had no choice but to let this teen girl in. And the thing Natasha fears most, obviously, is a conversation, of someone with intimate knowledge of her life. She would rather beat the crap out of you.
A lot of people, with the exception of the beating the crap out of you part, can relate to that somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, most people you would find at a Comic-Con can relate to that, all the what. And I myself relate to that in all the whats.
Mm-hmm.
So Natasha as a character and I were circling around each other. And I was like, let me in. Tell me your secrets. Come on. But I was almost too respectful and too afraid. And I couldn't do my normal jazz, because I felt like she just wouldn't have it. And then very slowly, she let me into her head. I let her into my head. I sound like a mad woman. But I read every comic. I read probably more than 100 spy books. I read encyclopedias of weapons, bombs, munitions, military on 2 continents. I mean, that's what you do when you're making a video game. That's what I did for Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. You have to do it. So I did it, and then you become like a slightly messed up, different person.
I wish you'd actually do some research, though.
Yeah.
It seems like you're slacking a little bit.
Well, it's just a comic book. It's just a book. No, it's actually, Black Widow is the hardest job I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, really, I've never worked so hard in my life. I wrote a 70-page outline and trashed it and started over. Wow. Because of the Marvel fandom. I was so honored for the job and for Natasha, and I just wanted it to be perfect.
Yeah.
This is kind of the first time we really get to see that part of Natasha's history. I mean, that you must feel a lot of onus on yourself about that.
Yeah, well, I knew Red Room. I mean, that's what we all kind of know, but that's really all we kind of know. So I knew there would be a Russian origin story. At the same time, with a teen character, you're kind of working with a legacy character. So you had this sort of origins legacy balance going that was kind of cool. But I also worked really, really closely with 2 particular women, Sana Amanat, obviously Marvel Goddess, and Disney Marvel Press, Emily Meehan, who kind of runs the book side. And they brought really different things in a really interesting way about like sort of expertise in teendom and expertise in character building and what Natasha's canon backstory would be. And I feel like we really evolved the book in a way that had everyone not wanted this to happen this way, it would never have been able to happen.
Yeah. I'm interested in, I mean, she's been around for 50 years.
50
she's
years.
Had such history, but at the same time, it's only been really in the last 5 years or so that everyone knows Black Widow.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Black Widow. Did that particular, like the MCU sort of perception of her affect how you approach the book?
Well, you know, people ask all the time, is it comic universe or MCU? And nowadays, you're sort of always up against the MCU in a certain way. So, you know, I'm pretty clear where it's technically you're dealing with the comics world, but you are accountable to the general population who come at it from MCU. So I actually think of it as MTU, which is like what I tell myself, because Coulson is a character in this book. So I sort of were more like the obvious reference point would be S.H.I.E.L.D., Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., a show I also like. So, you know, it's worked out, but definitely, and think about it from a teen, I'm a YA writer.
Right.
So I have 14-year-olds. A 14-year-old just interviewed me who had never, you know, opened a comic book and who actually, like she was coming at it from the world of young adult, right? And then I have grown-up big boys like my husband or myself who come at it like strictly from, you know, the Marvel fandom.
Sure.
So I'm really juggling readers here, but that's cool.
That's awesome.
Because then you're kind of opening up, you feel like you're doing your part to open up both of those worlds to something they might not have done before.
You mentioned earlier some video game stuff. And
Yeah.
it's in my head. I'm like, I know you worked on video game stuff, but what is the breadth of that?
I am so incredibly young that I worked on Spider-Man for the PlayStation 1.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Boys and girls, long ago, there was a miraculous device called the PlayStation 1, and it did things we could never imagine. And I worked on that. In fact, I had been living in Vegas because I worked for another game company called Westwood, made old Army games that were the first multiplayer online Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
So I was there for that. And so there's Vegas level in that Spider-Man game because I had Vegas on the brain. And then we worked on Fantastic Four. We had a game developer. I was a co-founder of 7 studios with my husband, and we had a big team do Fantastic Four the first time it was a movie. So back in the day, also proof of my youth, was 2 casts ago. And that was a huge Marvel experience. And probably my first Marvel experience, sitting down and reading every comic everyone at that time, you know, which was up through Venom, the Venom storyline. But like, you know, then I was like, wow, I'm immersed in this world. This is what I want to do. And then I just kept reading. So that was my beginning. But I've worked on about 25 video games in the past.
Any other big names that fans would pick up?
Some Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, a Jack Sparrow one, some Need for Speed, one of the many, some giant robot manga, Slave Zero, some, you know, the multiplayer, the Command and Conquer stuff, Red Alert Retaliation, was around on Tiberian Sun, some space stuff, Earth and Beyond, and you know the beginnings of some of those games.
So you're really pigeonholed into being very specific type of writer.
Yeah.
You know, really not branching out at all.
One of my favorite jobs was Dune. Was one of the controversial Dune adaptations, and that was a good lesson for me now that I'm writing. An adaptation was that, you know, we invented a house in Dune, one of the seminal sci-fi books, which is like a major crime, really, to like invent like a whole new story. It's like inventing, you know, I guess people like to add to the Star Wars universe, but now I just feel like I can't say anything. I had Beautiful Creatures adapted into a movie, one of my early YA books, and I was like, I can't say a word. I've done this to everyone. So you just, you know, I look at it all as very expensive fan art.
So what attracted you from video games to move more towards YA?
All the words. Like
Words?
sometimes,
Like words?
sometimes in video games, you know this, that like you could write. Sometimes I was there at the beginning writing a whole storyline, and I have a game designer. You know, I was the lead designer on some old fantasy games, Zork Grand Inquisitor. You know, was nominated for fancy awards for that. But sometimes you're hired in after the fact and you have to like piece together words from the B-roll that were already spoken to try to get a sentence together.
I know what that's like. I've video edited.
Yeah, so I mean, it was from video games I learned you gotta be able to do anything, and I learned how to build a universe in 3D before I even learned how to build it in words, which is kind of weird. So I come at building universes by building universes, right? How funky is that? But I learned a lot, and I learned that you have to stick to the rules you set up. I learned your fans will hold you accountable for everything. There is no such hard review as a review you get on a video game from like a 12-year-old contractor who works for like, Game Informer or whatever. Like you think you've seen a rough review. Yeah. So I learned about how to work with 100 people at a time. And I learned about like taking your tiny part of a job and like just working the crap out of it, like doing everything you can, even if you're one cog in a 100-person machine, because you love the thing you're working on.
So is it then strange to go to writing a novel where you're collaborating with your editors, but you're essentially alone a lot talking to imaginary people?
It is. It's super weird. And I think you become friends with a lot of writers who do what you do. You love your readers. You spend a lot of time online procrastinating. But you also, you have like the characters, they're kind of like creepily real, right? So you have an actual Natasha in your head. I write terrible, terrible Tony Stark jokes. That's like my favorite thing to do. They probably cut 100 pages of Tony Stark out of this book. And he's like, in the Tom and Jerry cartoons, the little like angel and devil that sit on your shoulder, I kind of have like a Tony in a cap. And they're like,
That's actually what Civil War is like.
I heard that. And and they like, that's in your head. You can't get them out of your head, as you probably know.
Yeah. And you have a new widow.
I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about
We
the
have
new widow?
the Red Widow, who I may or may not be in full cosplay as tomorrow.
At the Women of Marvel panel.
At the Women of Marvel panel, shout out,
If
where
you're here,
we may or may
come-
not be.
Yeah, together.
That's not something you want to miss.
Yeah. We, I really love you so much.
So much.
We spent quality time together last night,
too.
and I have some great pictures of us we're talking like this.
Lorraine is going on tour with me. I'm actually touring with Women of Marvel.
That's right.
We're taking it out on the road, ladies and gents. So that will be some exclusive good times
Yeah.
in Chicago and
Santa Monica,
San Francisco, where
and
else?
then you're going Austin, right?
Yes, and I'm going to see G. Willow in Seattle.
So there you go. It's all
Adri,
next week.
our Marvel social media, will be with us at the kickoff in Salt Lake City.
And
Thank you.
And one of our producers, the lovely Judy Stevens, will also be there.
Judy! Yeah.
Who's probably off
Not
shooting
here.
photos of something somewhere.
Yes. I love the tour stuff, but I do want to make sure fans understand Red Widow is this awesome new character. It's actually been in comics now, and it's like this whole big thing.
Well, we had to develop a teen character who could really sort of share the limelight with Natasha Romanoff when we decided to do this as a YA novel. And it is very hard to share the limelight with Natasha Romanoff. Not just everyone can do that. So we have a very special widow of our own teendom, who is Red Widow, and she shares a lot of sort of a critical backstory moment with Natasha, and then their lives will come back together now in the contemporary time of this book, Black Widow Forever Red, available at a retailer near you. And nothing is ever the same for either one of them. And she has her own, you will see her full comic comic book and her character. You can see her suit. And it all came out as a awesome one-shot, is part of the Mockingbird, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. 50th anniversary Mockingbird #1, which is actually, I'm hearing, sold out, and they're having to reprint.
It's great.
We love
Yeah. But we've been giving it away at the con, and people have been going nuts. But it was the most fun I've ever had.
Awesome.
And I worked with Sana and Charles on that, and an amazing artist. And just getting to design, be a part of, be a cog in how she would look, for my teen readers especially, to get to see her. That's unparalleled joy. I was in a freak out for week, I just freaked out.
Yeah.
Sana was like, pitch this comic to me. And I accidentally wrote the whole thing and sent it back to her. I was like, it's my first one. I don't really know how to do that, but here's a comic. I can throw it away. I'll do another one tomorrow if you don't like it. She was like, oh my God, woman, calm down.
I love it. All right, so where can fans find out about the tour dates, about everything that's going on from you?
mstoll.com/Black Widow. Just mstoll.com, but I'm on Twitter as mstoll. I'm at Margaret underscore Stoll on Instagram. There's a Margaret Stoll Tumblr. So any social media site, you can basically find out about the tour and the book and the comic and
the woman.
And the woman,
Behind
and you
it
know,
all.
and there may or may not be more good things coming your way. So you should always check back, just in case there are.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me,
Yeah.
Agent M, Agent L.
Finally, you guys, stick around right here on Marvel Live. There will be much more coming up very soon.
You gotta stop.
Hey everybody, welcome back to New York Comic Con 2015. We are Marvel Live. My name is Ben Morris. I'm the senior editor of Marvel.com.
And I am Blake Garrison. We are joined by the cast of the Shannara Chronicles.
Yeah.
We were like, yeah, that's what it said it right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Although
actually,
the author calls it
it's
Shannara.
actually Shannara.
Shannara.
Yeah. But that's not how
Shannara.
they're saying it for the show, I guess.
Shannara. Just to be that little bit more confusing.
Because it's based on a book, right?
Yes.
Based on a book series. So that one was
Try to explain that on Wikipedia. Shannara.
Shannara. But Shannara is the way that, I guess, that's how we say it in the show.
By any name, it's going to be a really exciting show. Can you guys tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, you go for it.
It's a little bit like, Peter Jackson said 10 years ago it was not possible to make Lord of the Rings until technology caught up. So really, Shannara is like the biggest, I guess it's one of the most ambitious projects for television because the technology involved, the CGI stuff, and, that it's shot in New Zealand is probably the biggest best choice that they made was because all the practitioners that we're working with there were part of all that sort of evolution of fantasy genre.
So you guys share a lot of,
so
a lot of the people who are working on your shows are already experienced with all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
great.
a lot of the people from the art department and from costume and from sort of all the design elements, like they were the people who worked on Lord of the Rings and on The Hobbit and on all these incredible fantasy stuff. So they're like the best of the best.
I want to say, man, you're obviously no stranger to the fantasy world, a lot of television shows and films. What would fans of yours, how would you say to them to check out the show?
I'm used to playing mentoring roles, and so when it comes to Austin, I've stood beside Andy Whitfield, great actor, I've stood beside Stephen Amell, these mentoring roles, and now I'm next to Austin, and like this guy's just amazing as an actor, it's been a pleasure to play a mentor next to this guy because he's got the goods.
This is a nice moment.
Yeah,
I want to live in this moment for a second. This is really
Oh,
nice.
oh,
It's all
yeah,
great.
so much loving.
Oh, we take pictures? Okay, all right. So, Manu, also, you're no stranger to the conventions. What about you two? How many conventions have you been to, or is this your first one?
This is my second.
Okay, cool.
And your second one too.
Yeah, San Diego Comic-Con was my
that
first.
yours, San Diego
My first,
too?
yeah. So we did that one and then we came here and did this one.
Yeah.
Did you do anything fun there? It's all work, press.
It was mostly press. The only time that we did a signing, and that's when I got to walk around the floor. But so seeing it out
your
here
eyes
is
were bugging
incredible.
out the minute you came in here. seeing
Yeah,
kind of the
just
view of the
looking
floor
out
was
there
cool.
is incredible. I didn't realize how many people were here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's my real life mentor as well. He teaches me all about these things.
The New York Comic Con's huge. It's massive. It's fun to be here. It's fun to launch the show here. It's fun to see a big banner on the side of a wall that's Shannara.
Very cool.
This guy.
So cool.
This guy.
Can you guys tell us a little bit each about the characters you're playing on the show?
Yeah, so I play a guy named Will Almsford, who is from a tiny little farming village, and he loses his mom at the beginning of the story, and at that point he goes on a journey to find certainty because he doesn't feel like he can protect the people that he loves, and he needs that, and so he goes out on this journey to become a healer, and little does he know he's about to get interrupted by this guy.
Drag him into
so he
war.
drags me literally out of a bathtub, drags me, and basically says, "You gotta join this princess and join these other people to save the world." And so, yeah, that's who he is.
Right.
And I play Amberlia Lissadil, and she's the princess of Arbelon, so the princess of the elves. And she realizes pretty early on that she's going to have to embark on this quest to try and save the world. Just that. I mean, it's nothing.
No big deal.
No big deal.
Just
It's sweet.
typical
It's just
Wednesday.
Like, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Like, and it's basically just her coming to terms with that realization, and then her embarking on this quest to try and save the world that they live in. Don't tickle.
Last but not
Tickles
least,
me in
oh no,
every
what's
interview.
happening?
I'll get you.
So who do you play?
Yeah.
Oh, I play Al-Anon. This is all about
Sweet.
him. I just have to I have to point this guy toward the right whatever the direction is that he's got to go, and it's been fun. You know, it's
And we wear matching leather jackets.
I was going
as
to
well.
ask. Yeah,
I didn't get the memo.
We did not
like,
plan
I did
this.
not.
Why? Why
And
not?
we showed up backstage.
I'm like
So we gotta
hideously
get her one
underdressed.
now.
I know.
Say-
I've got leather shoes, but it's
The
fine.
mentorship leads to clothing as well, right? Okay.
They're
You guys
basically
go-
the same
you guys go
person
shopping
now.
together? Was that part of the mentor role?
We had talked about getting certain leather
I
jackets.
don't think
at one
Vanessa
point.
would like me to take you shopping. What with house payments?
So, how far into the filming process are you? The show airs in January.
Yeah, we finished the
Oh,
first
you finished.
season. We had the good fortune of not having to film a pilot, so we went straight to series, which is something that I've never done before. But we went in and we went to New Zealand for 6 months and shot 10 episodes, and yeah, we finished it.
What was it like being in New Zealand, just like living there, and like you said, you're around all these people who've done before. It's beautiful and all that.
I was home.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I was going to ask, are you like sick of it?
I just moved to LA. I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
moved to LA, moved all my gear to LA, and I
like,
walked
oh,
in for this first audition, and I went, "Hey guys, I'm like, where are you filming?"
Yeah.
New Zealand. It was like a boomerang job. They just sent me home. Yeah, New Zealand's like the perfect backdrop for this series. You
Nice.
know? I mean, you know, again, reflecting on the fact that Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, all these fantasy genres have been shot in New Zealand. You know, it's the perfect backdrop, perfect practitioners. You know, behind the creativity of the show.
Did you move to LA again, or you're going to stick it out there?
Oh, I'm back home. No. It's great. It's great being able to work at home.
But are you going to move back to LA, or are you going to stay there for a while?
Mate, I'll tell you what. If I could film in New Zealand my whole life, I would. You know what I mean. But an actor's journey just takes you from here to there.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
We actually have a question from our fans who are watching on Twitter, and you guys can ask us questions using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Wanted to know a little Marvel stuff for you guys. Want to know if you guys have any favorite Marvel characters, you know, from the movies, from the comics, anywhere.
You know, I just watched Avengers: Age of Ultron on the plane here.
Oh, nice.
I hadn't seen it, and it was awesome. I really liked it.
We worked really hard.
You guys are so talented, you really are. I mean, Iron Man. I mean, Tony Stark. It's hard for me not to just love him so much. Who are you guys?
I don't know if I could choose just one. Like, I can't even narrow it down to like 20. So I'm not
We're not
even
gonna
gonna.
make you.
I know.
That's great.
Is
So don't
SpongeBob
even-
SquarePants a Marvel character?
I believe he is. Honorary
Marvel
yeah,
character.
Marvel.
Okay, I like him.
The clown.
Yeah, SpongeBob.
Actually, do you guys ever, I mean, this is your second con. Manu, you go to a ton. Do you get to walk the floor often, or no?
Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, I love to, you know, I mean, dude, we only exist because of all of those people down there, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a, you know, I mean, coming to conventions is like a full circle for me, because, I mean, when we shoot, we're like in a studio, like in the middle of nowhere, and nobody ever sees it, you know, it's just the factory we work in, you know.
What do people recognize you most?
All of it, really.
Everything, yeah.
You know, it'd be interesting once this airs, you know, just, you know, like, because I always hear Crixus, you know, Slade, Destro, you know, it'd be funny to hear like, Al-Anon. Yeah.
Were these characters that you're playing, are they going to be good cosplay? You think you'll see some of the people walking around?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a whole lot of
Fashion's
leather.
Pretty cool. Yeah. The
badass.
costume department for Shannara was just spot on. I mean, the costuming is fantastic.
I'm thinking of cosplaying just as with these other jackets. I think we should get a pair of
Yeah,
these.
we should
We'll
just-
trade you these shirts.
Well,
I think
'cause
that's a fair trade.
That's because we do have like 8 more of these shirts. So. Oh, so
Okay, so
yeah,
that's
no,
not
we need
fair.
to trade. We need to trade.
If you give me 2 of them, I'll give you the jacket.
That's like a $4,000 shirt.
No. That's not a good call.
The
Not a good call.
mentors- the
My
mentor has to
mentor,
step
my
in
mentor
and
is
go,
telling me
"This is
that's
a
not a good
bad
barter.
deal."
I would not do well at Burning Man. Okay.
So how can fans find you all online? You're on Twitter, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe mine's just my name, Austin Butler, on Twitter and Instagram as well.
Yeah. Same, Austin Butler.
Yeah, she's got the same. Hers is Austin Butler.
Yeah, Poppy
Hashtag.
Drayton. Hashtag Austin
Poppy
Butler.
Drayton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
And yours? Are you on anything?
SpongeBob SquarePants. No. Mono Bennett. At Mono Bennett.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Verified.
when can folks watch the show?
I think they said January
January
5th
Oh,
today. No, they said that at the panel, didn't they?
Oh, they said it? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you show any
Mentor's got it wrong.
May or may not be.
exclusive maybe?
Oh, really?
Guys,
Oh.
the student just became the master, maybe?
I don't really.
Thank God I'm here to keep
we
it.
I'm
will.
losing my memory.
Yeah, the future
Where's
will
the
tell.
toilet?
Yeah.
Quickly, what did you show at the panel for fans who missed it? Did you show any clips or?
Yeah, it showed a
New
new
trailer.
trailer.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was really cool to
It should
see.
be online soon, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that they're gonna probably
yeah.
throw it up soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much for taking the time. Really
Yeah, we
appreciate
appreciate
it.
you guys
Thank you,
coming
guys.
on. So definitely, guys, check out maybe in January, maybe another time. Check out the Shannara Chronicles on MTV, and we will be back here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. My name is Ben Morse. I am the senior editor of Marvel.com.
And I am Blake Garris, and we are joined by Mr. Patrick Fugit. Thanks for taking the time.
Sure.
We got to be honest.
Ben and I were most excited for this. We've been fans.
Really?
We love Almost Famous.
No,
we love
I
a lot.
love all
he
your
loves
stuff.
all the stuff you've done. I think you're great in all the stuff you've done, but Almost Famous is one of my favorite movies of all time.
He mentioned it.
Thanks, dude.
He mentioned he has it on DVD and VHS.
I do have
So
it.
that's
You gotta
legit.
have it on all format. I gotta get it on Blu-ray now, and then I need to get a Blu-ray player.
Do you know what? I was just in France and somebody brought up the French version of Almost Famous.
No kidding.
And it's boxed like a 45 vinyl.
That's amazing.
It's
All right, I need
pretty
that
cool.
too.
Yeah,
I just
thought
saw
that was cool.
I just saw you in an indie film in at IFC Center. You were a complete jerk in it.
What was it?
I don't. Elizabeth Moss. Yeah, it was great.
Queen of Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. You're a jerk in it.
I am. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was.
Dude, that was so fun to make. Alex Ross Perry directed that and wrote it and everything, and he's awesome. But we filmed that up at that lake house, like super guerrilla filmmaker style, and I got to play that douche. It was so fun because a lot of the stuff between Elizabeth Moss and I was sort of added on set. I was definitely a dick in the film, but like when we got there, like the whole scene with the coffee cup, like that was all we like improv that and everything.
Oh,
It was
wow.
So cool. She's so
Now
She's so badass.
you're here specifically promoting Outcast
Yes.
on Cinemax. For our fans who may not watch the show, what can you tell them about the show?
Well, Outcast is based on Robert Kirkman's comic, his new comic that he's put out. He created The Walking Dead. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
But we just started shooting 2-3 months ago.
Okay.
So we're still like compiling all the episodes of the first season.
Got it.
And it's about demonic possession loosely.
Nice.
And but as is the sort of usual with Robert, he takes something like a familiar trope that you've kind of seen before, like
Flips it around.
zombies or demonic possession, and he changes the perspective and the way of thinking about it. So it's pretty interesting.
I gotta ask, a lot of people are interested in possession or whatnot. Did you go to like an exorcism or anything, or did you like read up
No,
on it?
I get that question a lot. So have you guys read the comic at all?
I've seen a little bit of it here and there. I've not read it regularly.
There's
but
like there's a few main characters. There's Kyle Barnes, who I play, who was sort of plagued by demonic possession throughout his childhood, and there's something we gather that's happened recently that sort of casts him out from society. Like the local town, they all kind of think he's a violent, bad person. But the Reverend Anderson is the other main character, and he believes that these possessions are all about religion and God and the devil and everything. And so he's the one actually performing most of the the holy exorcism that you would think about when you think about exorcism. Yeah. Of course, when we get into the situations, they're not what the Reverend thinks. They're also not what my character thinks. There's something else
in
going
between.
on. Yes.
What attracted you to the project?
Is a job. I was unemployed.
That's nice. That's nice. That's always nice to have.
No, they told me about Robert, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, The Walking Dead is super cool, and I hadn't watched it much at that point. But then they were like, it's about demonic possession. And I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I really love The Exorcist, and there's some other possession films for sure.
Yeah.
Haven't seen all of those, but they were like, it's based off this comic. Go check out the comic, and then you're going in for this audition. So I read the comic, and I was like, this is really cool. This is like a new sort of way to look at it, and it was like a broader picture in mind rather than like an individual exorcism happening and that being the entire plot. It's more about like, have we ever stopped to think of where all these exorcisms come from and what we could do to stop the next one and that sort of thing. And I got to read the pilot, and it's really like Robert Kirkman's evolved storytelling. Like
Nice.
he developed it through The Walking Dead and developed like episodic television writing, and it's very good. But he's like taken what he's learned and how he's developed, and he's created this new platform where he has this really awesome creative team behind him, and everything's really collaborative. And he's able to just sort of exercise his new, his newfound storytelling device. It's really
nice.
cool.
Good pun there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you even realize. You know,
I did.
you knew what you were doing.
When I did this with my fingers, that was me trying not to jump through the fucking window because I.
How much of the comic and the show correlate?
So we've got about 10 episodes so far planned out for this series, and they're all an hour long, right?
Oh,
so
wow.
they're 60
That's
minutes
pretty
long
ambitious, yeah.
each, and each comic is only like 20 pages, more or less. And so from those, we have like a bare bones skeleton to work from, and then in the show, they just sort of branch out into all of those different avenues, and they add a lot of depth and a lot of scope to it. You even add like new storylines with new characters and stuff like that. So basically the template of the comics is something that we stay very true to.
Yeah.
And then all the stuff that they're adding is all like Robert and the writer's room just like bubbling and creating, and it's turning out really cool.
Were you into comics growing up at all, or?
I got into Spider-Man for a little while,
Nice.
but I was a gamer.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was a gamer. And so I didn't so much get into the comics, but as soon as I could get my hands on games, that's it, and that's the way it will always be.
You still playing anything now?
Oh yes. I somehow convinced my girlfriend to play video games about a year ago. She
Very
got into
nice. Well
Destiny. She was watching me play Destiny, which I don't even know how that happened. But she was watching me play, and she's like, "This looks really fun. Do you guys play Destiny?"
No, we're bad gamers.
Yeah,
I play
that's
basically.
okay.
I basically play Madden and whatever wrestling game just came out.
And that's totally
Yeah.
awesome. That's totally awesome. Well, she was watching me play, and we started playing. So she's a year in now. She's better than I am already.
Oh.
But we
Is there
play.
frustration there? Is there any problems?
No,
Are you guys okay?
No,
Are you proud?
I get some beta from it. I get to like
Okay,
watch
that's
what she does, and I'm like,
Good.
all right, that's how I need to do it.
All right, good. I'm glad you guys are
So,
good.
so at a convention like this, a ton of these booths are video game things. Are you going to go out there and?
They don't let me out.
Really? What?
You're just
They don't let me out there.
a caged bird.
No, I mean we're doing mostly like all this awesome stuff. So like I get to go talk to a bunch of different people and talk about the show.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, I fall asleep.
Have you ever voiced anything for a video game?
No, I would love that. Do you know who I just met?
Who?
Troy Baker.
Oh.
You guys know who Troy Baker is?
Sounds very familiar.
Plays
Yeah.
Joel in The Last of Us.
Okay.
I met him at San Diego Comic-Con.
So you get to be a fan here too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
like
pretty cool.
I was just walking. We took this journey to go to the bathroom, and I saw a left-handed Link, a guy who cosplayed as Link,
Yeah, yeah.
left-handed,
Oh,
which is
that's
important
cool.
because not most
Yep.
people they do it with the right hand.
Yeah.
in the sword. But that's Link is left-handed, so
Yeah.
I was like, that's awesome, dude.
Favorite video game ever?
No.
Top 5 favorite video games ever? 2.
Metal Gears.
Okay.
I really love Tenchu. I really love stealth games. I really love the first 2 Tenchu games.
Okay.
I really love a lot of the Splinter Cell games. I don't know, I like the Rainbow Six games, but I also love Zelda and storytelling games.
Well, I was going to say, you clearly are a guy who likes to dive into the big world-building games. Because
Yeah.
Zelda was really like one of the first of those.
Oh
I
yeah,
remember.
yeah, totally. And the new one is The Witcher 3 that I'm like super absorbed in,
Yeah.
and even the new Metal Gear is like sandbox and craziness.
Have you ever done an adaptation of a video game for TV or film?
No.
We gotta get. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
your agent.
we gotta get out
let's
there, man.
do it.
We gotta get out
Let's
there and
do
get this
that.
going on.
I'm taking you on. All right.
You're a lucky man. You mentioned Spider-Man briefly, said you were a fan. What did you dig about Spider-Man when you were in
It was the art. The art was
Yeah.
always what hooked me. Like when I was a kid and I'd see the comics. I mean, I had like severe ADD, so I could never like. I get like 3 pages in, I'd be like, I just want to see him swinging from the buildings. And so I would like. I started out like tracing Spider-Man.
Oh, cool.
You know, and then like I would try to like
Same.
form it on my own, and that never went well. But
Dude, it's hard with all those webs on his costume
yeah,
and all the
the
lines. He's a
spiders
tough
thing.
one.
And
Yeah.
his eyes, like his left one, never looked as
Yep.
good as his right one.
Oh
when I
man,
drew
it's
it.
so hard.
So we got about 2 minutes left. Ben has probably 30 almost famous questions.
I'll ask those
I just
off
want
the
to ask
air. I'll ask those off
beforehand.
the air.
Tell us how fans can check out Outcast. Any teasers you want to give out before you go?
Yeah, I know some of those if Rabia helps me out. We have a hashtag, and then you put that in, and then you say Outcast.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have a production diary that's coming out soon.
Oh, nice.
Outcast, all one word? OutcastCinemax.com.
It goes. And can people find you anywhere else online? You have a website, social media, anything like that?
I have an
You're just living
Instagram.
under the radar.
Robert Kirkman actually hijacked my Twitter.
Really?
He's running my Twitter, so if I look like a total idiot on Twitter, that's Robert Kirkman's fault.
All right, we don't mind blaming that on him. But all right, very cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah,
we're gonna reenact Scenes from Almost Famous. This is over. We got Shadowhunters coming up next, guys. Check out Outcast on Cinemax. Look for more information on that. We'll be right back here on Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015.
Hi, I'm Axel Alonso, editor-in-chief at Marvel Comics, and I'm here to give you 5 tips about how to break into comics. The first and most important rule is, don't wait for someone's permission to make comics. Don't wait for Marvel Comics to give you permission to write comics. Go out and make them yourself. It's never been easier to make a comic book than now. It's so easy to find people out there through the internet, whatever, that you can collaborate with. If you're an artist, you can find a writer. If you're a writer, you can find an artist. But make those comics. Creating a web comic book, creating an internet comic book, you can have the eyes of the world if you do it right. Most important, you can have the eyes of an editor, and that's how you get your first gig. Don't be afraid to fail in the beginning. Do your best work, show it to people whose opinions count, people who tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, and just keep doing it, keep plugging at it. Don't expect to hit a grand slam right out the gate. You know, just work your craft. Creative people are the sum total of what they do, what they read, the movies they see, the food they eat, the art they appreciate. All of these things inform your creative point of view. So keep that in mind. You're not going to make good comics if all you're looking to do is reference comic books. If all you're pulling out of your brain are comic books, you're just going to be a Xerox of what's come before. What you want to do is bring all of your passions, from the music you like, to the sports you like, to the art you like, to the books you read. You want to bring all that to bear on your art. That's what makes your favorite writers and artists special. All of that informs their art.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my God, this is crazy. We're having a good time. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M. You're watching Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015.
That was great.
Yeah, I know.
That
was also quite impressive.
I am Blake Garris. We are joined by the cast of the new series Shadowhunters. I got to say first, before we went live, you guys were picking out cosplayers.
Yeah, we were. There's some decent ones out there.
There's some pretty cool ones.
Look at War Machine. Look at War Machine right there, dude.
Dope.
That is incredible.
He must be so uncomfortable, though.
I don't think that matters right now. He's killing it, you know?
You could watch the way he moves around, and like that's the thing you pick out with cosplayers. If they look like they're lumbering or having trouble moving, you know how bad it is for them. That guy right there, he was just sort of like whatever.
He was kind of sauntering,
feeling good about it, feeling
maybe
good.
it's not that bad.
Gotta give him credits for
Yeah.
it.
Who would you guys be cosplaying as if you
If
were
I
out
could
there?
do a War Machine like that, I would do War Machine.
See, I've always wanted to go to like a classic stormtrooper and just tell people to hold up, move along.
I know who I'd be.
Move along.
I'd be Brother Voodoo, Dr. Voodoo.
Nice.
Yes.
I can see that
yes,
too.
that's where I'd go.
Some extensions.
Nice. I think we should all go as the Avengers. That'd be fun.
Matt doesn't want to go as an Avenger. You're going to meet Matt, and because he plays an archer on the show, he's going to be Hawkeye, and he doesn't want to be Hawkeye, so he's, you bring that up with him. Bring that up when you meet
He
him.
could be Archer instead. Just be like the Avengers and Archer.
He could do
A bonus. We have a lot of alternate realities in Marvel Universe. Along the way, the Avengers will pick him up and be like, come on with us.
Perfect.
Come hang out.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So what if? You guys were you had a signing earlier.
Yeah.
Have you had your panel yet?
We had the panel first
Panel was
thing.
first
What
up.
did you show any?
We had 6 minutes of exclusive footage.
6 minutes, Dougie Fresh.
So what is it? 24 minutes if we're counting all the 6 minutes that we got.
I wish.
Yeah.
No, we saw the 6 minutes for the first time with the fans in the audience, so it
How
was
was that?
really amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So tell the fans who may not be totally familiar what the show's all about. We talked about an archer. We
Yeah.
talked about a bunch of things. What is going on?
So this show follows the story of Clary Frey, who is this girl who, on her 18th birthday, finds out she is a shadow hunter, which is this angel human race that their sole purpose is to fight demons and keep the peace among all of the different downworlders and protect humans, which are we call mundanes, from the shadow world, and falls into the arms literally of this one who saves her from certain dangers.
Certain unmentionable dangers.
Unmentionable dangers.
Yeah, I read a synopsis. There's werewolves.
Yes.
There's vampires.
Yes.
There's warlocks.
Yes.
Demons.
Yes.
Fairies.
Yes.
I love everything.
Angels.
going on.
Yeah.
Angels.
Yes.
Hybrids. Was this made just for me?
Yes.
Yes.
Essentially.
Had you in mind. The showrunner's outside. He'll come over here and he'll hug you.
Can Isaiah say more things because of his voice? Can Isaiah say all the things?
I don't know. And you're a big nerd.
Well, yeah. I mean, when I came by the office, I think me and Ron, we broed down pretty hard. Yeah. We got into it.
Broed down.
I feel awkward to be in the middle of this.
No, this is good.
It was really emotional for me. I left with a couple gifts and a lot of things, and I think I left my heart there.
Well, yeah, there was it's just you have such a love for Marvel that it just shines through, and it was just the more we could do together, it always makes me happy. So having you here was just like a shining light for me in the middle of the day.
He made my Luke Cage dreams come true.
Yeah. So you guys should watch that episode of Marvel Superheroes What The? Yeah, we put him in as Luke Cage. It's great.
That's amazing.
That is awesome.
So, what's it like being a part of the ABC family now? They seem very nice and fun too.
They're wonderful. They're 100% behind the show, really excited about it, really supportive of it, and we're happy to be a part of the family.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. They really take really good care of us. They make sure that it's very obvious that we all believe in the project, and to see that from the network and see how much support they're giving us just kind of makes us want to work that much harder. You know?
Yeah.
Very true.
Give them everything we can.
To be under that umbrella though, with all that stuff, all that cool stuff, you know it's stuff I'm talking about.
What's your favorite, creature of each of you for the show?
The Ravening Demon's pretty intense. We have a shapeshifter demon who is kind of a 3.5-hour makeup job because it's a person in a suit who is made up with prosthetics and a mask and a face and hands and nails, and is really quite amazing. And then they CGI a bunch of other horrific demon stuff onto his face and or body. So he's probably my favorite demon. I think I've killed him about 7 times in this show.
Shout out to Hubert, who usually plays said demon and sits in a rubber suit for 17 hours a day on set without complaining. He's incredible. I really like the Shax demons, though.
We haven't seen a Shax
like
demon.
Shaq, like Shaquille O'Neal, like multiple Shaquille O'Neal demons.
Tiny little Shaquille O'Neal.
I've seen mock-ups, and they
big size 22 feet demons.
very terrifying. No, you guys will see those very soon, and they're amazing and scary and creepy crawly.
My favorite thing, I haven't seen any, but I've heard there's like werewolves in the show, and I love werewolves. It's gonna be so cool when I see these werewolves. I heard that.
Can you imagine nobody told you? You just said you're a detective, and then they CGI'd like in the rest of the show. They just go, wait, woo.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're talking. I don't even know what's going on in the down world.
You played Detective W.R.A. Wolf.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, you play that character.
Yes.
No. So in a couple more minutes, we're gonna bring on more of the cast, Shadowhunters.
Oh, yeah.
Where can we find the show? Where can we find you guys online?
January 12th, ABC Family, which is soon changing and becoming Freeform.
Yes. Freeform. It's the
Freeform.
new network, the new name, the new
But all the same stuff that we love.
all the same stuff that we love. New
A
name.
huge presence here for ABC Family.
Huge, yeah.
Huge
Yeah, we were pretty
presence,
happy about
We're
it.
here with Pretty Little Liars and Stitchers, and happy to be a part of it.
Freeform coming at you.
It's a good crew to be aligned with too.
It absolutely
There's a lot
is,
of fun, a lot
yeah.
of buzz. And online, where can fans tweet to you guys?
I think we're all on pretty much all forms of social
We are.
media,
Mm-hmm.
so feel free to look us all up and tweet us if you feel so
Isaiah
inclined.
Mustafa at Isaiah Mustafa.
Cat_McNamara.
At Dom Sherwood 1, I think.
Yes.
Yeah,
My
nice.
Twitter is at @Rosende, but my Instagram is at Alberto Rosende.
Oh,
there we go.
Mixing it up.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank
for
you so
coming
much.
on.
Thank you for having us.
Lovely to
Welcome
see
to the
you
family.
guys. Thank you,
All
thank
that
you.
good stuff. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more from Shadowhunters.
Some agent.
I've never heard that. Okay, let's get a grip.
Oh, hello, welcome back. You're watching Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I am Blake Garris, and we are joined by the rest of the cast of Shadowhunters. We've asked all the questions. I don't know what else to ask you. You're gonna spoil some stuff for us, right? From the show.
Maybe we're gonna read the whole script for you.
Nice. How was the signing for the 3 years?
It was great.
It's the most fun.
Oh my gosh.
It was so much fun. So many people dressed as, the characters, and I thought that was really nice to
had
see.
the runes and
everything. Yeah, it was really fun.
We asked the rest of the cast what their favorite kind of creatures were from the show, because obviously you have werewolves and vampires and a whole assortment. What are personally all three of your favorites?
I think the Ravner.
The Ravner
Demon.
Ravner
is
Demon
scary.
Very cool.
I've also heard there are Shacks, which are small versions of Shaquille O'Neal monsters. That was what it was explained.
That is the best way to explain it. I like that.
And that to me seems thrilling.
Oh, hey,
Speaking of creatures, I was kidding. He just executive producer. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ed Dector. How are you?
I'm interviewing him.
It's a three-way interview.
So, who was your favorite creature from the series?
Creature, like demon or something? But I'm if I had to be one, I think I would be a warlock. I would be Magnus Bane.
Yeah, that's.
So warlock is a creature now, huh?
Yeah, well,
it's a downworlder.
A downworlder.
A downworlder.
Why?
They
wants to
are
wear
immortal.
makeup.
They are immortal. They can do magic and they can create portals. So they really have it wired.
That's it. Like that's legit. That's great.
It's immortal though. We have some immortal characters and they're really lonely.
It's a good and bad. There's you see everyone die throughout all the centuries. No, that's the bad. The good obviously is you see everything. You get to meet like the greats and see if the legends live up to what history has written.
And then they die.
And then they die, and then you take on what you learn.
They never die.
They don't die.
No, they don't die. The people that he sees die.
You could kill them.
They could
you outlive everyone that you love.
Until you don't want to live anymore.
Damn.
By the way, I'm looking at the monitor. Who is the writer in this group, and who are the beautiful actors? It's very tough to tell.
I can't see a darn thing.
No, I don't see a monitor.
He plays Chase.
On for the show, everything we've been hearing, it sounds like you must have a gigantic Bible or reference, just a tome for all this, because it sounds like so much cool stuff.
Well, aside from all the books that Cassandra Clare has written, then the prequel series, and then the adjunct series of the Magnus Bane Chronicles, we also have a codex of all the lore about that, and then we actually look at fan art. Like a lot of times we'll say, how did the fans imagine Magnus Bane to look, or how did the fans imagine that Isabel dresses? And so we'll actually look at fan art sometimes just to see what's out there, what they're thinking.
Did what the fans were thinking match up to what you guys had already been envisioning and concepting?
Yes, but we absolutely used the fan base to sort of shape what the look was of the show, because there's so much of it out there. We have a Fan Art Friday that we do, and we sometimes get like 120 submissions each week on each topic.
What are some of the topics? Like
Sizzy, like Simon and Isabel, or Malik. The Malik one, these two guys got the most fan art ever. It was like 200 submissions.
Intense. That's crazy. What is the visual representation of magic in this world? I'm sure the warlocks have some power. What does that look like? I mean, there's a lot of visceral stuff with the creatures.
Yeah, it's blue. I mean, it has this like kind of blue hue like tone to it, and
electric quality.
Yeah, and then the way it's kind of summoned, it's really interesting. It's more like a kind of like magic and playing, like dancing with your fingers and hands to kind of like summon it, and the portals in a way it just kind of comes out with the almost like Tai Chi, kind of the way it kind of comes out and floats out in front of you.
You've been practicing that.
I have. It took me about like a good month to get that right. Get the snap
It would be
right.
helpful to us if he was a dancer or something. But yeah.
Had any of the cast read the material or the books prior to being cast, or also did you all read the material, or
did some of you just say like, no, I just want to?
Well, I started reading the first book, and it's amazing, but sometimes it was a little confusing when you're, shooting the show. You're like, wait, what was in the book, and what am I actually shooting? So it started to get a bit confusing, and I stopped reading after the first book. But it's so cool. I mean, the TV series gets to go to places, the book never went to, staying true to the character. So that's like a lot of fun, and yeah.
Yeah, you can reference things online and use wiki, and when you need to look something up, you can look it up in the book. You can seek it out. It's just, I mean, how many of us had read it before? None had read it before.
Yeah, I haven't read it before, but when I got into it, I read the first one, City of Angels, and then City Bones, and then the Bane Chronicles, which was really nice to see the history of Magnus Bane, and and kind of pull a lot of things from that.
You guys are with the Warlock characters. We have Doctor Strange, who is the Sorcerer Supreme in the Marvel Universe. How do you think he'd fare against some of the warlocks and some of the demons and some of the creatures that you guys
I
see?
think they're from a more powerful universe than we are.
Yeah, I think the Shadow World. There's like London, there's New York that kind of take over. So I mean, Doctor Strange, that guy's powerful.
Supremely
powerful.
You have the whole
largely
superhero
human.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the whole superhero thing.
And look how buff they are. Even when they just might not be as powerful as another character, they're just look how huge they are.
Yeah, I don't think we stand a chance.
Yeah,
I'm so
still
sorry.
working.
I didn't mean to bring it
Don't take
down.
you to that world.
Jeez.
Well, maybe Isabel's whip could bring him down.
Yeah.
I think so.
I would like to see
We'd put up
Isabella
a fight.
against Wonder
Let's put up a
Woman,
fight.
so we'll say.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Have you
nice.
met any hardcore fans of the book, especially even today, who are like, "Don't mess this up for me"? Like,
Yeah.
Vaguely threatening.
Yeah, just a little, a couple of threats. No, they were pretty positive. I think we showed a 6-minute clip, and I think it was mostly positive with the fans and them actually seeing it, and anticipation of just hearing about it. I think is a little hard for fans when you just I just want to see the thing. So it was really great to have that.
People seem very excited. We're very happy.
We always say that every fan, who's reading the books, and every reader of the books is running their own movie in their head. So sometimes their movie doesn't match up with our movie, but our job is to make them go, oh, okay, all right, they like the books like I do. I'm rolling with that.
That's awesome. Very cool. Guys, you guys stay tuned. We're going to be with the Jessica Jones cast shortly, but where will fans be able to see the show, when, and where can they find you guys online?
Well, the show premieres January 12th.
On ABC.
ABC
And
Freeform.
Freeform.
Freeform. ABC
Becoming
Freeform.
Freeform.
Yes.
You can check me out on Harry Shum Jr. at Harry Shum Jr. on Twitter.
Yeah, you can check me out at Emerald Tabia on Twitter.
And Matthew Daddario at Twitter.
I like Twitter.
I don't know how you say it.
And I would say check them out on Twitter.
Yeah, check Ed out on Twitter. He's got quite the Twitter.
well, thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by
Brian Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M, and it is Jessica Jones time.
Jessica Jones time. You guys, our fans have been freaking out all weekend long. They've been so excited for you guys to come on the show. Are you guys ready? You're about to go to your panel, right?
Yeah, shortly.
Have you been out and done signings yet?
Oh yeah, we have. We have.
We've been out and about for a while.
Yeah.
It's incredible out there.
Yeah.
Are the fans going crazy at you?
Nobody has really seen us. This is the first time the cast has been out there, and it's incredibly, the response has been incredible given that, they don't even know what the show is. So.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, like when we're getting hustled down the little corridors and whatnot, and you see everyone go, I think that's...
Yeah.
It's fun.
Do you guys have previous convention experience of this level?
No.
San Diego or New York?
I
You're
did
like, no.
in San Diego when all the Twilight movies, which I wrote overall. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at some stuff here. It looks pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So we're super excited to see you guys join the Marvel Universe. Can you tease us anything about your characters in the upcoming series?
Should we go down the line?
Yeah.
My character, Hope, she starts off as a very innocent, uncorrupted girl from Omaha and is the center of Jessica's first PI case. And when Jessica enters her life, things take a turn.
Interesting.
Yes.
Oh, hi there. Yes, what can I tease you? I'm a New York City cop. I won't tell you my name yet, but I am taking... I'm Officer Simpson. He's a guy who knows right and wrong and is very black and white about that issue, and Jessica Jones is a little bit gray. So we don't get along so well.
Excellent. And now we know, Melissa, that you are one of our producers, right? So I have more questions for you, but Ika, if you can tell us a little bit about your role.
Yes, I play Malcolm, and he is Jessica's neighbor, and he's suffering from drug addiction, and their lives intertwine in some very surprising and interesting and fun ways.
Oh, we like that. Now, how much has Alias, Brian Michael Bendis's comic, influenced Jessica Jones, the series for Netflix?
Oh, enormously. Yeah. I mean, it's an extraordinary book.
Oh, so good, right?
It was the reason I so eagerly jumped on board in the first place. And when you're handed a character like that and the world like that he's created, it's for a writer there's just nothing funner.
I love that so much. And if you guys do have questions, you can send them to us and #MarvelNYCC, and we'll answer them, or we'll do our best to answer them right here on the air.
Yeah, we've got some coming in. Just to let you guys know, in a couple minutes, we're gonna swap out. We're gonna do a little tag team action. More of the cast of Marvel's Jessica Jones on Netflix are gonna come up. We do see some stuff coming in here. And Don DJ Fanko wants to know, how much research into the comics did you guys do? Just whether or not for the characters or just for sort of the universe that you're starting to populate.
The Marvel Universe is a very defined world. Particularly, we're playing in the same cinematic universe. Right. So the events that have occurred in the movies have happened in our world. But that world is, if they're out to save the universe, our folks are out to save the neighborhood, or in Jessica's case, she's out to save her job. So. Right.
And now you guys are following in the footsteps of Daredevil, which has been such an enormous hit. And you guys are kind of sharing that special Netflix space. What has it been like getting to sort of play in that world?
Oh, I think it's awesome. I think it's like we go into this show, we already have a fan base, and that's the most reassuring feeling in the world. Because you don't get that with a lot of other jobs.
Yeah, I also like in the Netflix experience is like long-form theater. It's 13 episodes, but they're not really episodes. It's a 13-hour long piece of theater, or in this case, Marvel comic theater. So yeah, it's a different space. So you get to tell a story over a lot longer period, and everything gets to progress and grow in a much more, kind of interesting and intricate way.
Yeah, I personally have kind of realized something with what Netflix has been able to do by their platform and the way that they present content, is that it stopped, as an actor, my job being essentially getting people to sit from one ad break to the next to actually bring it back to storytelling. And they can have the fan base they have because they don't need to rely on advertisement to make their money, and so they can make good shit.
Language warning. It says, please watch your language.
Oh,
he said shit.
I'm dyslexic. Don't worry, guys.
that's interesting too. And does that further change the way you inhabit these characters? The way you're because I think the production seems almost like you're doing. It seems longer, more, but also more compressed. That there's an epicness, to the production of it. Does that change the way you inhabit those roles and get absorbed into those characters at all?
Yeah, I think the important thing to do, funnily enough, is you only ever get the chance to play what's happening there and then in the moment. And you allow yourself to let the character grow and develop as the series continues on, rather than trying to encapsulate everything you know about the character or everything you think you know about the character in that one episode. You just allow the show and the audience to grow and get to know you as never experienced before.
Well, the great thing about the way that you can kind of binge watch shows now is you kind of get a little more invested in the characters. You can kind of watch the show on your own terms, but it allows for a little bit of a slower progression in terms of all the characters and a lot of little nuances in their character development that makes it a little bit more interesting as an actor to play them. Yeah, it's fun.
Along those lines, for you writing and working on the show, is that a weird experience to have to sort of write a 13-hour movie or to produce a 13-hour film in a way because it's all coming out at once?
I don't know about weird, but exhausting.
Yeah, I bet.
But it's an enormous challenge in the best possible way. Because you're keeping people, if someone's binge watching and you're watching a 13-hour movie essentially, you really have to keep the storytelling honest and with twists and turns, and you really have to push characters into territories that you're not sure that, the audience is going to go there with you, but you have to come up with twists and turns and surprises that are still true and honest to the characters.
Awesome. Very excited. November 20th, I believe. November 20th, only on Netflix. Stay tuned right here. Do not leave. Marvel Live will be right back with more from Jessica Joe.
back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by
Ryan Penagos, Marvel's Agent M.
And we're here with the amazing stars of Marvel's Jessica Jones, coming to Netflix on November 20th. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you for having us.
So you guys are about to go to your panel. Everything is amazing. I'm just getting like way too amped up about this show because
pretty great.
As Ryan pointed out to me, as these wonderful people entered into our stage arena, we have so many wonderful female characters coming to Jessica Jones, and the second female-led series for us on TV.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. What has it been like anchoring the show thus far?
It's completely thrilling. It's been just an amazing experience. We have an amazing cast, an amazing showrunner, the support of Marvel. It's one of the coolest things ever.
Love it.
Yeah, I've read the first 4 episodes, and I think I had to step away after I read them. I was like, what is happening? So I'm very excited for you guys to watch. How's it been for you? Because it's so mysterious. There's so much we can't say yet, and so much we want to say. What is that? Does it make it difficult, or you just you're just like one project to the next, one episode to the next, one step at a time?
Well, I mean, I think it makes it hard to talk about it because we're like, are we gonna get in trouble? So it's just figuring out what we're allowed to say.
Can't wait till it's out so we can actually just
Exactly.
that'd be great.
Exactly.
We've got a ton of fans tweeting about it, tweeting at us, asking questions. This one I like. It's fun. It's from Don. He asks, "What would you suggest fans eat if they're gonna watch as many episodes of Jessica Jones when it comes out? What's like the food of choice?"
I would just suggest drink and whiskey.
Yeah, appropriate.
That's Jessica's night. Luke said have a power.
Oh yeah.
Now, you guys have some big Marvel history behind some of these characters. Were you able to research into it, and how much of that did you want to sort of imbue into your character?
Yeah, I devoured all of the Jessica Jones comics as quickly as possible, and then called Jeff Loeb, asking for more, and he was like, "Okay, Kristen, while I appreciate your appetite for Jessica Jones, she will be as developed for television as she is in the comics." So it was an amazing jumping-off point, and it's such a great character, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a fine line because obviously there's all this. It's an amazing resource that you can jump in and glob onto all this, the great canon of what Marvel has. But Melissa Rosenberg, our show creator, really wanted to have a very fresh, contemporary version of these characters, and that's what I love about Marvel. That in every different iteration of a Marvel character, there can be little subtleties and tweaks. So we were kind of sticking to the vibe of what this show was, but you can't help but punch your character into Google and find all these little cool details about it. So I read the Patsy Walker comic books, and they're super cute, and yeah. So there's lots of good generalized creative little things that you can kind of feed into the process.
And Mike, for you as well, with Luke. I mean, these are 3 iconic characters for us at this point in Marvel history. But Luke, especially, is one of those that you talk to people, they're like, I read his books and it was so inspiring, and what he had to go through. It must be fun to get into that role.
Yeah, I keep meeting people all the time, especially guys, older than me, obviously, because they read the first original comics, and one of them actually gave me his first edition. He had 2 of them, luckily, so he gave me one. And it's just really cool because it makes me feel like I'm stepping into something that people are interested in, and it's a big opportunity for me, and I think it'll open so many more doors for us. I think as actors, we all want to do something that we can love and enjoy showing up for work, and that's hard. Sometimes you can only have so much success, and sometimes when you get something like this, you just go, wow, this is awesome. And sometimes I actually feel like I'm pinching myself. I'm on set, I'm going, this is cool. This is really cool. This is really cool. Yeah.
Now, Kirian, your character is still a little mysterious from what we know about her. What can you tease about her?
Well, I play Jerry Hogarth. I play a lawyer, and she's a very strong woman with a very strong point of view. She's very ruthless. She just wants what she wants, and she's not going to let anyone kind of get in the way of that. That's who she is. So that's fun when Jessica and she get together because they need each other. So they come up against each other, but they both need one another. So that was really fun to play with and to explore. And I just leaned on the scripts because there was so little for me to sort of see in the world.
No Googling.
I Googled a little tiny bit.
but you know, you rely on the script and then you let it be yours, right? You find your way with it, and I think that's pretty amazing to see. When, you know, I've seen the first 2 episodes, and it just is so unique. It's so unique. So
I'm really psyched for people to see the relationships between the women on this show, because they're complicated. They're really rich. Like, they're not just perfect best friends or perfect adversaries. Like, there's a lot of different emotional dynamics for us to play within the relationships on the show. So I think people are going to really dig it.
And amazing female roles, you know, unlike any, like she's saying, our friendship is unlike any other friendship I've really seen between 2 women on television. Really amazing, strong female characters. It's exciting.
I know I'm super duper excited about it. We're just about to wrap up, but we're going to have more coming up very soon on Marvel Live. Please check out Marvel's Jessica Jones on Netflix on November 20th, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Do we got some Marvel fans out there? That's right, that's right. Welcome everyone to the all-new, all-different Marvel panel. We are so glad to have you all here with us today. Thank you for coming and standing in line and coming to hear about some great upcoming news that we've got. We've got an amazing panel of comic book editors, writers, artists. I don't know if we have any artists here today, but we have a bunch of writers here today. But we're all so excited to be with you here today. Let's talk about who we've got. We've got Editor-in-Chief Axel Alonso. Editor Katie Kubert. We have writer Dennis Hopeless, who's writing all new X-Men and Spider-Woman. We got Jason Latour, who writes Spider-Gwen. We got Robbie Thompson, the writer of Silk and Venom Space Knight and Spidey. You may also know his work from Supernatural, where he's a writer. We got David Walker, writer of our upcoming Power Man and Iron Fist series. Yes. We got Tom Taylor, who writes all new Wolverine upcoming, and you wrote Iron Man for a great run. So Secret Wars is coming to an end, and after Secret Wars, and during Secret Wars, kind of, we have all new, all different Marvel. One of the books we are most excited about that's coming up is Black Panther by Ta-Nehisi Coates and Brian Stelfreeze. It's incredible. Axel, would you talk about how this book kind of came together and about the creative team?
Sure. Well, this is we wanted to do Black Panther right, and I think we're gonna do it. Long and short of it is that Ta-Nehisi interviewed editor Sana Amanat at her TED Talk, and we had long known he was a big comic book fan, and we're of course well aware of his profile as a singular writer on one of the most important issues of the day, race, writing about it in ways that no one else is right now. And we just started a dialogue, and you know, we're just really fortunate here because Ta-Nehisi brings a passion for Marvel Comics and just a skill writing, a writing level that's just, you know, indescribable. His first arc is going to chronicle a revolution in Wakanda that is going to force T'Challa to figure out if being the same old Black Panther is going to save the day. And I can't say much more without spoiling it, but it's going to reposition the Panther in the Marvel Universe in a major way. Panther is my favorite character dating back to when I was a boy. So I'm very excited about this. And Brian Stelfreeze is drawing it. We have some designs up here.
Yeah, never before seen designs, I think. I don't think we've even shown these on the internet yet.
First time you're seeing them here.
Look at that T'Challa in Black Panther over there. It's just amazing.
Yeah, Stelfree sent these over to us, and he was like, I want to make T'Challa blacker. He said, I wanted to be coal black. He's African. Is that okay? We're like, of course it's okay. Go, go, go. So there you go. I think this is a book to be excited about. You know, it's not every day you get the type of worldwide coverage that you do, breaking in the New York Times the way it did. So very excited about this. We've been working this for about a year.
Oh, and one thing, I see a great Spider-Gwen cosplayer out there. You want to stand up? Yes! We'll be talking about Spider-Gwen later, but if you'd like to come, you can sit on the stage and you can read. I have next week's Spider-Gwen #1 in my bag here. If you'd like to come up, and do you want to read it? So this is Radioactive Spider-Gwen #1, our post-Secret Wars relaunch. So if you want, you can have a seat and read that, and you can keep that, absolutely. And we'll be doing that a little bit more as this panel goes along. I got some other cool surprises in this bag of mine. All right, something else we want to talk about. Coming out of Secret Wars, where all the X-Men books are changing. One of the main ones, the big daddy of the X-Men titles, Extraordinary X-Men. Super excited about this. Jeff Lemire, Humberto Ramos. They've got incredible plans coming up. Actually, you want to talk about this one too, or?
Well, I'll start by saying, contrary to popular opinion, we are not canceling X-Men. Yeah. Just keep going for it, but it's not happening, okay? So long and short of it is that Extraordinary X-Men is the core X-Men book. It's being written by Jeff Lemire, amazing writer who's currently doing Hawkeye. This is his biggest book yet. He's working with the incomparable Humberto Ramos, who we stole from Spider-Man. This is the core X book. It's a great eclectic team. It's got a mix of characters that include Storm, Old Man Logan, and young Jean Grey. What could possibly go wrong there? And let's just say that you're going to learn very early on that let's just say the mutant race is imperiled by the existence of the Terrigen Mist, the very thing that is responsible for the creation and birth of new Inhumans. So this is going to mean, let's just say, conflicting goals for mutants and humans in the future. Let's see where that takes them.
Awesome. We've also got a new launch of all new Wolverine coming up. Yes, with X23 putting on the Wolverine duds. Tom Taylor, you want to walk us through your plans for all new Wolverine?
I haven't seen that cover. It's really good. I'm just going to stare at it, and you guys can just talk amongst yourselves. So basically, yeah, all new Wolverine. I'm not from here. All new Wolverine. She's stepping into the mantle of Wolverine. Man, that's a good cover.
We got some great art too.
There's a surprise that, look at that. Yes, right. David Lopez, Devin Navarro, they're doing an incredible job. I love that splash panel. That's where we first see her in issue 1. Basically, we don't want to give too much away, but she's just as kick-ass as you know her, but she's trying not to kill. And this is interesting. Who said, It's not the worst thing. She's been around death her whole life, and she's stuck between two situations where two big forces want to kill each other, and she's trying not to get too stabby, which is really difficult. I mean, she's still Wolverine, so people are going to lose, less integral digits. But that's we don't want to give too much away, and there's a lot to give away. There's a lot of surprises in this book. But look at that. Just gaze with wonder and awe. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Tom. Here's another one I'm excited about. We got all new X-Men coming up really, really soon with Dennis Hopeless and Mark Bagley. The Return of the Blob in issue 4. What? Dennis, will you talk to us about all new X-Men, what you guys are doing, and about your team?
Yeah, sure. I've got the original 4 male X-Men. For some reason, every time I try and say their names, I forget one. But so you got Iceman, Cyclops, Teen Iceman, Teen Cyclops, Teen Angel, Teen Beast.
Yep.
I did it.
You did it, man.
Yeah, and we also have all new Wolverine and Heidi and Evan from Wolverine and the X-Men and various other things. And basically, we have a team of kids in the post-Secret Wars environment for mutants is kind of awful. And we have a team of kids that don't really like the direction that the adults have gone. They've decided to get back to their roots and kind of travel around the Marvel Universe and lead by example and be superheroes again. It's a very like classic beat the crap out of villains and show people that mutants can be cool and good people X-Men story. So it's a little bit of a road trip story, and we're gonna dig into all of the teen angst and whatnot that you all love from X-Men. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. We got Mark Bagley on art, so it looks like a classic X-Men story. Following Bendis and having Mark Bagley draw it is really intimidating for me, because it's like my favorite book in college was Ultimate Spider-Man, but no, it's gonna be great.
Heck yeah. Thank you, Dennis. Oh boy, we have Power Man and Iron Fist, David Walker, Sanford Green, putting the band back together. David, would you talk about this amazing book?
I don't know. I'm just freaking out over it all still. No, it's, this is like pretty much everybody's favorite duo in the Marvel Universe, and they actually have not acted as a duo in their own book for, what, like 30 years or something like that? So this is about these two guys, these two iconic characters, and their friendship. There's a lot of history. In real life, Barry White and Wink Martindale were best friends, and so I'm sort of using that as like as my influences, because we all have that friend that everybody else looks at and like, why are you friends with this person? And that's Luke and Danny. So I've just been having a blast with it, and Sanford and I have just sort of been bouncing ideas off of each other about how these two will interact, the dynamic between them, and it's really just, it's a lot of like the classic adventures, because they always had these weird adventures with these wacky villains. But it's at the end of the day, it's really about their friendship, and like that's the thing that really appeals to me about the book, because even within the history of the Marvel Universe, there's a lot of friendships. There was Ben Grimm and Reed Richards and Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes, but all of these friendships existed before those books started. They were characters that knew each other before. But in the Marvel Universe, Luke and Danny are two of the key people that came together. We saw that relationship evolve, and so it's really about this evolution of that relationship and where they are in their lives now.
Heck yeah. Awesome. I'm so stoked. Now, we also got the Howling Commandos of S.H.I.E.L.D., Frank Barbieri, Brent Schoonover. I think that's how you say it. Katie, is that how you say it?
Yes, I think that is how you say it.
Can you talk about this amazing book?
I can. So this book is going to be super fun because it's all of these amazingly wonderful monsters. You've got, I'm going to totally forget half of them, but you got Dum Dum, you've got Orgo, you've got Teen Abomination. It's a really cool...
Man-Thing werewolf, right?
Yeah. So it's a cool group, and they each have their own unique abilities, like any team. And so Maria Hill, was like, yeah, I need you guys to get into the underbelly, the more weirder side of things. And so that's kind of where we're going with this title. And as you can see, we've got zombies, we've got some crazy stuff happening, and it's basically an excuse for me to put monsters in books and make some really weird horror type stuff. So yeah, hope you guys like it.
You also hit monkeys in it too, I forgot.
Oh, nice, yeah, right.
Yes.
He's on Dum Dum's shoulder.
Hit Monkey's got his own wonderful introduction panel too. It's one of my favorites in the first issue.
Excellent. Ooh, here's another one that's coming up, Venom Space Knight. Yes. Written by Robbie Thompson with incredible art by Ariel Olivetti, making his grand return to Marvel Comics. Robbie, will you talk about the new Venom book?
This is Venom in Space, which was, I think you and I had breakfast and you brought this book up and I was like, please, I will murder everyone to write this book.
Yep.
Because it's Venom in Space. You pretty much had me there. So Venom is part of the Guardians, but these are some of the adventures that he's going on independent of those adventures, and he's gonna, obviously there's some fisticuffs. And Ariel is just absolutely killing it on this book. We have a lot of really fun emails where it's like, how do you feel about like a planet of crustaceans? And I get like a thumbs up emoji. It's fantastic. And this is, it's kind of a second chance for both Flash and for the suit. The suit got cleansed in Planet of the Symbiotes, which was awesome. Everyone read that? It's fantastic. It's really. And so this is kind of a second chance for both of them, to make a name for themselves and ultimately to be what they both wanted to be, which is a hero. I mean, I think Flash is a badass, and I think Venom is a badass, and we're having a lot of fun showing just that.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody here read Spider-Gwen? Yes. She's still working on number 1. So excited about this relaunch coming up. You don't fix what ain't broke, right? And so we've got Jason Latour, Robbie Rodriguez, Rico Renzi. Jason, you want to talk about your plans for our relaunch?
Yes. No, I don't. I'm going to leave right now.
All right.
No, it's pretty much continuing the same vibe and tone. The band's all sort of back together again, so to speak. You know, back again for the third time, I guess. So what we're trying to do with the first arc is sort of give people a way back into the universe, or a way into it if they've never been there, by going back and sort of exploring some of the things that we left hanging out there in her first appearance. So the first story arc is directly related to the night Peter Parker died. So we get to experience, or Gwen learns that there's a lizard running around New York City, which of course is terrifying to her because this is directly related to Peter's legacy. So the last thing on Earth she wants is for Peter to be found out as the lizard, even if it would like cost her, or even if it would free her from, you know, the suspicion of the police. So she starts this investigation to sort of like track down who these lizards are, and that gives us an opportunity to start to learn about her past, and we'll get to meet people like Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn, and sort of set up something really cool that'll be coming down the line later in the year.
Yeah, so here's some great Robbie Rodriguez and Rico Renzi pages, and you see on the third one, she doesn't actually talk to a flat blue person. That's we're keeping this a secret who she's talking to in that panel, so you can speculate all you want, but you'll see this other character at the end of Spider-Gwen number 1, of Radioactive Spider-Gwen number 1. What's that? Yeah, it's not a ghost. That's not a ghost.
It should be a ghost, though.
It could. Yeah. We could rewrite that. We could rework that.
We're rewriting it right now. It's a ghost now.
Awesome. We also got Spider-Woman. Anyone reading that out there? This is one of my favorites. We got Dennis Hopeless. We got Javier Rodriguez. It's such an amazing book, and we got big plans for Jessica Drew coming up. For those of you who might have heard, 8 months after Secret Wars, she's a little bit of ways along with a pregnancy. And for someone who has stated outwardly, you know, she doesn't want kids in the past, something's changed in her life. Dennis, you want to talk about this first arc and what we got coming?
Yeah, the premise of the book, since we kind of switched things up in issue 5 of the first run, has been that Jess she gave up the Avengers to try and build a new life, a real life, like to be a normal person. So we're hitting her in the face over and over with real life. Like, real life isn't easy, and especially for someone who's never had one. So when we're coming back, it's kind of like the start of a season 2. We're going to hit her in the face with a real life brick, which is she's pregnant now. So the first arc is all about what it's like to have to take on that new responsibility, and how does her life change, and what does it mean to be a superhero who has, you know, something that's more important than what she's used to doing. So it's tough for Jess. It's tough for Jess not to just barrel in head first and beat the crap out of people. And she has to think about her kid first, and especially when it's, you know, it's inside her body. She can't just mix it up. So that's basically what our first arc is just struggling with that, and crazy things happen to her, which force her to save the day, even though she can't do it with her fists. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Absolutely. And look at the art. Can we go back?
Going back.
I want you to look at Javier's art, because I don't really do anything on this book. I just like have a conversation with Javier, and then this is what I get. He's incredible.
Yeah, just unbelievable work. Heck yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Dennis. Yes. Coming up, we have Silk. That book is relaunching as well with some big changes. This is the cover to issue 4 by Helen Chen. Unbelievable. Robbie, you want to talk about your plans for the relaunch?
Well, Silk, we saw her a little bit briefly in, there was a little short in Amazing Spider-Man this week, and I guess the big change is that she's broke bad. She's working for Black Cat for reasons that will be revealed in issue 1. But this is still the same Cindy Moon. I mean, we've had a passage of time, but this is still someone who's dealing with a lot of more personal issues and a lot of issues of not being able to relate to other human beings, having been locked in a bunker for 10 years. So yeah, one of the things that Nick and I talked about from the very beginning was trying to make this a little bit more of a personal story. So there's a bit of a bigger canvas because she's a bit of a bad guy right now, but it's still the same Cindy Moon that hopefully you guys know and love.
Absolutely. Very cool. And now we are up to, we've got a big announcement for you guys here today as well. So coming up, and there's a typo on the slide, so I apologize for that. But starting in April, Spider-Gwen, Spider-Woman, and Silk are crossing over in our gigantic Spider-Women event. Yep. So starting off. Yep.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. So being bookended by a couple of one-shots, each of the books will cross over. We've got an incredible story coming up. We actually had a meeting on Thursday, hashing out the second half of the story to make sure that it worked great. And it was electric. It was such a great meeting. Who wants to talk about this to start off? Jason, you take it away?
Because it starts with Gwen, I guess. Basically, Spider-Gwen was born out of a crossover event. She, from the very start, has known that there's multiple universes out there. And since she's sort of a solo hero in her own universe that doesn't really have a lot of people that she can bounce things off of, one of the things that we're going to start to seed very early in Spider-Gwen is that she occasionally visits the 616 for advice or to bounce things off of Jessica Drew, who's sort of become sort of a mentor to her. And so that sort of opens up this whole world for us to explore where the gate works both ways. So what we're going to begin with is, around the time this starts, is that Gwen has been to the 616 a lot, but the ladies have never been to visit her. And that's going to set off a whole chain of events, which leads us to meet the Cindy Moon and the Jessica Drew of Earth 65, which are pretty rough customers, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's going to be so cool. Like I said, it starts in April, not February. It starts in April, and it goes through 2 issues of each of the books and a couple of bookends, and the story is incredible. Robbie or Dennis, you guys want to talk about anything else with it? Or?
Can I talk about the Ballad of Squid Boy? Because that's really what I want to discuss.
Want to talk about Clown Town as well?
Yeah. We had the most fun in the room was just coming up with franchises in the Earth 65, like coffee shops are called Stark's Bucks. But no good.
Excellent.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
You can't follow that pun game. You can't.
I don't know. The story takes place, for Jess, it takes place right after she's had her child. So it's kind of her first foray out of the house after the first 2 months after. I have twins that are 11 months old. The first 2 months of that is insane. It's like you're on some sort of crazy acid trip that you can't escape from. And then eventually it gets a little bit easier and you can leave the house. And so for Jess, this is like she leaves the house, she goes to have brunch with friends and mentor these people, and then awful things happen to her. She gets stuck. So yeah, we just keep
She's gonna have to pay some overtime to the babysitters.
Right.
It's
Once she left, she left her baby with Porcupine, which is a bad decision to begin with, and then all this pops off. So.
Not a real porcupine, not an animal,
Porcupine's a character.
The porcupine of Earth 65 is a porcupine.
Excellent. All right, so Spider-Gwen, you finish it. What'd you think? Fantastic. Awesome. She said fantastic. Now don't tell anybody what happens in it until next Wednesday when it comes out. Thank you so much, Spider-Gwen. All right, let's see who else. Ms. Marvel, come on up. Thank you so much.
Changing of the guard.
Excellent. All right, and so that is the end of our slideshow, but it is not the end of the panel because we've got time for you guys to ask your questions. If you've got a question for anyone up here, step right up to the microphone over there. And the way we do things at Marvel panels, or at least the ones that I run, when you come up to the microphone, you say your name, and then everyone in the room says hi, and then that person's name. So, you, sir, what's your name?
My name's Tarek.
What is it?
Tarek.
Kari?
Tarek.
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 Tarek. Hi, Tarek.
Hi, Tarek.
Awesome.
I'm a big fan of Quentin Quire. I didn't see he was on any rosters for any of the X books coming up. It felt like from AVX on, he was being built up to kind of be the leader of the next young mutant generation. And like nobody really even brushed over that the world would have ended if he wasn't there in Access. What's next for him if he's going to have any role, or is he like benched right now?
Yeah. Well, we're rolling out our X-Men announcements slowly as we go along. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg so far. And I know that several of the writers who are working on those X-books are big Quentin Quire, Kid Omega fans. I wouldn't be too shocked that if you have to wait very long. He'll be coming back soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Excellent. Thank you. All right, what's your name?
Hi, Justin. Nice to meet everybody.
Hi, Justin.
Hi. This is amazing. X-23 has actually been one of my favorite characters forever. So the fact that she's getting such a spotlight now is like a dream come true. So thank you, first of all. So my question is that when you're doing rebranding like this and you're really trying to pick characters, can you give us some insight as to kind of the thought process and how it becomes where, okay, now we're going to take her in that direction? Because it's fascinating, especially with Thor is a good example. It's how you came. So I'm just like to that point.
It starts in the creative. In the case of Thor, it started with Jason Aaron writing a story or pitching a story in which Thor would be unable to pick up the hammer. And the question is then who can? Because we're going to publish a Thor book, Jason. And you're going to write it. So basically he already knew who it was. So he just had to sell us on it. In the case of X-23, it was a little different. We knew we were killing Wolverine. And we knew we were killing Wolverine, that we were not doing it to bring him back 3 months later magically, or was it all a bait and switch? We have no get out of jail plan to this day. So to do that, you got to decide, well, who's going to be the next Wolverine? And so you start the discussions. Is it going to be Daken? Is it going to be Sabretooth? You get the gist. Right. Old Man Logan. And for me, always the prohibitive frontrunner was X-23. Just thought, what could be cooler than having a woman in that iconic yellow and blue outfit. Don't go, what is it? Brown and gold people don't yell at me now. But the blue and yellow and you just feel it. So that's how we did it.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys.
Cool. Iron Fist over there. You want to read Spider-Gwen? Come on up. Take a seat. All right. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Sunil.
Sunil?
Hi.
Hi, Sunil.
Hi, folks. Yeah. So speaking of Spider-Women. There are two Spider-Women that have been around forever that I feel like haven't been getting as much of the spotlight, and I just want to know what's up with Julia Carpenter and Anya Corazon?
All right, so, heck yeah. All right, good question. Julia Carpenter, we last saw her in the last couple issues of Mark Waid's Daredevil run, and that is not the last you'll see of her. Dan Slott's got some plans. And then you also asked about who else?
Anya?
Okay, Anya is in Web Warriors. Issue 1 is on sale in about a month. She's one of the main interdimensional spider team that's traveling. So we got this book coming up called Web Warriors. Comes out of our Spider-Verse event, okay? It's a Spider-Man team book. And a bunch of different spider characters from different dimensions are basically going and pitching in where spider characters from other dimensions who died in Spider-Verse. So they're going to protect those universes here and there.
I just wanted to add that in Spider-Woman, during Spider-Verse, I loved the friendship between Anya and Spider-Gwen. I thought that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun to write.
Yeah.
But they stole the character away and gave it to a different book, so I don't get to use her in it. That's not my fault.
Hawkeye.
Hey, bro.
I'm
Jose.
Hi, Hawkeye.
So maybe the answer to this question is a spoiler for the Extraordinary X-Men, but in the preview that was released where Storm tells Jean that the Terrigen Mist is making mutants sterile, which means no more mutants will be born, aren't mutants just that a mutation, they're not born from mutants, the first mutants were just born from mutants. So how would the Terrigen Mist making them sterile mean that no more mutants are going to be born?
I think it was a figure of speech. It was a way to express what's going on. I think it's that there are no more X genes getting turned on. Is basically
We're not scientists.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
Thank you.
But you are correct. But that's more of a figure of speech, just put in easily recognizable terms.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks, Hawkeye. Hello, sir. What's your name?
I'm Mike.
Hi, Mike.
I was wondering, as we continue to see young Iceman in the all-new sort of series, is there going to be any more discussion or exploration of his sexual orientation and
No, we're just gonna
his inner
drop that.
latent thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a big part of our opening several arcs. We're going to be watching Bobby and seeing. We'll wait much later, so he's kind of gotten to explore that a little bit off panel. But yeah, it's a huge part of the character going forward, and him figuring out, who he is and who he wants to be. So absolutely.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mike. Deadpool, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Elijah.
Hi, Elijah.
And today I just wanted to ask, first off, I'm going to say that I've always been a fan of Spider-Verse, and I've always loved the character Miles Morales. And you've never, ever, in this panel, you haven't explained anything about Miles Morales, so is anything going to happen to him?
Oh, yeah. We're launching, you must not have heard, we're launching a Spider-Man book starring Miles Morales. No adjective, Spider-Man. Brian Michael Bendis is writing it, Sarah Pichelli is drawing it, the two who kicked it off in the first place, and he is in the Marvel Universe after Secret Wars. Now, how he got there, you're going to have to wait and see, but we're going to announce we're talking about the launch date really soon, but Sarah is on issue 2, and it's incredible art, and the story is so good. So good.
He's also a member of the, all new, all different Avengers, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and by the way, there better be explosions in every single book, because Michael Bay wouldn't be proud.
What was that?
Michael Bay wouldn't be proud if there's no explosions in every book.
Here, come on up. I got a comic for you. And again, no spoilers until next Wednesday, all right? Anyone who's reading this. Any other, let's see. Black Cat, you want to come up and read Spider-Gwen? Excellent. Come on up. All right, what's your name, sir?
Vince.
Hi, Vince. Everyone, come on. Hi, Vince. Hi, Vince. There we go.
So, my question is related with diversity in the Marvel Universe, which is something great, so I congratulate all of you guys, because it's really great that you're pushing diversity agenda and human rights in comic books, which is such an important thing. But my question is very specifically related with Romani characters in Marvel. I'm Romani myself, I'm a human rights activist, and very recently Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver has been reconnected and not being Magneto's kid, so they are fully Romani, from a Romani couple, as Dr. Doom and many other characters, and I'm asking myself if in the all new, all different Marvel universe, Romani people is going to receive a fair treatment, full of dignity, where they will be represented properly. That's my question.
Well, yeah, well, you can look forward, I'm not sure, each writer kind of takes a different angle on characters, but we have, Scarlet Witch has her own solo book coming up. James Robinson is writing it. Each issue is drawn by a different incredible artist. So there's a solo book centered on her in particular. How deep into the Romani they go, I honestly don't know. I'm not working on the book. But I do know that James thinks about this stuff a lot, and he digs deeply into the characters. So, but I can't imagine him not treating it with dignity, to be honest. So again, I can't speak too specifically just because I don't work on the book. But I would say pick up that book and give it a look. And I know that we'll be treating her with respect, for sure.
I just think if you look history of Marvel Comics or many other American comic book editorials and the treatment of Romani people, which has presented us as thieves, witches, stealing children, assassins, whatever, I think it is very important you just not put POC on comic books, but you tackle reality issues these people is suffering and struggling. That's just my opinion, but
yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you for expressing it. Hello, what's your name?
I'm Eddie.
Hi, Eddie.
Right now, one of my favorite characters is Old Man Logan. You'll see from my facial hair.
Indeed. It's great facial hair.
Thank you. It might sound weird coming from a teen, but I really like the fact that there are so many elderly characters coming into the Marvel Universe.
Awesome.
Like Old Man Hawkeye and Old Man Cap and Old Man Logan.
Aunt May.
Yeah.
Big role. No,
never forget. I love the classics.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. And I love if we could where was I going with this? Could we get any more info about like those elderly characters?
Sure. Well, we've got Old Man Logan in Extraordinary X-Men, and other plans for him as well that I can't remember if we've announced yet or not. I don't remember. But other plans for that. Aunt May is going to be a staple of Amazing Spider-Man. I do know that. Look at Amazing Spider-Man #4 in particular.
Thor is an old man.
Hawkeye, you will see a lot more of Old Man Hawkeye in there. And there are huge plans for Steve Rogers in the near future as
And
well.
Cable, there's plans for Cable, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
There's plans for Cable, right?
Professor Cable.
See, Cable's old.
This whole diversity thing is a smokescreen for our real agenda to make all of our characters really old.
We're doing
I would draw the old man book. Like if there's an old man team book, I would draw that book.
We know, Jason. We know. Thank you.
Also, since there's a Carnage book coming out, right?
Oh, yeah.
Would there ever be Carnage Space Knight?
Well, he's been in space once, and the last time he was there, he was ripped in half, so he might not want to go back. Thank you for asking. Step right up, sir. What's your name?
Cuttlefish. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Hi!
My question is about, well, actually, you've showed a lot of love to symbiotes throughout the Secret Wars. There have been a lot of them. I'm just wondering, aside from Space Knight and Maw of Madness, including Toxin, if there'll be more of the other symbiotes coming out, like Mania and Hybrid. Well, Carnage is going to be in Maw of Madness. He's got his own comic. I was just wondering if there's going to be any more.
Yeah, right now the main three that we're dealing with are Venom, Carnage, and Toxin, who Eddie Brock is wearing. There's a Carnage book where there's a team, awesome team hunting Carnage. It's incredible. Jerry Conway's writing it. Mike Perkins, who's here at the show, is drawing it. It's great. But you will see a lot more symbiotes in Venom Space Knight, right, Robbie?
Yes, you will pretty quickly.
Will they be rogue symbiotes, or will they be more members of the Clintar?
I don't know if I can answer that. That's a spoiler, but yes, you'll see some new symbiotes yeah, no spoilers, but yes. And Mania is not somebody that we've forgotten about. She's just not in, like right now we're out in space, and she's not in space. But that's not a character that we've forgotten about or anything like that.
Awesome, thank you.
Eating your symbiote.
Hello, what's your name?
My name is Damien. Just wanted to say.
Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Hey,
David. Hello. So I just wanted to say Secret Wars has been incredible. It's like digging into a toy chest and pulling out everything. That being said, thank you for the Crystal Warriors reference in the Jason Aaron book. That was
Weird World. Yeah, Crystal.
What I wanted to know is that with the all different Marvel universe, are we going to see any type of like anthology series where you deal with like more lesser known characters type of stuff?
I don't think we have plans for that right now. But as far as like Weird World, there's more. We're not done with Weird World yet. There'll be some more stuff like that coming down the pike. Super exciting. And that I can't remember if we've announced either, but that's going to be really cool stuff. And we love digging into the toy chest and pulling out, odd little things. You'll see a lot of stuff in Web Warriors where they go into different universes and such. But I don't think we have plans right now for an anthology book.
No, but I think that the modest success of things like Secret Love, which went to a second print, are encouraging. So, I think it's a really exciting time in comics right now because we're doing stuff now that 3 or 4 years ago it wouldn't have worked. Right. Could have been the same material, the same quality, and there wouldn't have been the oxygen for it. So, enough people now are embracing little books like that we're able to build some momentum and build around them. Books, I look at a book like Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, and I think that book's got a great shot at sticking, Squirrel Girl's a little book that could. Howard the Duck outsold a lot of Batman books when it debuted, so it's a great world to live in.
Squirrel Girl, come on.
Yeah. And the only other thing I wanted to say was the character design for Iron Fist is pretty cool. I see like the reference to Master Killer and Game of Death. What kind of enemies can we see them fighting in those books, in that book?
Just super cool ones. Your heroes are only as cool as the villains that they fight. And Power Man and Iron Fist, if you go back and look at some of that classic stuff, just have some of the wackiest, villains you could possibly imagine in the Marvel Universe. So I'm playing around with some of them. And you'll see some classic characters return.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
I just want to say go Niners, too. Go Niners. There you go.
Hello, what's your name, sir?
Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi. I do. My question is for two main Spider Women. I noticed in Spider-Verse, like, everyone was kind of dead, and Maddie Franklin, one of my favorite Spider Women, wasn't included. Is there a chance that she'll possibly come back?
I'm sorry, who is that? I didn't.
Maddie Franklin.
Oh, Maddie Franklin. We don't have any immediate plans for Maddie right now, but you never know.
All right. And will Spider-Bitch get more, like, screen time, other than Old Man Logan?
From the Old Man Logan's universe. Yeah, right now I think we're kind of steering clear just to see what they're doing in Old Man Logan. We don't want to step on those toes right now. But yeah, she was great having on Superior Spider-Man side of that event. Super cool to have. So thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Is that Nick Fury? 2 eyes. That can't be the real Nick Fury. What's your name?
My name is Julius.
Hi, Julius.
I just want to know if we'll find out Spider-Woman's baby daddy.
That's a mystery.
Tennis hopeless.
Yeah, well, it's not a mystery. Justice doesn't want to talk about it. It's none of your business.
Oh, it's a mystery to us. That's a mystery to us. It's not a mystery to Jess.
We'll address it, but not right off the bat. She really does think it's nobody's business. So the first arc, she'll be asked, and you're not going to get an answer. But eventually, yeah, we'll get there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hi, my name's Sebastian.
Hi, Sebastian.
Hi. Yeah, so even after the movie, I'm still a really big fan of the Fantastic Four. Yeah, and I'm just curious.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. And I'm just curious, especially in the wake of Invincible Iron Man, what the fate of Reed Richards, Susan Richards, and Valeria Richards, and all his kids overall, like what we'll be seeing in the future for them.
You're going to have to wait till Secret Wars is over. You still got, I think, issue 6 just is coming out, or it just came out last week. You got 3 more issues to go, but you're getting maybe the biggest Fantastic Four story ever. And we got a Yancey Street gang back there. Oh, man.
That's the best thing I've ever seen.
Who let that riffraff in here? Who let that riffraff in?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name's Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hi. So I kind of want to get to the point, and I don't want to sound like a jerk, but thank you guys all so much for what you do. But I've been a comic book fan for like 2.5 decades, and what got me into comic books was the X-Men. And I'm admittedly like really scared of what's like, going to happen to like my passion. Like, I mean, I know like you guys put out in the press like, oh, we're not canceling the X-Men, but like then we see like these other characters that are part of like the Disney Marvel universe come to the forefront, and it's kind of like the X-Men characters aren't on ads so much anymore, and they're getting sterilized, and that kind of stuff. It's really hard. Like, it's really disconcerting, and like, I mean, I probably sound like, I don't know, kind of ridiculous right now, but it's like scary from a fan's point of view to like see that kind of stuff.
I hear you, and I think absolutely, I hear you. But here's the thing too, you won't find bigger X-Men fans than the people up on this table.
I know you, and thank you for all your work.
Axel's a huge fan. I'm a huge. I mean, X-Men are who got me into comics reading at all. These are rumors. The X-Men are a huge part of all of our plans. And this is not the first time the X-Men have had rough luck with like this. I mean, No More Mutants. Like they've Sentinel programs. Like they've always had a target on their back, and you get the best stories when you put them into roughest places. But I mean, as you saw from our announcements here, we're putting some of our very best creators on Extraordinary X-Men. It's Jeff Lemire, who is one of the quickest rising superstar writers that we have, and Humberto Ramos, who drew the highest selling comic of last year. Amazing Spider-Man. Like these are not teams. We got Dennis and Mark Bagley. We've got Tom Taylor and David Lopez. We've got these incredible X-Men books coming up. And like I said before, it's the tip of the iceberg. Don't believe the rumor sites. It's nonsense. The X-Men aren't going anywhere. We love them too much. We love them too much. Step right. What's your name?
My name is Kadeem.
Hi, Kadeem. Did I get it? I don't think I got it. I'm sorry.
Just want to say, like, I'm a big fan of the X-Men, and especially like Rick Remmer's Uncanny X-Force and Jason Aaron's Wolverine and X-Men.
Heck yeah.
And a particular character that I felt like was really getting developed much more was Evan, Kid Apocalypse. And I know he's coming to, I know he's probably going to be the new member for All New X-Men, but I wanted to know, has he like overcome his past, or has a little bit is going to be coming towards him joining the new team?
That's all going to be addressed in the book. I love Evan too, and I really want to. Most of the characters in the book are dealing with some sort of, this is what I'm supposed to be when I grow up, and that's terrifying. And Evan fits right into that. So it made a lot of sense to put him on the team, and we will be developing all of that. So everything you wanted to know and wanted to see when you were reading that, we're going to delve head first into it. So.
Okay. Also, I just want to know, is there any news about Hope Summers and any future X books?
I would put Hope Summers in the book right now. The problem is she looks a lot like another teen redhead, so it's a little bit confusing.
Do all redheads look alike to you, Dennis?
When they're drawings, yes.
That's gingerist. He's a gingerist.
So yeah, if they would let me, I don't know. I will try to get Hope in something because I love writing the character. I wrote her in Cable and X-Force, and she's amazing. So I agree with you, but I don't know. I don't have any plans immediately.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Matt.
Hi, Matt.
This is probably best for Dennis. I was wondering, Avengers Arena was one of my favorite books.
Thank you.
Recent. It was awesome, and I was wondering if there are any plans for another Avengers Arena or anything to do with the characters from Avengers Arena and Agent Undercover.
That's not for me because I don't get to make that decision. I'd still be writing Avengers Arena if I could. I will use all of those characters or any of those characters any chance that I get because obviously we had a blast making it. But I don't know if there are plans for.
Yeah, a bunch of those characters you see pop up in various places.
Yeah.
Probably not all together, but in various places.
Right.
Deathlocket's in House of M, which is our final issue. It hasn't come out yet, so it's a Secret Wars book.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Hawkeye. What's your name?
John.
Hi, John.
I started reading comics on Ultimate Spider-Man, and I was just wondering if the supporting cast from Ultimate Spider-Man was going to show up anywhere, like the Ultimate MJ, Gwen Stacy, and Aunt May.
You'll see some of his supporting cast in his book coming up. I'll guarantee you a few out of the gate. Genki, you'll see. Yep. You'll see his dad, Jefferson. And I'll give you one more. I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this, but Bombshell as well. So that's all I'll say for right now, but I'm not revealing everything. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
Hello. I have a question. Big X-Men fan, wondering when Gambit's going to show up.
Gambit is showing up somewhere. It might not be, I don't think it's in the X-Men book. I know where this is. I just saw something. We're probably talking about it at a different panel. He is showing up with a major role in an upcoming book. I just can't remember exactly where.
Okay. One more.
No, he is. He is.
Kane Parker.
Kane?
Yes.
I mean, Kane died in Spider-Verse, and dead is dead, man. No one ever comes back. No one ever comes back. He's dead. You won't ever see him again. Never, never, never. You might see him again.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
I mean, even in that event, we showed a hand coming out of what was left of that giant spider body. So, Anyway, Hawkeye's back.
I forgot to mention, if you see Kate Bishop around and she tells you that she's the better Hawkeye, she's lying.
We'll let her know.
Also, Lucky loves me more.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name's Jay.
Hi, Jay.
This is probably more of an Axel question, but if anybody else wants to jump in. There have been a lot of changes to some of the classic Marvel characters. Steve Rogers is an old man, Wolverine's dead, Bruce Banner's not the Hulk. Given that Marvel's IP goes so many other places aside from just the comics, how hard is it to fight the pressure to kind of regress back to the status quo, if you will, and bring the classics back?
It's not that hard. People greatly overstate how much we have to follow the studio follows us. I root for the movies as much as anyone, but it has nothing to do with my job stability, Nick's job stability, or anything. We do comic books. We're supposed to do stories in the Marvel Universe, bend it, break it, try and put it back together as best you can. Yeah. Right now, we're having a lot of fun. We're making decisions that we think make sense for publishing. The fact that that Amadeus chose the Hulk feels right. It just feels right at this moment to step away from poor Bruce Banner, woe is me, I've got to carry this burden, what do I do next? To give it to a 19-year-old Korean-American whiz kid and have him have a blast with it just sounds like the right thing to do. It feels like the right thing to do. That doesn't mean Bruce's story's over. Bruce is going to have a story in that book, and it's going to be fascinating. And I say that as somebody who loves the Hulk. I like the Hulk more than Cap, Thor, or Iron Man.
I actually think
Yeah.
the best Bruce Banner stories were like, sort of like the Dark Reign era when he wasn't even the Hulk, when he's just Bruce Banner. I think he's actually.
Well, that's great for you because I think that a lot of people might find a lot of meat on the bone of his story. So, you know, to get back to the point, it's where we do what we do, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And that's to the credit of Marvel that we're allowed to keep doing what we're doing.
Well, keep it up.
Thank you. Hello, sir. What's your name?
My name's Will.
Hi, Wood.
Yeah.
Bill.
Yes.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing?
Welcome.
Quick question about I'm really excited for the Power Man Iron Fist comic book. Great to see that coming. 2 questions though. I see Luke Cage is now like in his suit. Does he have a real 9-to-5 job now? And also, will he be interacting with like members from the Mighty Avengers like the Blue Marvel and people like that?
Well, his new job is he's a husband and a father, so that's part of it. If you like really look at the history of Luke Cage and Marvel, there's few characters that have had such an incredible arc. You know, from being hero for hire with the you know chain belt and everything to actually to being the leader of the Avengers. So he's just grown a lot, and that makes him a really interesting character to play with. And in terms of some of the Mighty Avengers, you know, at some point people will show up. But right now, the core relationship is between Luke and Danny. It's between Power Man and Iron Fist, and it's really about solidifying that relationship. And then we'll see how they, not only how they interact with other characters, but how they're perceived by other characters. Because they really, it's like, if Power Man walks into a room, if Luke Cage walks into a room, people are like, oh, there's Luke Cage. Iron Fist walks into a room, they're like, oh, there's Iron Fist. But when they walk into a room together, you're going to see like everybody in the Marvel universe, like even the guy who's selling the hot dogs out of a cart is like, yo, Power Man and Iron Fist are back together. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Awesome.
And that's what's cool, if I could just chime in for a minute about what David's doing with Power Man Iron Fist, is that you have this sense of history that Cage and Iron Fist have had all these years of adventures. But when these guys get back together, it's kind of like, you know, we have that old friend who, when you get together, you just had that energy, you know, and you go back a little bit. But it's also a little bit awkward at first because you haven't hung and done stuff in a while. And I think that's kind of what you're going to be greeted with the first issue.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, it's like Iron Fist is like, hey, let's go out and fight Dr. Doom, and Power Man's like, yo, I got to watch the kid. You know, I mean, that's not specific something that happens, but there's some of that dynamic there, and it's like, I love writing about it. It reminds me of like, if you see me walking around tomorrow, I'm going to be walking around with my best friend from 5th grade, who we bonded over The Incredible Hulk. Like, we're the only 2 kids in our school that read comic books, but we have nothing in common. You look at us and you'll be like, who are those 2 weird old men? But it's like, that's what it's all about. It's all about, at our heart and soul, we're friends, and that's what this is about. It's about friendship. So yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. You're gonna be blown away. So
cool. Appreciate
it. Hello, what's your name?
Alexis.
Hi, Alexis.
So I had 2 questions. First part is, I absolutely love Secret Love. Seeing Misty Knight and like Danny Rand and just all of that was amazing. I just want to ask, are we gonna possibly see Lucy in the Power Man Iron Fist? Because I know it was just a one-off, but does that happen, or is she gone?
I don't kiss and tell, and so I'm definitely not gonna talk about other people's love lives. You'll see some interesting stuff at some point, most definitely.
And then second question, Robbie Reyes was one of my absolute favorite characters, but I haven't actually seen anything announced about him yet. Are we gonna be seeing more of him?
You will definitely see more of Robbie Reyes. He's one of my favorite characters, Mexican-American. Myself, love seeing him in action. Felipe Smith will be returning to the character. Right now we're working around not only his schedule, but sort of our publishing schedule, so that we can launch it right. We have some things to get in line before we do that book.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what it's called,
Okay.
but it's going to be dope.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Patty.
Hi, Betty.
Hi. Okay, so I'm like the biggest X-Men fan, I want to say. I've read every issue of X-Men. I've read every issue of X-Force, Uncanny X-Force, X-Factor, New Mutants, Gen X. Like,
I'm impressed.
all new
I'm
X-Men,
impressed.
Uncanny X-Men, amazing. I've read everything. So I will read literally anything if the X-Men are in it, even if it's only one character. I read crap that I didn't want to. No offense.
I love you already. This is great.
So, I was wondering if Kitty Pryde and Star-Lord are going to be together, or if they're going to be in a book together. I don't even like Guardians of the Galaxy. I hate sci-fi, but I love, like, I love unnecessary romance, so.
I love unnecessary romance is pretty great. Well, come on up, and I'll give you a copy of next week's Guardians of the Galaxy #1. Yep, there you go. Kitty is a big part of Guardians of the Galaxy moving forward. I think you're gonna like that issue. You're welcome. Hello, you're back.
Yes. Hi,
What can we do for you?
so yeah, I just wanted to play off of someone else's question. I was also a huge fan of Avengers Arena and Avengers Undercover, and there's actually just one character I'm wondering about in particular. I've been fascinated with their story arc ever since Annihilation Conquest, and seeing her come into her own in Undercover and everything. Are we ever going to see any more of Cambria the Destroyer?
Yes, you will. We've been talking about her. I know that I don't know exactly where yet, but we haven't forgotten about her.
All right, and please bring Came back.
Will do. Hello, what's your name?
David.
Hi, David.
Hi. Loving Secret Wars at the moment. Slight question, with all these #1s coming out while Secret Wars is still going on and still got a good month to go, if we get the #1s of all the things that have just come out, are we going to have a whole bunch of plot holes or things that have happened, or what's the situation? Because Doctor Doom is still out there, but we don't know what happens to then cause, oh wait, we got all these different universes back now, or it never happened, or what happens?
No,
really?
we wouldn't have done it this way. We'd have pushed everything back. There's plenty of story to be told in the conclusion of Secret War. Expletive deleted moments galore, and it should be virtually spoiler-free. The fact that you know, even through solicitation cycles, you see that Miles Morales is going to be in the Marvel Universe, right?
Yeah.
So we have to prep for things like that all the time. The 3 to 4 month gap between which this story ends and that. You know, the death of Wolverine, you can't keep a secret because there's no Wolverine book coming out, you know? So this is the same kind of thing. We made the right adjustments, and we think you're going to be happy.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you. Quentin Quire. Everyone, hi, Quentin.
Hey guys, love what you're doing with the idea for Uncanny Avengers coming up, where it's just, you know, you're something you guys talk to is, hey, there's mutants. We're mixing everyone in. So quick question about character development there. A lot of people's fan favorite is Rogue. So going into Rogue, are we going to see her? I read Axel talking a couple weeks ago that she's going to be a little bit more of a leadership role in Uncanny Avengers, I believe. Is she going to be returning to like the confidence level of, you know, the 90s when we really all fell in love with her? You know, she hit a really streak there in the 2000s where she was getting hit hard with a lot of story, a lot of negative things in her life, a lot of her powers changing, all of that. A little bit of talk, if you can, about the future of Rogue and what's happening with her in the series.
Sure. Uncanny Avengers coming up is really awesome. Jerry Duggan, Ryan Stegman, doing incredible work on there. They've got a pretty big focus on her. You'll see a little bit of it. I mean, nothing's ever been easy for Rogue, and nothing will ever be easy for her, that's for sure. But if there's one thing that Jerry Duggan does well, it writes characters who are strong and who persevere through craziness. I mean, I don't know, is anyone reading Deadpool out there? Right? I mean, like, it's a hilarious book, but it is also like an existentially horrifying book. Like, he's put Deadpool through the biggest ringer I've ever read, and I've read a lot of Deadpool comics in my time. he's going to do the same thing to Rogue, but I think you're going to see an incredible iteration of Rogue and see her personality. I can't speak too much more to it than that, but they've got big plans for her. That's for sure.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. I love that T-shirt. I want a picture before you go.
Hi. I'm a really big fan of Iron Fist and Power Man, but for me, when I think of like the Marvel duo and like my favorite Marvel duo, it's Cloak and Dagger. Any plans for those characters? Because I really, really would love a book for them.
Yep. Keep your eyes peeled. We got some big Cloak and Dagger stuff coming. I'm working on a book where the first pages with them on it have shown up, and I've got a cover with them on it. I'm not going to say where just yet, but keep your eyes peeled. It's coming up in, I think, January, February, something like that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, we're in our last minutes. We're going to do it quickly.
Hi, so my name's Mike.
Hi, Mike.
My quick question is, I love X-23. I'm glad that she's becoming big in the Marvel Universe, but I was also a huge fan of her romance with Hellion. Is there any chance of that coming back?
Dennis says no. She more recently had a romance with Angel. You might see a little more of that. Next up, really quick, lightning round.
Hi, I'm Christian.
Hi, Christian.
In the near future, will there ever be a She-Hulk solo series again?
A Shield?
A She-Hulk.
Oh, She-Hulk. We love that book too. Keep reading.
Just keep your eyes and ears peeled. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Iron Fist, last question.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jimmy. I
Jimmy.
was just wondering, I'm a huge X-Men fan. You have some great X-Men books coming up, and with Uncanny Avengers, New Avengers, great mutant-led titles. What about smaller titles like X-Factor, X-Force, characters like Havoc, like smaller?
Great question. Again, all you've seen is the tip of the iceberg for our X-Men plans. I'm not spoiling it here. I don't want to get in trouble if I announce things before it's time. So just keep reading.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming. Thank you, New York Comic Con, for having us. So glad to meet all you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. My name is Ben Morse. I am the senior editor of Marvel.com.
And I am Blake Garrison. We are joined by half of the cast of The Magicians. How you doing today?
We're good, man.
Wonderful.
Very
Go
good.
down the line and just
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
Oh, sure.
Who everyone is.
My name is Arjun Gupta. I play Penny on The Magicians.
My name is Olivia Taylor-Dudley. I play Alice Quinn.
Hey, I'm Hale Appleman, and I play Elliot.
I'm Sarah Gamble. I'm a writer and executive producer of the show.
And I think it would be great to start with you if we could get kind of the premise of the show, what it's about, what people should tune in for.
Well, The Magicians is about our world. It's set somewhat in New York City, and it's just like ours, and just like our world, magic is real. We just don't know it. It's happening in back rooms, and it's happening in secret colleges, and it might even be happening in other worlds.
That's awesome.
Very cool. And can you guys give us a little background on each of the characters you play?
Sure. All right. I play Penny, and Penny, the easiest way for me to describe him is Basquiat on the outside, Wolverine on the inside.
I like it.
He's a
Very
lone
nice.
wolf. I'm going to credit Sarah with this. He kind of sees himself as a hawk amongst pigeons. And the six of us we come in to break bills. We find out, after we find out we can do magic, we're introduced to this university. So we're in a grad school to learn how to be magicians. And it's fun to watch us all interact and figure it all out, just
Yeah.
like life. Your turn to hold the mic.
Okay. Alice Alice is a really shy individual and introverted. She happens to be the most powerful of them all, magicians. He hates when I say that. But Alice comes from a family of magic. She grew up in a magic household, so it's nothing new to her. It's not something she's that interested in exploring.
Born with a silver wand in your mouth.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like spoon.
You know, everyone's at Breakbills. They have a background of bad things have happened to them, and magic is pain. Seems to be like a through line through this, and everyone thinks magic is going to fix their problems, and it doesn't. These characters have to go through the same things that all of us go through in life to be the person they want to be. And I kind of went off topic, but Alice is great.
It was good. It was
I'd
good.
like to jump on that. I think for my character Elliot, he's come out of a rather lonely and depressing childhood, and in which he's certainly not accepted, and so finding Breakbills and finding magic is something that has been a form of escape for him, and so he's projecting an air of confidence and sophistication, and he's sort of this rebellious aesthetic dandy, and he's masking all of that other stuff that he would rather not talk about with this power and this new form of control that he's managed to find in school. So he's kind of a wild card and kind of a leader at the same time, too.
For fans who didn't make it out to Comic-Con, what did you show off at your panel earlier? Any footage or trailers?
Yeah, we showed a new trailer that they cut, which was really exciting. And then we actually, for those of you that didn't make it, sorry, we dropped a scene from the pilot that you'll get to watch in January when it releases on
You have the
Sci-Fi.
date yet? Is it announced?
Sarah, you want to take that one? What?
I hear rumors January 25th. It's not
That's
100%
exciting.
confirmed.
That's
but
the word on-
that's the
but
word
we're
on the
aiming
street.
for that, yeah.
So I'm sure when you did this in your press junket, and I apologize because you probably get asked
do
this
it
a
again.
lot, but does anybody in the cast actually do magic?
I wish.
So the magic that we do is magic with a K, not magic with a C.
Yeah.
Or is it the other way around? We do the real magic, like sorcery and stuff like that. But we did fortunately get a real magician to come out and teach us a few tricks.
Cool.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was really amazing. If we had more time, I would definitely do one for you right now. Maybe if we have time, I can do one.
We'll do it off camera.
Okay, there you go.
It was. How long is the trick?
I mean, it would take. It would take at least 3 minutes.
The cast has
2
gotten
minutes,
pretty
2 to
good
3
at
minutes. I can do it pretty quick.
It's a funny thing where when you're saying they're doing magic, like impossible magic, sometimes the best way to do that is in camera as opposed to doing a visual effect in post. That'll look super fake, right? So the cast has had to learn a certain amount of sleight of hand just to be able to have things work in camera. So they're becoming magicians as they shoot the magicians.
Is it something that you do with friends now? Or these
Arjun
can
does
you
it
rob?
Settle down.
With the ladies, he likes to show off his magic tricks.
Hi,
He
Mom.
loves to carry their books for them.
Hi, Mom. But yes, it's true, actually. It's a really wonderful conversation starter.
Can you like rob people when you're walking down the street?
No. I mean, probably, but I'm not going to. I was Mama raised me right. So I got you.
That's sweet.
So what kind of influences did you have when you were creating the show? Like what similar structures can we look for as far as other things people might enjoy?
Well, the interesting thing about Lev's trilogy of novels, which is what we're adapting, is that he is very upfront and very knowing about the stuff that inspired him, like Harry Potter and the Chronicles of Narnia and Game of Thrones. And he wrote the books from the perspective of a fan who wanted some of those elements in a really deep adult-themed kind of story. So, I think we sort of have taken that torch and we're running with it. It's got the kind of magic you loved when you were a kid, but it's definitely not for kids.
And how involved is the book and the series kind of the through line similar, or is there a lot of changes, or what?
Yeah, I just heard John McNamara describe it really well, which is that you know you're going from Los Angeles to New York, and you know exactly which road Lev Grossman took in the trilogy, and he gave us our blessing to go a little off-road because he knows we're going to end up in the same place, and that's kind of how the TV show compares to the books.
And is he on set, or what's his involvement?
He has visited a couple times. He has a cameo in an early episode, so look for him, and he was fantastic, really hilarious. We send him all the material. We email all the time. If I get to a part that's kind of difficult to dramatize, I call him and complain. So he's been very, very generous.
He was hilarious about when he came to shoot, because we had dinner with him afterwards, and he was just saying, "I love this." After every time I did a take, people would come up and say, "That was amazing, really nice job, really good." He's like, "When I'm writing this book, no one's coming up, nice page, nice page, do it again, let's do it again, but this way." He had a fan. Well, hopefully we'll get him back in some way.
Is there, so you say there's a trilogy of books. Is the one season, one book, or do you even know as of right now?
Season 1 goes through most of book 1, or a large part of book 1. It also dips heavily into book 2, because if you're familiar with the books, they kind of go backwards and forwards in time, and we have all the characters lined up and ready to go, so we're telling those timelines concurrently.
And were you a fan of the books?
Yeah. I was. I had read the books years before this project
great.
actually came. John McNamara and I, along with our partners Michael London and Janice Williams, optioned the material with our own money and wrote it on spec, just because we loved the material. And we wanted to write it the way we felt it, and then see if anyone wanted to buy it. And luckily, Sci-Fi was on the same page with us, and here we are.
Well, that's a good example of like a passion project, obviously, because people think you snap your fingers and you become famous or
That's
big
not how it
shot
works.
Producer. How many years did it take?
Did that work for
throughout? Yeah. Snap.
It's been
magic.
it's been a couple of years. It's been a few years now that we've been working on it, and even longer for Michael London, who was producing previous iterations that didn't go. He just really believed in the material, and he wouldn't let it not live. He just had a feeling about it, and he was right. So when you know that something is special, it's not hard to stick with it.
So what for all these years that it took for you to believe in it? Can you give the fans maybe a log line as to why they should believe in it?
This is the fantasy show where the characters are like you, because we're writing the show from the perspective of trying to bring as much of ourselves into it as possible. So our main goal is to bring to life a world that has magic and fantasy, but also characters you really recognize. Yeah.
That's great.
We're winding down here, but I want to ask you guys a real quick question. As actors, having the book as kind of a guideline, as kind of a map, does that help, or is it intimidating? What's that like?
It's really helpful. You take it off.
Honestly, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both, because it's lovely to have a map of where our characters go. Even though we kind of do this with it sometimes. But it's also terrifying, because when I read the book, I had all these ideas of who these characters were in my head, and the lands and what it looked like. And then I'm like, oh, what if I don't do it justice? I'm not, and everyone else is, I don't know what they're imagining Alice to be like. But it's been really wonderful to see in person, the locations that I read in a book, and they're blowing my mind. So way cooler than anything I could have ever imagined. So in that sense, it's great.
Our design team
Yeah.
that Sarah and John have put together is just out of control. They're amazing. They're brilliant. We're so fortunate to have all of them. Best thing, we just did the panel. It was really the nicest thing. Was a lot of fans of the books, because we haven't premiered yet. And one gentleman, when he was asking a question, he did say, "I think you guys are really well cast." And so that was a nice weight off the shoulders in some ways.
We had another show that's adapting into a book, and I asked them, were there any fans of the books that come to you after the panel, or any time they're like, "Don't screw this up. This is too important to me," or?
We haven't had that experience yet, but thank you.
Sorry to bring.
I'm going to have it, and I'm going to blame you.
Sorry to bring that into the ether, but just prepare.
I think something that we keep finding is that we walk onto set, and we've read the scripts and we've read the books, and we feel this very essential tone that is very much mirrored in the show. And to look around and to see what the designers are coming up in, congruently with what's written and what we're bringing as characters, and how the sets look and the locations, and the very specific attention to detail that's being taken on a really micro level is overwhelming. And to know that is a huge weight off of our shoulders, and really just inspiring, and a huge gift. Because we all do really care about the book so much, and we're very passionate about them, and just as passionate as the worlds and the characters themselves.
You said it. We're all huge fans, so we don't want to mess it up either.
Cool, guys. Thank you for coming on. We're going to come back in just a moment with more of the Magicians cast and crew. So you guys stay tuned here to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015, and we'll see you in just a sec. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
directed. Oh, okay. Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ben Moore, senior editor of Marvel.com.
And I am Blake Garrison. We are with the rest of the magicians. How are you doing today? Please introduce yourselves.
Hey, Stella Maeve, playing Julia.
Who do you play?
Playing Julia. Julia.
Hi, I'm Jason Ralph, and I'm playing Quentin Coldwater.
I'm Summer Bishel, and I play Margot.
Or Janet.
I'm Summer Bishel, and I play Margot.
Yeah.
I'm John McNamara. I'm one of the writers.
And now that we got kind of the premise from the last crew, but can we get from you guys who your characters are in terms of the larger story and what role you play? We'll go in reverse order from last time.
You get renamed.
I got renamed. I'm actually Janet in the books, but they felt there was a lot of J's, which there is.
It's fair.
So I'm Margot now. Yeah.
Great. Sure, I like that. Play close to the best.
I'm kind of a biatch. She's on a constant power trip.
Yeah.
Constant.
That's good though. That's
it's
fun.
fun to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that
And I
interact
have
with the
a great
It's
rest?
wardrobe.
fun to write.
With the rest of the cast, how does that work?
I mean,
Well, the summer's really nice in real life.
I'm method.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, we all get along great.
All right, moving down the line.
Oh, God, what happened? Hi. Quentin's on an incredible journey. I don't know why I became Kramer. But he's not Kramer. But he's someone who is existentially depressed and perpetually unsatisfied with life, and it's kind of like the journey of figuring out how to be a real life human being inside of this kind of like fantasy world that is also like grounded in reality. And there's a lot of
So existentially depressed. How much of that is you? Because we could be friends.
Oh yeah.
Because we'd have a lot in common. I think, right?
I agree.
Right on.
How much of that is me?
Yeah.
I think that's like a part of all of us in a way.
Good answer.
Yeah.
You made Blake stay.
Tell us about yours.
Julia's storyline is really dark and intense, and she's sort of stripped away of everything she ever thought was real and true, and you see her figuring out life that was kind of easy for her to gauge and easier for her to get along, and all of a sudden it's not so easy anymore. So you're rooting for her, but you're also like, you're torn. Your emotions are torn, just like she's torn. And it's like magic is real. What if everything in your life you found out that you had done for so long was all a lie? It was a farce, and this one thing is true. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
You guys are the heavy characters.
Heavy-
The last
heavy
time we had
duty.
on here, I thought this was a screwball comedy, but this is clearly there's a lot
This
going.
is like very.
I did not, Blake.
It's very intense.
Very intense. What's the most challenging part of playing these characters? Because you guys definitely, it sounds like you have very challenging characters.
We have this like with these books to work off of.
Yes.
And so we have like guideposts along the way, and what's really exciting is the journey that we get to go on is sort of laid out, and so it's exciting to get to kind of like craft that as it goes along, and really like truly prepare in a way that I think in a lot of TV shows you're unable to, because it's all being made up week to week.
Yeah.
It's a real gift as an actor to be able to kind of plot it in that way.
I was going to say I love the honesty of it. That not everything is great all the time, and like there are times where you're really dark and depressed or angry or all of it, and we get to show all those colors. It's not everything is great.
As far as when you got cast, did you have time to like start reading the books before when you auditioned, or did you just like cram the books after you got the part, or what?
I crammed after.
Mm-hmm.
I knew nothing going into the audition. Sarah actually in my callback informed me about my character and her journey, which helped a lot and probably got me the part. And then I binged.
Yeah, I didn't know about the books until I first auditioned for it, and then it was a kind of, the audition process was a long one, and so by the time it had finished, I had read all of them and become kind of a rabid fan.
Yeah, no, same. I after the role was in, I was like, gotta read these. They used to, on the last panel, they said binged, and that was like the perfect way to put it.
Yeah, binge reading.
And we still read it. I mean, like I know you brought it on set the other day. I find myself in my apartment reading it. I mean, yeah, it's still in motion.
I want to get the
I still haven't read them. I hear they're amazing.
I was gonna say
That was me on the pilot.
That's a writer that's probably
I
an editor.
auditioned and literally flew out 3 days after I got the role or
wow.
something. I was cast pretty
That's
late in the
intense.
process. So I had like 0 time, and I remember we were all at dinner with Mike Cahill, our director, and they were all joking, and they go, yeah, so what do you think about this, the threesome in the books? And I was like, what? I thought they were joking. I was like, you guys are hilarious. And they're like, Summer, read the book.
Yeah.
And then
That is pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, they weren't joking.
Oh, all right. Not that funny.
Well, that's a good point for you. Did you had you read the books a long time before?
I was teasing you. Sarah Campbell and I actually met with Michael London, the producer, and his partner Janice Williams, and they had, I think probably heard this before, had developed it before, didn't go forward. I'm doing a movie with Michael London called Trumbo that comes out November 6th, starring Bryan Cranston.
It's brilliant.
We interviewed his. Patrick Fugit was here earlier.
No, it was Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk.
was here
Yeah, no,
earlier.
Alan's great. Alan's in the movie. He's great.
been a long day.
Anyway, Michael and I worked on that, and he suggested this book, The Magicians, which I'd never heard of, and Sarah went crazy because she loved it so much. So she kind of dragged me into it, and I read the first book, and I was like, God, this is not what I thought it was going to be at all.
Really? In what way?
Well, gosh, can I say this? I'm not a huge fantasy fan. Don't tell anyone.
That's okay. No one here is gonna be, no one here at this comic convention will be bothered by that.
I love comic books, and I love like the hard science fiction, like
Right, right.
2001 and Star Trek and whatever, the Andromeda Strain, but never got into fantasy, I guess because I could never see myself writing that kind of like Game of Thrones, thou and thee dialogue. It's just not my jam. And when I saw that like this it took place in a fantasy world, and they talk like we talk, I'm just in. I was just in. I thought that was a brilliant kind of meta way to approach fantasy, and so then I read all three. Then, at that time there were only 2 books, and then the third book came out as we were doing the pilot. And to me, the third book is the best. I think they're all great, but the third book is amazing.
That's my favorite,
Yeah,
too.
mine too.
It's my favorite.
Yeah, well, of course, because you become a.
Well, not just be.
I know. I know.
Anyway, I don't want to jinx anything, but is there? They say there's there's a trilogy, but is there a chance of maybe more books-wise, which would lead to more of the series?
I'm writing it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's given me permission.
Quadrigy. There should be a word for that.
There is.
Wait.
Is there?
Did you know it?
Not saying I know it. I know there is one.
It's a quartet.
There.
And hopefully it could be a quintet.
Then what?
Or a sextet.
Sextet.
I'm just gonna keep going and see how far.
And then is it septet?
It's a
Septet is
septet.
octagon.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. No, octagon.
So you guys, don't say we never teach you anything here on Marvel Live. When and how can people tune into the show?
When?
January
25th.
Yep.
25th.
There's a date?
January 25th.
So get ready. Get excited.
January 25th on Sci-Fi.
There you go. And you guys are going to go walk the floor now.
Yeah, we're gonna
Or at
walk
least
the
you're going to
floor.
try. Are you excited? Is anyone nervous?
No, it's gonna be great.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll ask you again after
why
you
does
do
everyone
it.
say
Well,
that
we're
I
not
should
going
be
to tell you now.
nervous?
They should be nervous because they better have my Nick Fury Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. #3, Jim Steranko. They better have that.
Oh, deep cut. We like that. That's what we like here on Marvel Live.
Yeah,
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Definitely January 25th. Check out Magicians on Sci-Fi, and we will be back with footage of the Daredevil signing right now, and we'll be back in a little while here on Marvel Live.
back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by the cast of Marvel's Daredevil from Netflix. Welcome, you guys. Please take a mic. Don't be shy. So you guys just came from your panel. You guys, I feel like troublemakers are at the end. Is this what we're going to expect in season 2 from you guys? Is trouble?
School all over again. You know what I mean? Troublemakers. Back of the bus.
We should separate them, I think.
Are you guys already having fun on set together?
No, never. Hey, I hate these people. No, we are. Yeah, we're having a great time.
Good. So how was the panel for you guys?
Actually, Elodie's the newbie. I think we should pick on her.
It was overwhelming, really. Yeah.
Oh, you
I have my own microphone. Thank you.
Have you ever been to Comic-Con before?
Never. It's the first time. I've never had an experience like this really before. You know, meeting all the fans. It's quite overwhelming. It's a nice feeling. I was really scared before, and then when we all came on stage, it's very warm. It's very nice.
And have you started shooting with everyone?
Yes. No, we haven't. Oh.
Shh. Secrets are being revealed. So
yeah, it's a nice building.
Obviously, Elektra and Frank are going to be new for season 2. What has it been like taking on these 2 new roles?
You too.
It's been quite an experience. You know, I'm a huge fan of the show. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. You know, and you know, sometimes when you watch something on TV and you're a fan, this is sort of the first time this has happened to me where I'm a fan of something and then I get to jump in and start playing with these guys. And I'll just tell you, for all you other fans out there, they're actually better in life than they are on the screen. They're all wonderful human beings and super talented, and everybody takes the work enormously seriously. And it's one of the best crews I've ever had the pleasure to work with, and yeah, it's great. It's really been I don't want to say it's been fun. It's just been it's been an incredible experience. You know, we all take it real seriously.
Yeah, it sounds really rewarding. For you guys coming back to the show, how have your characters changed and evolved since you very first kind of met them?
You want me to talk about
I
that?
do,
I'm probably the worst guy to ask that question to because I don't read the scripts. So I
How
don't.
do you make these episodes then?
With Charlie's help. Anyone else, please?
Deborah, Charlie.
I think to answer your question, I think more than the characters changing, the world has changed so much. The world around them is changing so much, and it's really how they're adapting and how they are trying to change what is happening to the city that they love, and that's really where we spend a lot of time in the first part of season 2 at least.
I love that. So you guys have been prepping a lot. Are you guys doing a lot of training and things to get yourselves ready?
I've been eating a lot of donuts.
Working on your lawyering?
More the donuts than the lawyering, but you know, I got to get that nice foggy double chin going. You know what I mean?
Please go.
No, I have no training. No.
No training.
You know, we don't have a huge amount of time really
Right.
so that you know a lot of the action sequences for us, you know, the stunt team do an amazing job. Phil Silvera, Chris Brewster, those guys. I mean, as we now have proved, as they have proved in the first season, are doing really extraordinary stuff. And they, you know, as an action sequence is written, they will then choreograph it and they will bring it to life, and then we will come in and we learn small pieces of it as much as we can and film small pieces at a time. And you know, it's thrilling because you know we haven't, you know, you don't have much time to really get it into your body and into your bones, and so you really it feels quite. It is a very safe environment, but it feels quite dangerous and it feels quite charged in that way, and so which I think adds to the drama of it.
Yeah, I think you can. It's really palpable when you're watching the show. For those of you who are returning, can you share with us some of your favorite moments from working on the show, or maybe some of your favorite scenes from the previous season?
My favorite day, I think, at least on season 2, was the day that I couldn't say that line, and everyone kept laughing. That was a fun day.
Did you eventually get it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. You have to ask them.
Yeah, that was a while.
It's true.
Yeah, we won't talk about how much it costs production.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there've been a lot of great days. It's funny. I feel like they disappear so quickly, and then we talk about them, and I go, oh my God, yeah, that was such a great day. But I mean, anytime when I can be in a room with these two weirdos is a great day. So,
love it.
Me as well. Were you talking about the first season or this season?
The first season, actually.
Yeah, there's so many. I actually, when I watched the show, I really, really loved the scene with these guys in Elena Cardenas' apartment right before it blows up. I thought that was such a beautifully written scene, and it was so charged, and it was so exciting, and it was so conflicting as a fan because, of course, people know about Karen Page and Matt Murdock, and to see these two, and similarly going down the Matt Murdock Claire Temple route. You know, that was also conflicting because I think when I read the scripts and I feel like a fan when I read them, you know, I was torn because I didn't know which way I wanted him to go or them to go, you know, and so I thought that was just so beautifully handled from the writers who were standing right there.
Kudos to those. So is there anything that you can tell us about season 2 that's fair game for us all to know?
I mean, I don't know. I'll say, I wrote the boys a couple of weeks ago. Look at the guys, a couple of weeks ago. I'm almost jealous of the fans because the fans will be able to binge watch this season, and I am not allowed to binge read it. I can't tell you. I get to the end of every single episode, and I'm like, send me the next one now. We're supposed to have 210 in our inboxes. Where is it, you guys? I'm going crazy. Like I am so excited about this season, and I wish we could talk more about it, but just wait. It's going to be so cool.
Okay. We'll do our best to be as patient as we possibly can. I have to ask you, I heard you're a D&D player.
I am, yes.
Karen Page, what would her class be? Her racing class?
Karen Page's racing class.
Yeah.
Well, probably a bard because she's learned.
Right.
You know?
That makes sense.
I don't know. Race.
These are the important questions.
Don't
about
pretend to think like you don't know already. Get out the piece of paper, it's written down already.
I will say a couple of my co-actors have let me start making characters for them, and they've been very patient with me.
I'm a half-elf.
He's a half-elf, yes.
Half-elves are excellent.
We think paladin.
We do.
But we're not done yet.
We don't all know what that means, but that's what we
So the Daredevil Dungeons and Dragons podcast coming soon to iTunes. You guys, tell the fans where they can find you online until season 2 hits.
I don't know.
On Twitter or?
Oh, I'm not on Twitter. Oh no, sorry. Yeah,
Don't find him.
I have them, but I don't run them myself, so I actually can't tell you what they are. They're probably my name.
Okay. Google. There's a great site named Google that you can look up Deborah Wall.
Same. I'm not on social media. I'm sorry.
All right. Is there anywhere people can find you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a Twitter. Oh, sorry. I'm on the Twitter. Yeah. John Berthal. Yeah.
Excellent.
At John Berthal. Right on.
Excellent.
Sadly not either.
Don't look for them online. But thank you guys so much for joining us. Congratulations on season 2. We're going to have so much more coming up on Marvel Live. We're going to have the EPs from Marvel's Daredevil up next. Stick around, you guys.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ben Morse, the senior editor of Marvel.com. To my left or right, depending on where you're looking, is
Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, and we're joined by the showrunners from Marvel's Daredevil, Doug Petrie, and Marco Ramirez. Hello, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Guys, congratulations on season 2. We're super excited to check it out.
We are too.
How is it going? So Deborah Ann Woldis said you guys need to get a script in. She's waiting
Thank you.
for
We don't
it.
have enough pressure on a daily basis, so thank you so much, and thank you, Deborah.
That's what I like to do.
She's right, by the way. She's always right.
Well, how could she not be?
Yeah.
But so you guys are you're still writing, you're still in the room?
In the process, yeah. In
Yeah.
the middle of it. We are breaking and shooting and editing. We are in the thick of it, and in the most kind of busy and also exciting time.
This is a great time of year because we're in, and this is why television is so great, is because we're in pre-production, production, post-production, and writing all at the same time.
Wow.
So we're just,
Wow.
we are literally running from office to office to make things happen.
And are you guys involved in every single part of that process, both personally?
Yeah, as involved as we can be. I
Right.
mean, it's as involved as we can be, as whatever's humanly possible. Yeah, we're pretty hands-on, and
And I know that there's a lot of showrunners who do this, solo. I cannot imagine doing this job alone. But yeah, we've become a two-headed monster, and so far it's just been incredibly easy in terms of dividing who does what, and you take this, I'll take that, and it's all been very, very smooth so far.
I love it. So you guys based a lot of stuff on Man Without Fear before.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of comic titles or writers that you guys have influencing season 2 that you've been looking to?
There's no one story like, for example, Born Again, that we're saying, oh, we're doing this storyline. So the short answer is no, but I think what we do is kind of take our collective love. Everybody has a different run of the comic that they love, that speaks of whether it's Elektra Lives Again or Born Again or Man Without Fear. And the list goes on very long, back to literally 50 years of canon.
Yeah.
So we're doing it's just like this super nerd mashup.
kind of, yeah. The great thing is we can take as much of that as we want, but also we don't ever feel the need or the pressure to specifically do the stories that have been in the comic. And also, as fans, I'm not the kind of fan who wants to go see the version that I read. I'd love to go see a new version of something and new stories and new combinations of storylines and characters and stuff. So I do think we draw like kind of the essence from what's in there, and certainly all the writers are reading it and all our actors are reading it, and everyone loves the work of a bunch of different. I mean, without the work of Joe Quesada, without the work of Bendis, without the work of Garth Ennis and Jason Aaron, like all that is all there. But we're kind of doing our own. We try to not be like the wedding band that's just covering their songs.
Right.
We try to be our own band who really loves their songs.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Now,
I noticed you guys mentioned Garth Ennis, so that means in addition to bringing a lot of good Daredevil influences, I'm assuming you are doing that for Frank Castle as well.
Yeah, that's a plan.
Everything Ennis wrote is a huge influence for all of us. I mean, he really nailed the voice of the character and the kind of the essence of the character, and so yeah, we're definitely drawing from that. We're very lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool.
And everyone's so excited to see Elektra and Frank Castle come to this world. Where are we going to get to see some of their origin story? Can you tease that? Can you say?
What we can say.
What we can say
is that these are clearly beloved and three-dimensional characters, and we want to tell as much of their story, and similarly to the way the show did with Wilson Fisk in season 1, we want the audience to feel that these are real, living, three-dimensional characters. So there will be a very full picture of them, that's for sure.
When you have such big characters like Elektra and like Frank coming in, how do you also balance, not wanting to shift all the attention to kind of the new toys and still be able to, give the characters we know and have gotten to know, still get some love and attention?
I mean, I think we are really gifted in that we've got all these, not gifted, we're really fortunate in that we've got all these great actors.
Absolutely.
So it actually feels like spinning plates sometimes, like, we really want good scenes for this one. Oh, we really need good scenes for that one.
Yeah.
So it's mostly, I mean, to a certain degree, it is kind of actor driven for us because we just want to write great scenes for everyone because they are all doing such good work. So the balance, obviously, it's the Daredevil show. It's the Daredevil story. But, I mean, John Bernthal, Elodie, they're just wonderful. So it's easy to just get caught up in just writing them. But we have to remind ourselves we have many great, amazing actors to write for on the show.
Yeah, and we want to see, it always comes back to where is Matt Murdock, what's he doing now, and how are these characters impacting him, and like bumper cars, they're just smashing into each other, and then it sets off a chain reaction. So really, we're at the point where the characters are starting to speak to us, and we're starting to listen, and that's thrilling.
Because you have a 13-hour show, basically, that all comes out at once, is there ever temptation to come back to an episode and be like, actually, maybe we want to reconfigure some things or re-edit things? Do you have that freedom, or do you really try to keep it like one episode, one episode, one episode?
Do you want to take this one?
Well, in terms of production, we kind of we do lock as we go. But to answer your question, yeah, all the time, like all the time. And what's really fun in the room is when we'll do something in a later episode that makes it look like we planned something, and you go, hey, it looks like we knew what we're doing.
We foreshadowed without even knowing.
Yes. So, what would you say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to say what it was, but there was some stuff in season 1 that felt like, oh, what would be really great is if we just tweak this one thing. It almost feels like the symphony's going on, but wait, the violin was out of tune. So if we can go back and just go whoop, it just makes everything a little bit stronger. So it is a wonderful kind of freedom to be able to have. As writers, we always want to just have another day and be able to do another pass. We really love that. I know for myself, I do. So it is great to have that tool in the kit just in case we ever need it. Luckily, we've got great actors and a great production crew and great executives and everyone, so we rarely ever have to even think about doing it.
You guys are clearly so well researched and well versed in Marvel Comics. Are there any particular Marvel Comics that just really touch your heart, or that you are really excited by?
When the season started, it was interesting, of all the canon of Marvel Comics, and I loved many of them growing up. But when we realized that we were doing season 2 of Daredevil, and you can pick whatever artist it was, but the image of New York City as a living thing that was steaming, and the city was literally something alive. That was our starting point, and kind of this is the world this guy lives in, and we took it from there. So it was really, when we started, it was that image of literally the steaming streets of the city was the thing for me.
Yeah, that was it, and also just the fact that it is an organism that moves and lives and cries. The whole city, when it cries when it cries, it cries together. When it's excited, it's all the joy is all something felt by everyone at once. And that's, I think, stuff that you feel kind of in the pulpy Miller stuff, or the not pulpy, but the noir sense there. We love that.
Yeah. If we didn't believe it already, I think you guys proved that you definitely get it. So we're in pretty good hands here. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We're all very excited, as we said, for season 2 of Marvel's Daredevil on Netflix, and we will be back in just a moment with Vision writer Tom King right here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015.
Hello, Marvelites. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M, here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm joined by...
I'm Arthur Parsons. I'm game director at CT Games on LEGO Marvel's Avengers.
Yeah, he is. Very excited. LEGO Marvel's Avengers. Big show for you guys, right?
Huge show. This is like, when we first announced the game, and it was Avengers and Avengers Age of Ultron, and then there was the and more. This show is about the and more. So everything that everyone wants to know about the and more, we're going to tell people.
Yeah, so we're going to do that at the LEGO Marvel's Avengers panel. There's a big panel. We've got the main stage.
We've got the main stage, and you're moderating.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So the main stage, 12:45 on Friday. It's gonna be amazing. The content we've got is so cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be super great. Now, guys, when if you can't make it to the panel, or if we don't get to live stream it, we're gonna have Arthur on the live stream with us, talking about all the news, all the cool stuff, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to cram into however long we can get you for.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna squeeze that in, but things like character reveals and just a lot of really cool stuff that people have been asking so much about on Twitter, and this is now where we're going to be able to go, this is what the game's going to be. This is us opening that box.
Yeah. On top of that, fans can come to the Marvel booth and play LEGO Marvel's Avengers. Like Joe Consumer over here is playing it right now. He's jamming on it. Get a lot of time if you're coming to the convention.
Yeah. So you can come and play it here, and as well as that, every day, different times each day. But we're going to be doing a live stage demo, so that people can come and they can see some of the new characters in action, and also see some of the new content, some of the new things that are going to make LEGO Marvel's Avengers this huge celebration of everything that's Avengers related.
Very cool. Guys, you're going to follow LEGO Marvel Game on the Twitter and Instagram or Facebook, Tinder, whatever it is that you're into. Go check it out and stay tuned for more from Marvel.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by
Ben Moore, senior editor of Marvel.com, and we have with us Tom King, who's going to be writing Vision coming up later this year. Tom, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me, man. It means everything. This is so cool.
First time on Marvel Live.
I know, the first time.
You're a Marvel newbie.
I'm a brand new. I've written for some other companies that go without.
I've never heard of any other company.
Yeah, no, I appeared right here. Yeah, this is my first time. But I started as a Marvel nerd. Like that came from Marvel. I worked at Marvel when I interned there.
Really?
Yeah.
When did you intern there?
Should I tell you? That makes me old. Like I gotta be young.
We're old.
No, like in the early 2000s, I was Chris Claremont's assistant.
Oh my God! What was that like?
amazing.
What an education that must.
Dude, it was amazing. Our job. My job. Chris was a creative director back then, and he reviewed every single script that went in, and I was just his soundboard. So
Yeah.
basically, it was Chris reading every single script that Marvel had and sort of commenting on the storytelling and how it could be better and how it could be worse and all that stuff. It was the best learning experience a writer could ever have.
Absolutely. That's crazy. What would you say were the best lessons you learned from Chris and from working with him?
I mean, Chris is like. Well, first of all, he has a plot thing this is in the weeds. I'm a super nerd.
Okay,
I'm a writing
let's
nerd
get in
too.
there.
Can we get in the nerdy
weeds?
All right. So Chris does a thing where he has, he calls ABC plotting, where you have an A plot that runs through your story, and then you have a B plot that runs next, and then a C plot that runs under it, and you have mostly A, some B, a little of C, and you rotate it in so that there's a constant undercurrent of plot going, so that the story never ends. Because comics exist in the second act, right?
Absolutely, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's really nerdy weed comic stuff.
No, but it's cool.
But it's something to keep in mind because it makes you think. I mean, to me, comics when I was a kid, they were real because they felt like the stories kept flowing into each other, and I feel that way still today, and I feel responsible to sort of keep that tradition. So I learned that from Chris.
Did you see him? He's down in Artist Alley.
I know he doesn't remember me.
Oh.
No. It's in the nicest way possible. He was really cool about it. I was like, Chris, remember I used to be your intern. He's like, I have no idea who you are, but you're fantastic.
But you're great. I really appreciate it. All right, so how did you come back to Marvel, and how did you land on Vision? I'm really excited about Vision because it's one of the most unique books I think we're putting out there. It's a unique character, but it's a completely different take. The hard questions.
What do you mean coming back from Marvel? Like, how did I get from?
How did you end up coming back to Marvel to work on Vision? Like, how did you end up on this project?
So I wrote books for other companies.
Yes.
That did all right.
They did all right. They're doing pretty good.
Yeah,
I like them.
and people liked them.
Yeah,
and
I
they
like
got
them
some good
okay.
press. So someone from Marvel nicely reached. It was look. I've been a struggling. Have you been a struggling writer? It's a horrible position to be in. You're still a struggling writer?
I'm struggling at whatever I'm doing. I know that.
Yeah, he just struggles a lot.
You just struggle a lot.
Yeah.
Big laughs, guys. Big laughs.
We're
Great.
laughing
Good
because
stuff.
it's true.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay, man.
Thanks.
If you need any help,
I'm glad I
here.
have one friend here.
Yeah, no, we'll exchange cards.
Two friends.
Oh, you got two. Oh,
Yeah, I got two
congratulations.
friends.
Thank you. I got upgraded.
So, anyways, how'd you end up on Vision?
Well, when you're a struggling author, there probably is not an editor in this building who hasn't ignored an email from me. So an editor actually reached out to me and said, "Hey, you, Tom King, do you want to work on Marvel?" Now, I'm a Marvel nerd. That's where I started. Avengers 300 was my first comic ever.
Oh, wow.
I still have it. Like
that's so cool.
I have it sitting next to my desk. There's a fire. Like I know to run out with that, and then come back for kids. You got to start with the things you love, with the things you most precious to you,
Man,
and
I
then the things you love.
hope they're not watching.
Oh, crud.
Yeah.
I said crud so they can watch. So I was super psyched to get that, and they threw Vision at me, and I had an idea, and it was crazy, and it was sort of based on like a lot of personal stuff, and I threw it at them, and they're like, "That's an insane idea. Let's do it." That's not usually the second sentence that comes with insane idea. Yeah, it's usually that's an insane idea. I'm gonna ignore your emails again, Tom.
Or here's another idea.
Yeah, here's another idea. But they were like, yeah, we want to take risks. We want to do something big and crazy and cool with this character, but that stays true to his character. I mean, he's a 50-year character. He's been around a long time.
Yeah.
And he's been essential to the Marvel Universe and essential to the Avengers, but he's never had his own book.
Yeah.
So they said, yeah, let's do it.
Now, for people who don't know what the crazy idea is, do you want to tell everyone what the crazy idea is? Hopefully, most of our fans do know at this point, but for that one guy scratching his head.
So I grew up a nerd. I don't know if that. I don't want to. It's a secret, but I think I'm allowed to let it out.
We're there with you, buddy.
You're there with me.
This is a safe space.
This is a safe space. And when I was a little kid, it wasn't cool to be a nerd.
Dark days.
Yeah, it was dark days,
Yeah.
right? And you were under sort of constant pressure to sort of be normal and to join sort of suburban society, this American dream, this kind of ideal self, this sort of like 1950s kind of thing that people seem to be aspiring for. And I feel that's still sort of a theme in America today, this idea of like what makes you normal, what makes you fit in, and how other people can make you not fit in, how other people can make you feel abnormal. So I pitched Vision to me is he's a guy, he was created as a weapon, right? Ultron created him to kill the Avengers.
Right.
That's his first appearance. He's called the Vision, not because he called himself the Vision, because a wasp turns to him and says, "You're an unearthly vision, like literally, like you're scaring me." That's his name is like, holy crud.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad it's not actually holy crud.
yeah, no, it was lucky she said you're an unearthly vision, right? Yeah, instead of he'd be the holy crud from then on.
Yeah, that would be an interesting direction.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That was my original pitch.
That was your
That's
original
too insane.
pitch.
Let's pull it back to
Yeah, dial it back. That's the pitch you threw out so they'd accept this one.
Yeah, exactly. You have to do one crazy one, the holy crud.
But not to derail.
Behold the holy crud. It was amazing. So in this pitch, he's a man who wants to be normal. And what's more normal than family?
Yeah.
So he creates a family for himself, and he creates a wife, and he creates 2 children, and they're teenage children. They're 15, and they move to the suburbs. They move to the suburbs of Northern Virginia, outside of D.C. And he's the White House liaison for the Avengers, and so and it's about a family of, but to create your wife and to create 2 children is a little crazy, and it's a little disturbing.
Yeah,
that's kind of intense.
Right, it is kind of intense, and they moved to the suburbs of Virginia and sort of try to fit in, and the neighbors aren't so accepting of the fact that they're living next to people who could kill them at any second.
Right.
I mean, think if you live next to someone who had like 500 guns in his basement.
Right.
Vision has many more than 500 guns in a little jewel in his head.
right there.
Yeah, and he'd float through your wall.
And he floats through your walls, which is a
Yeah.
little creepy. And so can his 16-year-old son, right?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
And so it's about their story, and it starts off soft, and there's a huge twist in the beginning, and it gets hard and complicated and violent pretty fast.
And you're getting to work with Gabriel Hernandez Walta, who I think is brilliant. Evokes like old
You
Bill
have that off the
Sienkiewicz
top of your
stuff,
head,
too.
man.
What?
That's
Gabriel
amazing.
Hernandez Walta?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. This is kind of my
Dude, you
job.
rock.
It's my job. Thank you. You rock.
A lot
I
of
like
people
this
have
guy a lot.
jobs.
Let's
Oh.
keep this guy around.
Is this making you feel good about yourself, Ben?
Finally.
Sweet.
What's
Take that, celebrities on Marvel.
What's it like working with Gabriel? I mean, he just has this great ability to kind of make exactly what you need, kind of make the normal, the suburban, look a little creepy and like a little edgy.
It's fantastic. I think this is one of the most beautiful books I've ever worked on. I've worked on some beautiful books in other unmentionables.
Yeah.
What he
Very
does.
well trained.
What he does is he creates this weird quiet, an eerie kind of
Yeah,
quiet.
I agree.
Like when you used to watch the Poltergeist show, and they'd wander out into the street, and there'd be like no one there, and then you'd hear like a bird. Like somehow he does that with a panel.
Yeah.
And
It's a great way to describe it, actually.
Yeah, and again, I'm a nerd for this stuff. He writes very much in the boxes. I'm an in the boxes kind of guy. I like to establish patterns in boxes and then break them.
Mhm.
And so I love that style for this book because it can go for a very sort of Watchmen-esque. Watchmen is against, but I've never heard of that book. But if you had heard of it,
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Yeah, he has that.
It's a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie. Yeah, it's a movie. He has that kind of style of scratchy and crazy and cool, and that's kind of what I'm going for. But then he can explode into violence, so he can shock you and surprise you. That's what you got to do. You have to establish kind of quiet and then hit you with the loud, right?
Absolutely.
That's all storytelling is.
Absolutely, man. Why the Vision? Why, other than the fact that he kind of fit this crazy idea you have? I mean, he's, like you said, he's a great character. He's got a high profile right now because of the movie, but again, not a guy who's ever headlined his own book. What made you think, like, you know who I can bring them? I can bring them the Vision, and that might be an idea.
Dude, the Vision is unique in the Marvel universe because he sort of stands. He's a character. He was always an Avenger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Avengers were always the center of the universe. He was always the center of the Avengers. He was
Right.
always sort of their rock, their anchor.
He's their constant, yeah.
Yeah, he's their constant. And for him to start to crack a little bit,
Mhm.
sort of, it's almost like putting a bomb at the center of the Marvel universe. You know,
Yeah.
like this is our rock. This is the guy we always depend on. I don't know if you guys read. Mark Waid did a Zero issue.
Oh, yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, it came out this week.
Yeah, it came out this week,
Mhm.
right? And in the Zero issue, it shows that like he's had all these memories from all these years,
Right.
and they're emotionally driving him crazy.
Yeah.
And he takes the emotional memories out.
Mm.
So he robs himself. So suddenly he becomes Spock. He becomes Data. He becomes my favorite characters in fiction, right?
Yeah.
And and now he has to deal with what that means to him, that he used to feel and care about everything, and now he doesn't.
So we won't see. I just reread the first appearance of Vision like 2 weeks ago, so it's like really freshly in my head. But one of my favorite, panels is even an android can cry, and it's Vision just so bummed out. No more Vision tears? I love Vision tears.
He erased his emotional memory, not his emotions.
Oh, snap.
Yeah,
So he doesn't have to remember those, but he can build new ones.
He can build new ones.
Oh, that's very cool.
I think of him like Spock. Spock he had emotions, right? Like he was half human. So he still has that emotional content, and he wants to be. He wants to be normal. He wants to be you and me. That's his strongest desire. So he wants to feel those emotions. He wants to feel love for his wife and love for his children. But can he is the question of the series.
How close are you working with Mark, since Mark's going to be writing him in All New, All Different Avengers, and you're going to be handling him in Vision?
As close as I can, for the fact that every time I talk to Mark, I do this. Do you remember that time you wrote that book? Oh, dude, and that other time you wrote that book? Oh, and that other time you wrote that book?
I can relate.
Right?
I can relate. It's very hard to have a conversation with Mark and not just start talking about all the great things he's done.
Yeah, you turned total Chris Farley. That was awesome.
Very good.
Yeah. As much as I tried to resist doing that. He talks. I mean, he's a genius, and I just try to absorb some of it.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're running out of time here, but we do want to kind of get a last sell for Vision. So just telling people, there's a lot of books coming out as part of All New, All Different Marvel. A lot of books. If you want to get them to pick up Vision, what's the reason fans should choose Vision?
This is a book that's going to be different than the All New, All Different. This is the book that's going to stand out. This is the book that's going to really appeal to you on an emotional level, and that's going to change how you think about the world.
Nice.
And I want to send us out with
please.
just a comment from Sophia from Spain, our faves. She says, Tom has so much passion about his work, you can feel it from the way that he speaks. And I think that's so true.
Well, Sophia, thanks. That's really cool. I appreciate that.
We're going to take a break right now, but then we'll be back with Al Ewing in just a moment. So stay here at Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015.
Thanks for coming on, Tom.
Hello, Marvelites. I'm Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M, here at New York Comic Con 2015, and I am joined by
Dan Lujan, Director of Media Operations for Coheed International.
Dan, you guys are coming correct. There's so much cool stuff. What are we looking at over here?
Well, we're looking, and we just barely finished setting this up, so you're getting a first-hand look of what we've got for Marvel coming up. We've got our Iron Man Mark 45 armor, and that'll be hitting next year around February. It does have lights in the chest and the palms and the eyes. You're looking at a Paint Master here, so this naturally doesn't light up. We've got our brand new Marvel Artifacts Plus series for the X-Men. Previously, we had the Avengers. The artwork was done by renowned artist Adi Gravnov. First up will be Cyclops. He'll be out in about October, about mid to late October, and then he'll be followed up with Emma Frost, Magic, Magneto. We've just are about to show images of Beast, and we also have Rogue and Wolverine. Yeah, how could I forget Wolverine?
He's dead. It's fine. You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
So we have those. Pretty awesome. Love the artifact statues, but you also have Bishoju.
We do have Bishojo statues coming out. Wasp and She-Hulk are available now. And Lady Deadpool, which is our newest Marvel announcement, will be hitting in February. And what's neat about Lady Deadpool is she does come with 2 different portraits, so you can show her masked or unmasked. Right now, I believe she's shown unmasked. And a brand new announcement, and I believe this is the first time we're making this announcement anywhere, we're actually showing the artwork, the finished artwork for Spider-Gwen.
That's pretty awesome. I actually share an office with my boss. He's a VP at Marvel. He has, I think, 12 of the Bishoju statues in the office, so loved all over. Yeah. You guys also have a panel this weekend, I believe?
We do. It's going to be Sunday, starting at 3:45 to 4:45, so we're kind of closing out the show, and we've got a brand new Marvel announcement for our fine art statue line. So it's not going to be unveiled here at the booth, but I will be making that announcement during the panel, so look forward to that.
Very cool. Where are fans going to find you guys online, social media, all that good stuff?
Okay, so we're we got a really big presence on Facebook. It's just facebook.com/Kotobukiya. And our website is kotous.com if you want to pre-order any of these great items.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Guys, stay tuned for more from Marvel Live.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morse. She is
Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher. We're joined by Al Ewing. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome back, Al. It feels like you were just here.
Yeah, it's been many hours since then.
It feels like you were just here, and yet it feels like it's been days since you've been here.
Yes, on this end as well.
Because Ben has been counting every moment he missed you.
I love when Al comes around. Al is one of my favorite people to interview. I remember after we did, it was a press call for Mighty Avengers when Mighty Avengers first came out, and you were just selling the book, and I ran to Ryan's office immediately afterwards. I said, we have to do more with Al. This guy knows how to get you excited about a comic book. So.
Well, thanks for building me up.
Yeah.
So now I really have to wow everybody.
Well, luckily we have plenty of comics to talk about.
Yes,
because
it's true.
We
have loads.
You are writing quite a few coming up.
We also pitched a show for you called What Are You Ewing?
When you say we, let's specify that is Lorraine. Lorraine has come up with a show.
I'm saying if you wanted to talk about comics, you could call it What Are You Ewing?
Yes, I could.
Get out of here, Adri. Nobody wants your commentary.
Or I could not.
Yeah. I think
Fair enough. Ryan had one about a sheep.
Yeah,
so mine's
something
better.
about a sheep too. Let's talk about the comics you're working on. The first one I want to talk about is New Avengers.
Yes,
I am
New
very
Avengers.
excited about New Avengers. I'm glad we talked before that you basically saw this thread in Time Runs Out of Sunspot taking over AIM and just thought this is too good. I can't let this fall to the side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you see something like that and you just think, I want that. It's like, I mean, there were so many good ideas in that Time Runs Out thing, but the Roberto DaCosta taken over AIM, and now he's calling it Avengers Idea Mechanics.
Yeah, so
he's got lots of avenging ideas. But it basically means we can do all this crazy stuff. He's now operating out of Avengers Island, this sort of artificial island in international waters, with a sort of team of kind of.
It's a wacky team.
A little bit wacky.
I love that.
It's wacky in contrast to previous Avengers teams, but I think as you read the comic, you'll see the non-wackiness in it.
Okay.
You'll see the seriousness in it.
Very serious.
It's deeply serious. It's so serious.
This is a very important.
So serious.
This is a very important comic.
Because one thing we kind of wanted to do was like take the bit of the title, the new, out of the title, and really just have loads of stuff that is kind of new to the Marvel Universe, at least the main Marvel Universe, or just completely new, kind of created out of whole cloth, or people who haven't really been Avengers before, which for the most part, I think apart from Roberto and Hawkeye, I don't think any of the others have been kind of full-on Avengers before. They've been like Young Avengers, they've been like Mighty Avengers, both of which were kind of, not connected with like the main team stuff. Yeah, side teams. So like we get these sort of the new Avengers, the new A-listers.
Yeah.
I mean, in my mind, and I'm saying this right now live to camera, all of these people are A-listers. So
there it is.
There you go.
Admitted.
Boom. So we get that. We get some new villains. We get, I believe people just saw the cover to issue 4, and that solicits out.
Yes.
So you know about Moradin from the 5th Cosmos, which is a whole thing which we'll be getting into. But in the meantime, you've got the Maker, new to the main Marvel Universe.
I'm pretty excited about that one.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
That's
he's
one of the characters
fun.
I've said we should have in the Marvel Universe for a long time.
He's a lot of fun. He's so much fun to write. So, yeah, and anybody worried that the Maker is going to go down easy, he's not going to go down easy. You have nothing to worry about on that score. Neither of the new Avengers. It's going to be a fight. But you've got him. He's created... he's sort of created this new villain called Neohedron, who's like half scorpion, half gorilla, with a sort of floating, instead of a head, he's got a sort of floating 4-dimensional crystal.
Okay, that's pretty amazing.
It's pretty, and I was kind of inspired by like Arnim Zola. Villains like that. I was thinking like,
you're like, I'm going to create my Arnim Zola.
Yeah, I was thinking,
it.
Who's like, why don't we have this sort of new, weird, out there kind of, because you look at Arnim Zola, it's like he's got a face on his chest and no head and an army of genetic freaks. It's like,
brilliant.
That's just a winner
in
like one sentence. So yeah, that should be fun. So he gets to run around for the first couple of issues. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. New vehicles. It's, if I had to sum it up in a single tagline, it's Thunderbirds meets the Man from U.N.C.L.E. Except it's the Avengers.
That's a pretty good. I like the except it's the Avengers part.
That's the one. That's the one I've been running with. And they're sort of new Avengers because it's like, you've got the Avengers in the States, and this is like, it's like the English beat,
Also, you have a very cool supporting cast.
Yeah, I brought in a couple of people. There's Dr. Max Brashear, son of the Blue Marvel, who we gave a bit of time to in Mighty Avengers back in the day. So he's a lot of fun. There's Dr. Tony Ho, who is the daughter of Professor Ho Yinsen, who I'm kind of trying to get the name order right now that the universe has been brought back. So and you know, she might mention that you know, her father might have thought it was all very hilarious that Tony Stark got his name the wrong way around, but she does not. She does not find it funny at all. So there's those two, and there's also Dum Dum Dugan makes a special guest appearance in the first couple of issues, so we get to see him.
And you've been writing heartbreaking stories about Dum Dum Dugan for months now, just making people cry across the world.
I was quite happy about that.
Yeah.
That I got to.
Very sadistic.
Because I did enjoy writing that story where he turned out to be an LMD.
Such a good story. It was such a heartbreaker.
I did enjoy making that very painful. But you know, people immediately said, "Oh, well, now he's dead for good." And I was like, "No, he's not. No, he's not." And I immediately had like 3 ideas. I've had to bring, and I one of them was I thought, "Oh, I've got to pitch that. To Tom." He's like, you know, this. He's got 100, you know, robot bodies, and his mind can kind of flip between them, and it's like, so he keeps getting killed, and he's like this super indestructible shield agent. And Tom was like, "Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, we've got some ideas for him, but you know, let's put him in Howling Commandos," and that's how I ended up writing the sort of pilot episode.
Cool, yeah.
Because that was more of a Dum Dum Dugan episode.
Yes.
But it introduced a bunch of stuff that was going to be in Howling Commandos, and I kind of I pitched some ideas to Frank Barbieri.
Yep.
I pitched some ideas to Frank, and he said, "Well, I want this, and this in here." So you know, hopefully I did a good job there.
That's great. I mean, that is the spirit of Marvel.
Because I'm really looking forward to that book.
It looks like an amazing book, and that's the beauty of kind of Marvel, the shared universe, the fact that playing all this, and that brings me to my next question, is talking to you about Ultimates, which is your other book, and I know it has a lot of, you know, there are maybe little ties here and there to New Avengers, little ties here and there to different stuff you're doing.
Little bits and pieces. There's a sort of there's stuff I've been hinting at over the course of the weekend. Yeah. Somebody asked a question, and Tom, you know, let a little hint at something slip, and I was immediately like, "Yes, ha ha ha, read my comics." But yeah, Ultimates is basically the big. I mean, in the wake of the entire universe exploding, you'd think people wouldn't really want that to happen again.
They're like, we should have a better security system.
It's like it's worse than, you know, breaking a plate or
Slightly
dropping something.
Worse than
It's, you know, you don't want that to happen again. So. A bunch of people have got together, a whole team of people, and they are Dr. Adam Brashear, the Blue Marvel, T'Challa, King of Wakanda, the Black Panther, Monica Rambeau, aka Spectrum, Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel, and America Chavez, aka Ms. America, and they've got together, and basically they are the team that is preventing that kind of thing happening again. And they're doing that by taking a look at the giant, super cosmic, epic scale, massive problems of like the Marvel Universe, like Galactus, and saying, yeah, what can we do to fix that? What can we do to solve that? It's just, it's like they're proactive, but not in a kind of, we're going to shoot you before you shoot us kind of thing. You know, not like the Punisher is proactive, more like, you know, there's a leaky roof. That's going to be really bad if we don't do something about that. It's a stitch in time saves 9 universes, you know?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
I love that. So, that's a great tagline for the book.
Yeah. Actually, the one I've been running around is the impossible is where they start. So there we go.
You could just write catchphrases. That could be your gig.
I could. I've always wanted to be the host of Catchphrase, the famous British TV show, which is a terrible reference. Nobody watching is going to get that.
We have plenty of British people watching.
Okay.
I mean, no, they're all.
Hello, fellow British
might be
people.
asleep.
There might be some.
They're probably asleep.
Hello, sleeping British people. I watch you as you sleep.
Oh,
there we go. Sorry.
Lovely.
No.
America Chavez, I'm really excited to see her in this book. Is she going to be growing up a little bit more? Because I mean, she was you know, kind of a teenager.
A little bit.
She's pretty grown up as she is. I mean, she's kind of like 20, early 20, like 20, 21, but she's been doing the kind of stuff the Ultimates has been doing, the sort of high level cosmic universe saving shenanigans.
She's actually the
She's been doing
experienced
that.
member of the team in a lot of ways. Yeah.
She's been doing that job like off the radar pretty much her whole life since she was a little girl. She's not like other 20-year-olds. She's not like other 21-year-olds. She's grown up a lot doing this job. And and that's why, you know, when she's with other people, she's kind of terse. She's kind of like a bit closed off, walled in. You know, got the
She likes to punch things.
Yeah, she likes to punch
And
things.
kick things.
She puts up a wall. But what we did this a little bit in Avengers Zero. We want to kind of look behind the wall at look at like what she's like when she's not, you know, on the job. What she's like when she's kind of in her head and like. When she's not like being, you know, Miss America, you know, I'm on the job. So we're gonna be doing. Hopefully, we're gonna be like really getting into that in amongst all of the cosmic epic super stuff.
You're writing so many characters between Ultimates, between New Avengers, between Contest of Champions.
Yes.
How do you keep it all straight in your head?
I don't. No, I just, you know, I sort of do one thing at once, and I try and keep an eye on what I've already written, and I use. This is going to sound like the most shameless plug in the world, but I use Marvel Unlimited a lot.
There it is.
I use
That's
Marvel.
why Al Ewing is one of our favorite guests.
I use Marvel Unlimited in the shower and at work.
He's not just a writer; he's also a client.
Yeah. Yes.
Over 17,000 comics.
Yeah, it's true.
I think there's actually a deal for Comic-Con, isn't there?
There is a running out tomorrow, 4 days of Comic-Con. Not before we turn Al's whole interview segment into a Marvel Unlimited plug. Al, how can people find you online? Where they find you on social media?
The best place to find me is on Twitter, where I'm at Al_Ewing.
Yeah. Was Al Ewing taken, or was that a conscious choice?
I wanted the space in there. I wanted some space between there. Otherwise, it's Alewing. I sound like some sort of like booze-powered superhero. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So you know.
Terrible or great?
It all depends on your perspective. Al, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We're all looking forward to Ultimates, the New Avengers, to Contest of Champions, the 8 other books I'm sure you're going to be working on very soon. We'll be right back here to say goodnight here at Marvel Live Comic-Con 2014. 15.
Welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, joined by...
Marvel.com senior editor Ben Morris, and with me is...
Blake Garris, and we are joined by a very, very special guest. Mr. Raymond Chakasing. I'd say your title is the meat and potatoes, the bones of Marvel,
the heart,
New York.
The beating heart of Marvel.
You make everything run. Correct?
No.
I think so.
I'm glad you guys think that, but
absolutely.
No,
Ray is one of our favorite people at Marvel.
Mhm.
We're so happy he has finally consented to come on Marvel Live with us.
No, I'm just a growing sprout on the potato. That's it.
No, you do so much for us.
It's
Like,
true.
However we can get back to you is just, it's tough.
My wife even loves Ray.
Yes.
And she's tough.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
She
She
does.
threw something at me before.
so you've been at the con. Was this your first day here?
This is my first day.
Yeah. What'd you do? Anything fun?
We had a lot of run-ins with the panels.
Oh, cool.
Daredevil was nuts. I mean, we just came from Jessica Jones, and that was amazing.
You got to see the first episode, right?
We did, but unfortunately, we had some kids with us.
Oh, no.
It was really good.
Right.
The first 10 minutes.
What'd the kids think?
With their
They
eyes
wanted
closed.
to see more.
So kids can hear it, they just can't see it.
There was a lot of special effects with the sounds too.
Oh, boy. So here's a lesson for all you people out there with kids in the house. Jessica Jones, maybe not for you.
Not PG-13.
Wait till the kids are in bed.
Yeah.
How long have you been with Marvel?
I've been with Marvel for about 18 years.
Oh, man.
Any special moments besides right now?
You know what? The 18 years I've been with Marvel has been very special. A lot of blood, literally, cut myself, sweat and tears.
Ray will even when we cut ourselves, you have the Band-Aids.
That's true. He does have the Band-Aids.
I run with everything.
So when you say there's been a lot of blood, it's not just your own blood.
No, not mine.
You've dealt with a lot of blood.
Should we play some?
I want to play the wheel with Ray.
Yes, we have
so
to.
Ray, you're gonna spin
the wheel.
And we're gonna see how much knowledge you've accumulated over those 18 years at Marvel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
spin
give
it.
the wheel a spin. Don't be scared. Do it up. We've got, are they an Avenger?
Oh, this will be easy.
This
for
should be
him.
pretty easy.
Are they?
Yeah. Go ahead, Lorraine. You got the rules.
I'm just trying to find a guess if this character is an Avenger or not.
Yeah.
That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, we all knew that.
Okay.
You know most of them anyway, so.
Most of them.
You've probably met most of them. Pick a number between 1 and 21.
5.
5.
North Star.
Has North Star ever been an Avenger, Ray?
Actually, he's an Alpha Flight.
That's right. He is an Alpha Flight. He is not an Avenger. Spin it again. We need Ray is 1 for 1.
Spin the wheel.
Let's just say how far he can run with this. Name that superpower. I like this. This one's a little bit more challenging. So we are going to give you the name of a Marvel character, and you have to tell us what their superpower is.
Okay.
This is good because this is like the next level up from Are They an Avenger?
Have you ever met North Star?
Never. Never had the chance.
Never encountered him.
Number between 1 and 15.
Let's do 12.
12.
Jack of Hearts. Name that superpower.
Ooh, Jack of Hearts.
That's a good
He
one.
was my favorite.
What?
Yeah. I don't remember that one.
Jack of Hearts. You want
You
hints?
Throw a card?
Can we get a hint?
It's a really hard
Throw a
one.
card.
Can he
Throw a
phone?
card?
Can he phone a friend?
No, he's not E.T.
No, I'm asking if you want to phone a friend.
Are you?
I'm gonna. I'll say if you can
I'm not
guess.
saying phone me. I'm saying phone one of his friends.
If you can guess even one of his
I wish I
things
was
that he
Ray's
might be capable of.
Let's call Ben.
I believe it's energy projection of some sort.
Concussive blasts is what it says here, but we'll accept that.
It's all right. 2 for 2.
Okay.
Ray's 2 for 2.
Spin that wheel.
Here we go, Alien Research. We just missed it. Okay, what is your hidden
Oh, this one's
superpower?
easy.
So Ray, what's your hidden superpower?
That's it.
We don't want to say that live here.
Oh, we can't do that. This is a PG show.
Okay, spin the
PG
wheel.
show. Let's give it one more spin.
more
Let's give
spin.
it one more spin. Now we've got wrestler or Marvel.
So Ray's an old school wrestling fan.
That's true.
Yeah.
We had Jake
Oh,
the
man,
Snake, and you
you're
were excited
stacked
to
up.
get him, except he didn't.
He wasn't here.
We missed him too because he didn't come in.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so no one missed out. So we're gonna give you a name of somebody, and then you're gonna have to tell us: is it a Marvel character or is it a professional wrestler?
Okay, I'll try.
What's the numbers,
Pick
Lorraine?
a number between 1 and 18.
It's difficult. 15.
15. That's the hardest part. You're already through it.
Coco Von Doom.
Coco Von Doom.
It sounds like a wrestler.
does kind of sound like a wrestler,
Yeah,
does it?
Coco.
But it could also sound like a Marvel character.
It's not good, Doctor. No.
No? Well, think of it this way, Ray. You know pretty well that if a wrestler used the name Von Doom, would we, as Marvel, allow them to keep using it?
No.
So, do you think there's a wrestler named Coco Von Doom?
It could be because there's Hulk Hogan.
Oh, that's a good point. All right, final answer, wrestler or Marvel?
I'm going to go with a Marvel character because you said.
Always listen to Ben.
Yeah, it's a Marvel character.
It's a Marvel character.
Here we go. Do we want to play?
these things.
How many we got? What streak is he on right now?
He's 3 for 3.
3 for 3.
Let's go
Let's
to 4
wait
for
till he misses one.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going until he misses one.
We just love the wheel.
We're not gonna turn the camera off.
Yeah.
Are the Avenger? We already did that.
did.
Let's do a different one.
One more.
Spin again.
Spin it
We did
again.
that.
Spin it again.
Dead or alive.
Dead or alive.
It's pretty self-explanatory again. That's the nice thing about the names of these games. You're gonna tell us if this character is dead or alive.
Pick a number between
Currently.
1 and 18.
Let's do number 1.
Number 1.
Jean Grey.
Oh.
Dead
It's
or alive?
Currently, I think she's dead.
Lorraine?
She dead.
She's dead! Oh my God, the dream season continues. Raised the Arizona Cardinals before last week of Marvel. They lost last week.
Undertaker.
There you go. All right, one more. Let's go. Let's finish off. 5's a nice round number to finish off, and then we'll tell you guys about what's coming up tomorrow.
Catch a phrase.
Catch a phrase. I don't
Catch
know
a
that
phrase. This
We've
is
never
where
had that one.
I'm so excited. This is where we tell you the catchphrase and you tell us the character.
One. All right, let's do it.
So pick a number between like 1 and 10-ish.
Again, wow. 10.
Excelsior.
That's Stan Lee.
That's true.
That's easy. He's like close to friends
okay.
with Stan.
Yeah.
That's all right. We don't want. That's
call
great. Ray
each
went
other
5 for 5. He is. I'm naming Ray the Marvel champion of the day.
Ray's so powerful.
Sorry, fans.
He's so
Sorry.
powerful at Marvel, he could have called Stan Lee just to make sure.
I could.
Lorraine, why don't we talk about what's coming up tomorrow?
I would love to.
Let's check the Twitter real
Ray
quick.
will be back tomorrow.
Ray will be back tomorrow multiple times. We
Yes.
hope.
It's
I would
just
love to see
Ray.
that.
Co-host.
Yeah. So guys, tomorrow we're going to bring you Good Morning Comic-Con at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We will show you footage from the Jessica Jones signing. At 11, we've got Marvel Contest of Champions. After that, DMC is going to be here. Blake, I understand he's doing something very special.
DMC from Run DMC will be here. He always does a rap for us. I believe it's 98% confirmed. He will do a rap battle with James Iglehart.
That's right.
Disney's Aladdin Genie Tony winner.
Has DMC ever won a Grammy?
I
feel like they
think
have.
so.
So that's Grammy winner versus Tony winner right here on Marvel
Yes.
Live.
Yes.
Only
Can
the
we get an
highest
Emmy winner
quality.
and an Oscar winner, and then we can have an EGOT fight?
You
All
ever
right.
won an Emmy or an Oscar?
Nothing close to it.
Give
Ray-
it time.
Don't
I've won something this small. A little.
It's a PG show, right?
Yeah.
It's a PG show. We're also going to have cast
Sorry.
members of TV's The Underground here.
From WGN.
From WGN,
Yes.
we're going to have Joe Caramagna. We're going to show our interview we conducted today with Mahmoud Asrar. Another interview we did today with Kieran Gilling. We're going to show the Marvel Netflix panel, which is going on. Well, just finished.
It's
Just
just
finished
finished,
up.
yeah.
We're going to show Cup of Joe. We're going to have Sana Amanat on. We're going to have a recorded interview with Robert Rodriguez. We're going to finish things up the way they should be with America's sweetheart, Frank Thierry. And then we're going to have the costume contest. Then we're going to say goodnight for the final time. And we'll wrap up at 5 tomorrow.
Ray, the big question, everybody's got a Frank Thierry impression. Can you do Frank?
No, I'm not familiar with him actually.
Oh, really?
Really?
He's very
He's got
close.
really Brooklyn. Can you do Brooklyn accent?
Oh my God, I love it when Blake does accents.
I don't know the Brooklyn accent, but I can try.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That sounded
You
like
guys, that was, those were so
better.
perfect.
That's better than real Thierry. I
Wait.
liked it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard Frank Thierry in the room.
We got any tweets we want to read before we
We
go?
do,
off
we
here,
do.
Lorraine?
Michael WS would like to know what has been our favorite announcement from any media at New York Comic Con so far.
I am pretty excited actually about the Spider-Woman event that we're going to be doing. It's going to be a crossover between Spider-Woman, Silk, and Spider-Gwen. They're all great characters. I'm excited to see them come together.
I'm happy Ray's now a co-host.
Yes,
thank
that
you.
Yes.
well, that transcends announcements. That's just
True.
like miracles. So I'm more excited about that.
Ray, do you have one?
You know what? The Netflix panel was awesome.
Yeah.
Jessica Jones, I can't say anything about it, but November 20th, right?
Yeah, coming soon.
Yeah, and I'm
See what you
really
think.
excited about the Captain Marvel YA that was announced.
Yeah, young adult fiction starring Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what YA. Not everyone might know what YA is, Lorraine. So I'm
it
dumbing
also
down
means
for 'em.
yeah.
Yeah. We got about a minute left. Guys, we want to thank you for tuning in. We want to especially thank Ray
He's
for
the
coming
man.
on with
Ray
us.
is the man.
This is
Thank you.
probably the best segment we've ever
Yes,
done
yes.
and the best segment we'll ever do.
Yeah,
If you see him-
Ben Vick says everybody loves Ray.
Yes.
If you see Ray at a
But
con
you know.
on the street,
If you
say
see Ray,
hello.
just say hello and say
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
If you like
Just say
Marvel,
thank you and
thank
walk
Ray.
away. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to see you at 10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Thank you for watching Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2015. I'm Ben Morse. That's Lorraine Sink. That's Blake Garris. And that's Ray, and he's the best.
The best.
See you tomorrow.